Long ago, humans and demons clashed across the land, while heroes marched to defeat the Demon King, a legend now reduced to old bedtime stories everyone still remembers fondly. The heroes' party once stood together in glory, yet years later, Fei found himself alone, having just lost his position within that very same group. Adventurers and monsters no longer risk death, since both sides created magical substitute bodies, turning dangerous dungeon raids into a widely popular form of public entertainment. Footage from these dungeon raids aired constantly across the region, with viewers casually joking that even heroes and demon kings were simply ordinary jobs now. Deep within the Demon King's castle on the 4th floor, a fierce blade strike echoed through the corridor as someone shouted for their enemy to know their place. Alvar unleashed a rapid flurry of attacks using his enchanted magic sword, cutting down charging werewolves before they could close the distance and retaliate against him. Alvar had already defeated over 10 werewolves through his relentless offense, though the reckless approach left him dangerously exposed until his comrades intervened at the right moment. Lark, the paladin, provided steady cover with attack power rivaling a warrior, proving that disciplined coordination mattered more than individual strength during any dungeon raid. Fei stood quietly with his back turned, admitting he could not hear sounds from deep inside the dungeon, yet trusting what others claimed was happening. A towering werewolf boss loomed ahead, and Bella asked whether she could leave the front line entirely to Lark, who calmly promised he would strike it down himself. Alvar responded eagerly to her question, while Fei simply nodded beside them, his quiet confidence contrasting sharply against his teammates' loud enthusiasm. A sudden burst of magic exploded across the corridor, throwing werewolves backward one after another, as the group pressed steadily forward without hesitation. Bella activated her rare skill, Godspeed, an ability confirmed usable by only 3 people across the entire world, stunning everyone who witnessed it firsthand. Her supersonic archery moved faster than the naked eye could track, striking enemies down before they even realized an arrow had been fired. 8 werewolves collapsed simultaneously from her devastating shots, proof enough of her incredible skill, while Phoenix advanced calmly toward the boss door untouched. Remaining werewolves could not even approach Phoenix, since his comrades' relentless attacks had already cut down most of their numbers before reaching him. Fei deflected a werewolf's claw effortlessly, prompting Alvar to mock him about relying on his so-called special black magic instead of real effort. Alvar struck down another beast nearby, warning that enemies still remained close, while Bella coolly told everyone to simply concentrate on the fight ahead. Alvar grumbled that he understood already, while Fei watched silently from behind, stepping forward just as the commotion settled around them. Phoenix finally arrived face to face with the towering floor boss, its monstrous form rising above him, ready for their inevitable confrontation. The floor boss stood nearly 3 times the height of a normal werewolf, its immense pressure obvious even from a distance behind the pillars. Phoenix remained utterly unshaken before the massive creature, apologizing briefly to the werewolf chief, before demanding passage through the corridor immediately. The werewolf chief roared furiously, lunging forward with tremendous force, while Phoenix steadied his sword against the incoming assault without flinching once. Phoenix blocked the floor boss's crushing attack directly with his blade, the deafening grind of metal echoing loudly throughout the corridor around them. A sudden crack split the air as something struck the werewolf chief, sending a shockwave rippling outward while everyone watched in stunned confusion. The floor boss howled in agony, its massive body suddenly wrapped entirely in flames, struggling desperately yet failing to escape the burning grip. A decisive slash cut cleanly through the flaming beast, ending the confrontation instantly, while sparks and embers scattered across the corridor floor. Phoenix stared ahead calmly as his party watched nearby, quietly stating that they simply refused to accept losing any of their battles. The flame hero Phoenix defeated the floor boss using only a single decisive attack, prompting the crowd to erupt in celebration over their winner. Onlookers praised the outcome, noting how splendidly Phoenix's party had conquered the 4th floor, exactly as expected from the renowned flame heroes group. His spirit, revealed to be the legendary fire spirit and source of all heat in the world, clearly ranked among the highest known. Being the first contractor in 130 years proved how strict the selection truly was, as the party entered their safe room afterward. A broadcast device beeped quietly, confirming the raid had ended for now, while viewers eagerly awaited the party's next attempt on the 5th floor. Elsewhere, Fei sat quietly, wondering aloud about Black Mage Fei, murmuring to himself that something about the situation truly felt strange indeed. Commentators speculated that his support-oriented job class suggested he only remained in the party through some form of unfair preferential treatment. A woman agreed casually, remarking that Renfei hadn't moved a single step, adding that removing him would barely change anything at all. Renfei thought quietly to himself that people were still saying the same tired things about him, sighing at their familiar dismissive judgment. Black magic, unlike healing white magic, quietly lowered enemies' attack, defense, and speed, while spreading darkness, poison, and confusion among them. Since these effects stayed invisible to onlookers, most people understandably viewed black magic coldly, dismissing it entirely as simply boring nonsense. Party members clearly felt white magic's healing benefits, yet black magic's effects on enemies left them unaware whether it helped them at all. A commentator held up her tablet, insisting that dungeon raids being pure entertainment, held especially true, emphasizing this fact once again. Renfei silently listed everything he had done, lowering every enemy's offense, defense, and speed, admitting quietly that none of it ever showed. He stood apart from his flashy comrades, feeling like someone simply standing lazily nearby, since his efforts never translated visibly through the broadcast screen. Renfei imagined onlookers assuming he chanted curses under his breath, growing depressed as strangers nearby whispered that his mumbling honestly seemed creepy. The party agreed to challenge the 5th floor next time, standing before the legendary Demon King's castle, a dungeon still unconquered at its deepest point. Dungeon record stones let them resume exactly where they left off. Yet despite countless attempts, nobody had ever confronted the Demon King directly. Introductions followed: Paladin Lark, Hunter Lily, Warrior Alvar, and Renfei the Black Mage, ranking 4th overall among tens of thousands of official parties. Rankings updated annually, determined entirely by the Adventurers Guild based on public popularity, alongside each party's recorded achievements throughout the year. Alvar invited everyone for drinks, while Renfei silently wondered why people found his party membership such a persistent, unsolvable mystery. Phoenix, known widely as the Flame Hero, held the honor of becoming the Fire Spirit, his first contractor in 130 years. Many believed Phoenix would finally end the legends surrounding the impregnable Demon King's castle, expecting greatness from him and his loyal companions. Phoenix, Renfei's childhood friend, once called happily for them to walk home together, their shared history clearly running deeper than mere teamwork. Renfei quietly admitted to himself that he probably felt something more complicated regarding Phoenix, his thoughts trailing off unfinished mid-sentence. Strangers whispered that Renfei seemed undeserving of walking beside someone as celebrated as Phoenix, calling him boring and utterly unpopular. That day, standing beneath sudden streaming light, everything Renfei had built quietly began shifting toward an entirely different, unexpected direction. Beneath darkening skies, Renfei stood alone afterward, having finally lost his job, his expression frozen somewhere between disbelief and quiet resignation. In a quiet town before Renfei left the party, tension built inside a tavern as harsh words were thrown around, calling him nothing but a burden. The Holy Knight Luck stayed silent while chewing on food, and the Hunter Lily sipped her drink quietly, both ignoring the storm brewing beside them. The warrior Alvar stared coldly at the table, questioning aloud whether he was truly wrong for saying Renfei only weighed the group down. The hero Phoenix stood up sharply, telling Alvar to stop targeting him, insisting that Luck, Lily, and Alvar had all proven their worth to join. Alvar shot back, reminding Phoenix that keeping Renfei around only wasted a valuable slot since he was merely Phoenix's childhood friend and nothing more. Alvar snapped that this situation wasn't funny anymore, demanding to know who else would tolerate a boring black mage joining their ranks otherwise. Phoenix urged Alvar to face reality and stop accusing him of favoritism, while Luck interjected, calling the insult toward Renfei far too disrespectful. Luck added that Renfei wasn't as powerless as everyone assumed, standing firmly beside him, showing he didn't share the same harsh opinion at all. Phoenix turned to Luck and Lily, asking directly what they truly believed, while Lily coldly questioned whether babysitting Renfei was really their responsibility. Renfei stayed silent, absently counting small stones, admitting quietly that he didn't really mind whether they wanted him around or not. Alvar pressed further, claiming a better replacement could easily be found the moment Renfei stepped aside, glancing toward Luck for silent agreement. Lily's expression sharpened as she realized their point, suggesting someone more active could genuinely make future dungeon raids far less troublesome. Alvar smirked, boasting about his own strength while mocking Renfei's presence. But Luck sneered, calling his crude manner of speaking deeply unpleasant. Lily was addressed respectfully as Lily-sama, yet she still argued that Phoenix seemed to be letting personal feelings excuse someone physically lacking. Lily continued, explaining that their raiding style depended on speed and overwhelming attack power, admitting black magic's effects were rarely ever visible. Remfei listened as Lily said support wasn't truly needed, admitting she preferred someone offering direct firepower instead of subtle magical assistance. Alvar laughed and gestured toward the table, declaring smugly that this reasoning summed up exactly why Remfei didn't belong among them. Alvar leaned closer, insisting he wasn't attacking Remfei out of hatred, before challenging him directly to cast his so-called black magic right then. Alvar grinned, saying they would instantly recognize its worth, promising sincerely to apologize completely if the magic proved genuinely useful somehow. The memory shifted to childhood, where a mysterious figure agreed to train young Remfei, warning that whining even once would end the lessons, asking if he truly desired power. A monstrous shadow surfaced from Remfei's memory, just as Alvar's fist rose, until Phoenix's sharp shout finally stopped him from going further. Back in the present, quitting was the announcement Remfei gave calmly, leaving Phoenix stunned while satisfaction spread quietly across Alvar's smirking face. Ranking fourth in the world meant nothing to Alvar, who scoffed at the idea of tolerating someone he considered a weak coward. News of the Black Mage's departure spread fast through the tavern, with adventurers laughing and already guessing who might replace him next. This humiliation, Remfei reminded himself, never actually began with Alvar, since carrying the Black Mage's label had triggered this same pattern repeatedly before. Bitterly, he understood that adventuring functioned as both a meritocracy and an entertainment business, punishing anyone lacking either strength or appeal. Eventually, he knew audiences would lose interest. Fellow adventurers would drift away, and even trusted comrades would quietly begin alienating him too. Whatever he had once hoped to achieve as a child, Remfei was certain, was never meant to end buried under constant shame. Living this way, surrounded by mockery and disrespect, had clearly never matched the future he once imagined for himself growing up. Refusing to accept a life without purpose, he turned and walked off, ignoring Phoenix's desperate shout, begging him to stop and wait. Everything was fine. Remfei insisted aloud, though. Privately, he admitted there was no option left besides reshaping himself entirely from that moment. Someday, he silently promised, he would surpass every doubter standing behind him, proving his worth through an entirely different, stronger party. No party, he acknowledged, would ever want him now. Yet he still decided that he and Phoenix would remain lifelong rivals regardless. Sitting by himself afterward, a heavy sigh escaped him, since handling this same tired complaint had simply turned into routine for him. Revealing his true strength might have changed their opinion entirely, he considered, but doing so risked exposing his secretive master's real identity. Faithfully, Phoenix had honored their childhood promise for years, though shielding him repeatedly always left Phoenix's trust with teammates slowly weakening instead. Only heroes, he clarified quietly, held the authority to form official parties, making his earlier claim about joining another one entirely hollow. Nobody, he assumed, would ever recruit a discarded black mage from Phoenix's group, though he insisted stubbornly that he wanted no such thing. Years earlier, a frustrated merchant had scolded young Remfei harshly for insisting on buying something nobody wanted, branding him a persistent, troublesome brat. Nearby, a young demi-human girl assumed young Remfei had already eaten elsewhere, until someone quietly approached the stall and said, "Excuse me." A hesitant merchant welcomed his late customer nervously, while the small demi-human girl beside him echoed the greeting shyly as young Remfei asked if they were still open. Genuinely touched that a child was helping the store, young Remfei knelt down warmly, asking Cashew directly which fruit she would personally recommend for him. Noticing a particular basket, she hesitated before pointing it out. And after the merchant thanked him gratefully, young Remfei agreed to purchase one immediately. Cashew admitted the apple looked slightly misshapen, though its clean color convinced her it still tasted delicious, exactly matching the one he'd chosen. Feeling sympathy for the unwanted fruit, young Remfei explained gently that watching nobody purchase it seemed pitiful, despite Cashew's constant efforts recommending it. Before Cashew could suggest giving up entirely if her big brother refused it too. Young Remfei quickly took a bite without hesitation, surprised by the taste. He grinned and confirmed loudly that the apple truly was delicious, exactly as the shopkeeper had promised earlier. Impressed beyond the fruit itself, young Remfei praised the shopkeeper sincerely, admiring qualities that clearly went deeper than mere outward appearances alone. Hoping to return someday, he asked politely whether he could buy from them again, while Cashew silently wished for more recommendations herself. Overjoyed by his request, Cashew thanked him energetically, prompting young Remfei to joke with relief that she had officially gained her first customer. Before leaving, The merchant expressed heartfelt gratitude, though young Rem Fei insisted quietly that apologizing for visiting so late should have been his responsibility. Amused by Cashew's flustered reaction, the merchant laughed warmly, while she waved goodbye, promising cheerfully that she would see him again soon. Introducing herself proudly as Cashew, she listened as young Rem Fei shared his own name, sparking a small, meaningful connection between two strangers. Excitedly, Cashew declared she would wait patiently for his return, regardless of whether it happened tomorrow, the next day, or later still. Touched deeply by her words, young Rem Fei promised silently that he, too, would keep waiting for her, however long that took. Walking home afterward, he admitted quietly to himself that even someone like him secretly wished to feel needed by somebody else. Bitterly recalling how his identity as a black mage has earned him no recognition, he resolved instead to work harder, inspired by Cashew's determination. Staring silently at the night sky, he acknowledged that achieving real recognition would demand a long, exhausting battle without any guaranteed rewards. Gazing upward, he reassured himself firmly that somewhere out there, someone truly needing him already existed, waiting patiently to be found. Meanwhile, inside a distant, imposing castle, a mysterious woman sat quietly under moonlight, thoughtfully writing something significant, while contemplating her own hidden plans. Studying a photograph of the young black mage intently, the horned demon woman traced her finger across it, quietly whispering his name, Rem Fei. Remy looked ahead, silently recalling how much time had passed since he left the group. In town, whispers followed him. The honor as a black mage brought little interest. People remembered the expulsion. He tried again, offering to join a group. The smiles turned unsure when ones heard the class. Rejected repeatedly, he collapsed in the hall. The burden of failure pressed down hard. Though once defiant, even he couldn't ignore the truth. He had no group. Having turned down the stable path chosen by the parents, returning home was no longer in choice. Faced amid no alternatives, he stood before the grand headquarters of the Adventurer Association, determination hardening the gaze. He resolved to use the official group matching service, a system created to assist lone adventurers like him. Despite the painful fee, he initiated the process, entering the class as a black mage. The heart sank under the burden of rejection once again. Amid no prospects left, Remy quietly lined up via basic assistance. Amid the stomach reminding him of most immediate concerns, he wandered into town to find something to eat. At the market, casual words reminded him of the class's stigma. Being a black mage wasn't easy. Remarks past strangers stung deeper, reinforcing the low demand via the skill set across guilds and parties. Though he tried to explain the limitations, Remy might feel the burden of judgment in every reply. Encouraged by Cashew's words, Remy felt a minor spark of warmth return to him. The cheerfulness caught him off guard, yet the sincerity made him smile. He started frequenting the shop most often, realizing it brought him comfort. Despite being only 8, Cashew worked hard to backing the family alongside school. Knowing he was the first customer, Remy kept returning, pushed by the honest belief in him. Though they'd only met, the shopkeeper expressed quiet concern via Remy's struggles. He commonly owned past once aspiring to be a tailor, yet held back by lacking an official job. Remy reflected on the societal system where one's duty is determined at a temple at age 10. Some were guided to adventure, others to practical trades like cooking or smithing. Regardless of effort, outcomes felt fixed, divinely bestowed, and largely out of one's control. Dreaming of heroism yet marked amid a different fate, Remy once saw the future dissolve into despair. He'd heard it often: real success would have aligned amid one's job past the start. Despite this, each warm welcome at the shop reminded him he still had a place. Cashew's gentle smile offered wordless encouragement. This always reached him. In the end, Remy accepted it. He might only move forward amid what he had. Only as the shopkeeper offered him a fallback, a loud bang interrupted the second. Shouts echoed through the market. Someone had been caught stealing and was now fleeing. The man drew a blade, panic and aggression flashing in the movement. Remy noticed the path straight toward Cashew in the stall. Lacking hesitation, he stepped forward, assuring the shopkeeper he'd handle it and no one would get hurt. As the thief charged in, the shopkeeper stepped forward instinctively, shouting via Remy to protect Cashew. Remy pulled the close, urgently telling the to hide. Magic use had limits and consequences. The attacker rushed forward, gaze locked on to the obstacle in the path. Amid fury in the voice, he threatened Remy, expecting him to flee or hesitate. Yet Remy's gaze didn't flinch. The second to act had arrived, target locked. Cashew ducked beyond cover while the shopkeeper braced himself, gaze locked on the charging man. Remy timed it carefully. The second the thief leapt, he acted. Mid-air, the attacker faltered. Something unseen had taken hold. Abrupt burden crushed the body. His limbs slowed. Breath grew short and his vision blurred. Paralyzed by an invisible force, He froze, the expression twisted in fear and confusion. The shopkeeper dashed forward, fists clenched, aiming a solid blow at the thief's chest. Amid precise force, he landed a clean strike. The weapon dropped, and the man collapsed. Cheers followed. The declaration justice had been delivered swiftly and lacking bloodshed. Remy celebrated past the side, admiring the unexpected strength beyond the apron. Amid relief, he called out to Cashew, startling the. She responded amid a flustered but safe smile. The shopkeeper humbly accepted. Thanks, insisting he only did what any citizen should. Cashew beamed amid admiration, pulling a minor crowd as she praised his bravery. A well-dressed woman stepped forward, offering to buy something in gratitude. Others rapidly followed, pivotal the stall into abrupt hub of admiration and sales. Watching past the side, Remy realized something essential: heroic actions brought most than justice. They brought opportunity. Amid a common nod, Remy and the shopkeeper acknowledged those quiet success. The thief, barely able to walk, was taken away, the body still dulled by lingering magic. Remy reflected on the risk. Casting magic in a true crisis had truly shaken him. He smiled faintly, grateful the shopkeeper took the lead when it mattered most. If the crowd's backing helped the store flourish, he'd consider it a worthy reward. Gazing down at the marketplace, Remy flexed the hand, reassured by the strength still inside it. Despite leaving the group, he never stopped training. It was a promise he made ages ago. Even when the fate was sealed as a black mage, he never abandoned the dream of heroism. Memories of brutal training resurfaced: cliffs, beasts, and merciless drills past the master. To endure it, he cast black magic on himself again and again. Years of training had tuned the body to react precisely, even when weakened or disoriented. He remained cautious, masking the identity as a former realm rank 4 black mage. Though deep down he suspected no one really paid close attention anymore. This illusion shattered as a stranger whispered, "I hold been watching you." Startled, Remy turned toward the mysterious woman, unsure how much she had seen. The woman addressed him directly, calling out both the honor and the name. Caught off guard, Remy was stunned. He hadn't expected to be recognized so precisely. The voice carried calm praise. She had witnessed the magic in action and understood its depth. He realized next the performance had not gone unnoticed. Every detail had been seen. As she stood in silence, Remy wondered who exactly was that strange, observant woman. Amid a cryptic smile, the woman leaned in and confessed. The expression lit up amid admiration. Remy froze. Was that a prank? Him? Someone's favorite? She admitted to slowing down during pursuit, mesmerized by witnessing the magic firsthand. As curiosity and confusion swirled, Remy wondered about the identity. The features hinted at something not quite human. Grabbing both the hands, the woman leaned forward, praising the black magic with sparkling gaze. She admitted the relentless search, pushed ever since his departure from the hero group. Holding tightly, she denounced the former team's decision, calling it a grave mistake. Remy froze as the closeness overwhelmed him. Too many things were too near. Realizing the enthusiasm went too far, she jumped back, flustered and apologetic. Amid flushed cheeks, the woman confessed the long-time wish to meet someone like Remy. She stepped away calmly, the voice trembling as she apologized via being too forward. Remy, overwhelmed, tried to process it all: the kindness, the words, even the scent. In a rush, he denied any resentment, reassuring the of the value. Still flustered, he admitted the truth: it was simply too abrupt, and he hadn't even asked the name. A soft smile forged on the woman's lips as she studied Remy. The way she spoke suggested a common past, yet the memory offered no clue. Something about the appearance felt out of place. Rather, most adventurers, she exuded elegance, and the features hinted at something non-human. The thoughts scrambled. Embarrassed, he turned away, brushing off the suspicion stirring within him. Introducing herself as Mira, she offered to treat him to tea. Mira bowed nervously, expressing how rare the chance was to meet someone of Remy's stature. The words tumbled out in haste. Facing him directly, she offered to prepare a place, hoping he'd accept the meeting. Caught off guard, Remy hesitated. The thoughts swirled, unsure how to respond. Mira's expression grew anxious. He feared rejection, the voice almost trembling. After a pause, Remy gave a quiet nod. The invitation was accepted. Side by side, ones walked in silence, the air between ones quietly shifting. Mira's worried expression remained, yet Remy questioned who might possibly turn down someone like her. Among the crowd, the appearance drew attention. Remy remarked on the elegance, saying how different she was from someone like him. He paused, gaze sincere, and acknowledged the words, calling him the ultimate black mage. Mira's reply came firm and unwavering. She urged him not to downplay himself. The ranking board listed only a few black mages among the top parties. Remy stood out as one of the elite. The explanation continued the former party's fame was largely thanks to his contributions. Despite his low-key duty in combat, his precision with black magic came from deep knowledge and personal mastery done its impacts. He looked up at the air, thoughts pivotal inward, a quiet reflection stirring. Mira's words followed softly, honoring the unseen effort beyond the strength. Voices past the past, echoed in Remy's mind dismissive words, past those he once called comrades. Via the first time since becoming an adventurer, he realized someone had truly acknowledged him. As thoughts swirled, doubt crept in. He wondered how Mira might know so much about him. Frustration flashed across Mira's face as she muttered harshly, unable to hide the disdain via those ignorance. Realizing she had spoken too freely, Mira laughed nervously and scrambled to cover the words. Mira smiled gently, asking Remy to pass along the gratitude. The words felt sincere, stirring something quiet in him. She stepped forward, the cloak brushing the air. Remy followed, puzzled by the confidence. A voice echoed through the air, calm and formal, as if greeting someone essential. Before one stood an enormous, ornate fortress. Mira gestured forward, inviting him onward. Remy froze. It was unmistakable, the Demon King's castle. Surprised by the abrupt shift in tone, Mira's formal posture hinted at something far greater. She confessed ones had ages recognized the strength, but seeing it directly had confirmed everything. The words acknowledged the value, something he had rarely heard before. Amid unwavering gaze, she asked him to lend his force to the Demon King's cause. Inside the vast, shadowy chambers of the Demon King's castle, a new chapter quietly unfolded, guiding him through the gloom. Carmilla introduced the black mage Remy before the throne. Recognition stirred in Remy's gaze as he recalled the imposing woman at the side. Onto distant danger, Carmilla now reigned as the third-level boss with commanding presence. The deceptive magic channeled through bats, silently wounding foes past afar, amid lethal precision. Remy observed Carmilla closely, saying how little she resembled the gentle Mira he once knew. A shadowed figure seated on the throne acknowledged the presence, confirming the identity aloud nervously. Remy introduced himself. Aware this, the Demon King's castle spanned 10 formidable floors. No one had reached its depths before, yet Remy believed he power become the first. To the surprise, the Demon King revealed themselves amid an unexpectedly youthful voice and appearance. Seated confidently, the girl named Lucy revealed herself as the ruler of the fiends. Remy was taken aback, not by fear, yet by how youth she appeared to be. Though unsure how a Demon King should look, he refrained past voicing any doubts. Lucy rapidly assessed the attitude and decided he wasn't like the others she'd dismissed. Lacking hesitation, she appointed Remy as staff officer second in command of the entire Demon King's castle. Remy stood frozen before the mirror, stunned by the abrupt burden of the position offered. Carmilla admitted the oversight, having brought him lacking prior explanation to save time. The Demon King reacted sharply, frustrated this he had arrived so unprepared. The irritation escalated, accusing him of having impure motives due to Carmilla's previous admiration, embarrassed and defensive. Remy denied any such thoughts, trying to salvage the honor. Lucy lashed out in frustration, questioning Remy's masculinity, amid an aggressive outburst. The rant escalated as she tried to make a rough stage about Carmilla's body. A quiet, sinister smile past Carmilla rapidly silenced, leaving Lucy visibly shaken. Realizing the conversation had derailed, Lucy awkwardly tried to steer things back on track, calming down. She at last revealed disappointing. Remy was entirely Carmilla's personal recommendation. Careful observation revealed something unusual, an aura this didn't belong to an ordinary human. A pointed question broke the silence, asking who had trained him to such a level. The force, subtly hidden, rivaled this of mages who spent a century mastering their craft. She pressed further, voice calm yet insistent, demanding a direct answer. Hesitation remained, though words didn't come. Silence revealed most an explanation ever might. Aunts dismissed as mere black arts. Black magic carried a history rooted in stigma. Ages ago, demon kings terrorized the realm, standing apart from heroes and pulling fear. Rather than deny it, he apologized, while she teased him via protecting someone in secret. A curious question followed: did the teacher resemble the even sharing the demonic traits? The silence remained again, prompting another conclusion she quietly filed away, lacking pressing further. Casual remark revealed this: Lucy now held the honor of Demon King in the grandfather's stead. Amid a sly smile, she questioned how anyone might abandon family and tasks so easily. Surprise landed as realization dawned: the grandfather power be someone Remy already knew. Resentment simmered beneath the words as she reflected on the lineage and abandonment. Despite the complaints, she admitted fortune favored the having found unexpected kin in that place. Recognition settled in that human was shaped by the very grandfather who once ruled the castle. Even Lucy, initially skeptical, admitted surprise at how capable the new officer truly was. Ideas to test him were dropped. Instead, she entrusted him amid the castle's future. Conflicted, he hesitated, never expecting to fight alongside those once seen as enemies. Carmilla offered reassurance, the sincerity plain in the wish to work together willingly. Curiosity stirred despite the risks of being a black mage. He still chose to become an adventurer. The answer emerged calmly, spoken amid quiet honesty. He simply wanted to be a hero, rather than judgment. He was met amid understanding and a trace of amusement. When asked via deeper reasons, he hesitated, only to admit it felt calm heroic fantasies had pushed him fighting monsters, winning admiration, and proving himself worthy. As a child, he imagined wielding swords amid flare, impressing others amid every swing. Magic flowed past the hands in vivid fantasy fire, and ice unleashed amid dramatic force. Crowds would cheer, recognizing the strength, his effort, and his daring entity in every combat. Praise and glory seemed certain, and amid it, a vibrant, exciting life awaited. Beyond every aspiration stood a simple truth. It had always been the dream since childhood in the mind. Heroism meant an easy path full of rewards, admiration, and benefit. Abrupt question challenged this view, what truly defined a hero in his gaze. Though praised via the strength, that wasn't what gained lasting respect from others. He often helped silently, giving credit to others lacking seeking attention or reward. Real heroism, she explained, was found in selfless action, not glory, yet righteousness. A honor like hero was never meant to define a person's entire being. Even now, the question remained, might heroism serve beyond the duty of an adventurer? Labels separated people, adventurers rated, monsters resisted. Though some monsters were simply demi-people, those labeled heroes were mostly human. Never once had he imagined standing on the extra side in the heart. He always chased the light. A question rose hesitantly. What would truly change if he accepted becoming a monster? No honor, no glory awaited such a path, far past the vision of a shining hero. Still, in hiding, his strength might at last be unleashed, lacking reservation or fear of exposure. Here in the Demon King's castle, no one would shun him via showing the full force. Conflicted, he wrestled amid the thought, was that the duty a black mage like him was meant to fill? Rather obvious powers, its effect wasn't easily seen or appreciated. Yet every monster who faced him knew, the magic left marks ones couldn't forget. The burden of the presence alone shifted battles. Loss followed where his magic remained. Enemies feared him, recognizing the danger he posed not through spectacle, yet through silence and certainty. Should he join ones, the strength would surpass any ally they'd ever known, unmatched, unstoppable, and vital. Only as adventurers inspire with their feats, demi-people too need a symbol to rally beyond. The reason wasn't survival. She never turned a monster to be chased and cornered. A monster who might stand against adventurers in combat might bring hope to the hesitant. Realization landed that desire mirrored the own. Wanting to be a symbol wasn't so different from wanting to be a hero. In the end, both paths sought the same truth: monsters and adventurers equally worthy, chasing purpose. A dungeon's thrill depended on both sides, lacking powerful monsters. Even heroes held no appeal. Past the throne, Lucy offered reassurance. Never once had she seen adventurers as mere prey. Acted by Remy's strength and sincerity, Carmilla admitted it was the nature this drew her in. Softly, lacking command or expectation, she extended a heartfelt plea. In this second, she asked the unthinkable. Would he become those hero? At the Demon King's side, Remy received his honor with purpose. No longer a discarded outcast, he stood under Lucy's banner, now recognized as a real black mage. The appointment came swiftly, staff officer of the Demon King Castle. That second marked a pivotal stage in his fate. Once labeled expendable, Remy embraced the new duty and workplace lacking hesitation. Guiding monsters turned the ambition, shaping a new kind of strength. He pressed forward, even if it meant facing the past companions. Lacking pause, Remy accepted the mission. Determination filled the gaze as he prepared to march beside the new comrade. Remy stepped cautiously onto the chamber, the senses tingling past an unseen presence. A red-haired woman snapped the fingers, revealing she had forgotten to explain something crucial. To the surprise, she formally introduced the four heavenly kings among ones, stood Furcus in armor and Agars amid a calm gaze. Curious, Remy realized even Mira was counted among ones, though he hadn't noticed it before. One seat remained empty, its occupant would join him later as an ally. The girl on the throne casually commented on Remy's use of magic, hinting it should be effortless via someone like him. She explained the demon ruler's honor as a formal duty, once filled only by powerful fiends. Rather, ordinary soldiers, only charismatic and elite warriors or mages, were ever acknowledged as rulers. Realizing the spell's complexity, Remy quietly admitted it was far most advanced than expected. Despite the shock, Mira was assigned as the assistant and elite now working under him. A hierarchy chart was revealed Remy's new honor, as staff officer stood above even the four heavenly kings. Thou still unsure, he faced Furcus and Agers, who calmly insisted there was no hall via doubt. He expressed concern about how others' power view him, yet the girl encouraged him amid absolute confidence. To begin formally, Remy offered the introduction amid a respectful tone. Agers responded amid honor, welcoming him as the newly appointed staff officer. Remy greeted Agers amid politeness, and the exchange was returned amid equal formality. Abruptly flustered, he denied using any magic, while Mira admitted she hadn't noticed Agers' presence. Agers reflected on the difference, rather others. He hadn't directly experienced Remy's magic. Remy calmly described the limitations of black magic, detailing its subtle impacts and low durability. Still, Agers expressed concern, stating this biased reports and minimal impacts wouldn't sway real strength. He pointed out this multiple reports confirmed the strength far surpassed a typical black mage. Agers challenged Mira, suggesting the opinion power be biased due to past admiration. Caught off guard, Mira was flustered, and the Demon King admitted to sharing everything amid Agers. Annoyed, Mira's aura flared, forcing the Demon King to nervously retreat beyond the throne. Amid firm conviction, Agers defended Remy's position, honoring the Demon King's judgment lacking question. Though expelled as a mere black mage, Remy found himself respectfully treated in unfamiliar territory. Even Agers showed deep reverence via their young ruler, a worth Remy quietly praised. However, warned against questionable comments, subtly accusing Agers of inappropriate leanings. Amid flair, Agers declared himself a protector of innocence, dramatic yet oddly sincere. Proudly, he separated himself past the depraved, claiming pure intentions despite unusual preferences. Mira warned the Demon King about resisting suspicious demands, calling one's criminal nonsense. Averting the gaze, the Demon King begged not to be looked at amid such cruel judgment. Meanwhile, Agers reveled in attention, dramatically requesting to be looked at most. To reassure Remy, Mira claimed most monsters weren't perverts and professed genuine admiration. Confession spiraled onto obsession walls covered in photos, aggressive messages leaving Remy utterly overwhelmed. Breaking the awkward air, Remy at last requested clarification on the actual responsibilities. Apologies poured in, and the Demon King laughed. Impressed by Remy's initiative as a staff officer, lacking hesitation, she declared the dungeon name Lamedon amid dramatic flair. Confused, Remy stumbled on the name, unsure of its meaning or significance. She explained this bestowing such titles was the age's standing tradition via welcoming newcomers. Amid enthusiasm, the Demon King praised the name Lamedon as perfect via Remy's new duty. Humbly, Remy accepted the honor while trying to grasp its meaning. A chandelier sparkled above, silently marking the start of something new. In that realm, dungeon raids were regulated and gamified, built amid layers of protection and purpose. Adventurers shone like heroes, while monsters played villains, destined to lose via the audience's thrill. To conceal identities during dungeon raids, demi-people adopted aliases and themed outfits suited via those roles. Although audiences enjoyed the thrill of setbacks, one still rooted via heroic victories in the end. Sometimes, emotional fans retaliated unfairly, targeting unrelated individuals like innocent orcs. Within the conference hall, an air of silence settled as attention focused on the Demon King. Wones hesitated to speak, while Furcus remained quietly unreadable beyond the armor. Furcus sat silently, unmoving until Mira casually revealed he had fallen asleep. Amid one king missing and further napping, Remy's expectations of the elite felt shaken. Mira gently asked if anything remained unclear after those overview. Summing it up, Remy confirmed the name as Levitin and noted the importance of concealing the identity. Though uneasy about the name's odd similarity, he reluctantly accepted the Demon King's decision. Mira suggested Remy's face was too good-looking to hide beyond a mask. Embarrassed, the Demon King clumsily admitted this Remy power be considered attractive. Tension flared as Agers demanded respect, and Remy tried to redirect sense to choosing the avatar. Altering one's appearance was allowed to a degree, yet disguising one's real identity entirely was forbidden. Recalling past cases, Remy noted how some demi people manipulated features to mislead others. An old memory surfaced. Lily once battled amid Alvar about whether to hide the ears. As elves grew most common in adventuring circles, those beauty only fueled those popularity. Despite siding amid Lily, Remy understood Alvar's concern. Some audiences preferred strictly human heroes. During a strategy talk, Lily admitted she favored attacking force done subtle backing magic. A tense silence fell between ones, heavy amid unspoken thoughts and uncertain glances. When asked if something was wrong, Remy brushed it off, unsure how to explain the hesitation. Mira clarified the vague responsibilities of a staff officer by presenting him amid a mysterious object. A minor ring rested in a hand, unexpected, simple, and strange. Remy learned it was a magical tool made via summoning contracted allies, crafted past unusual materials. Extra relics like Alvar's enchanted blade had similar origins, vestiges of extinct magical civilizations. The ring functioned as a simplified summoning tool, triggered through common mana and a verbal oath. While the ability sounded powerful, its limit of 72 contracts ensured balance. Remy would use it to call monsters onto combat, repelling intruders past the Demon King's domain. Combining summoning amid the black magic offered a new tactical edge, he acknowledged immediately. Among monsters, black mages were rare, and amid that, Remy's influence might spread far wider. A magical ring, glimmering amid latent force, is said to bring hope across many species. Remy, now a key figure in the Demon King's army. Ideas to restrict the ring's force. The first assignment is declared to deepen bonds amid everyone and build trust. Magical tools like the ring hold grand value. Entrusted as a staff officer, Remy reflects on the unusual honor. Aware this, it stems past his legacy as the apprentice of the former Demon King's advisor. Clenching the fist, Remy accepted the task amid quiet purpose, vowing to honor the responsibility. Grateful via the opportunity, he expressed the thanks as the meeting drew to a close. The high-ranking fiends turned those attention forward, awaiting those next command from the throne. To mark the arrival, a welcome celebration was swiftly announced, energizing the chamber. Ideas unfolded rapidly, yet one request, a seat beside the Demon King, was firmly denied. Uneasy and defensive, the youth ruler braced herself amid doubt, unsure of others' intentions. A suited demon lowered the head, hurt by the mistrust directed at the unwavering loyalty, caught off guard. He hesitated, overwhelmed by the pressure of speaking before royalty. Relief swept down him as the sincerity was at last recognized, gratitude spilling from his voice. Amidst it all, the Demon King dozed off, unbothered by the drama. Unfolding in the hall, a graceful woman offered to escort Remy, the voice calm and composed. Together, ones walked through the vast corridor, surrounded by solemn statues in silence. As ones reached the exit, Remy offered an apology about delays. She accepted it, lacking concern. He awkwardly acknowledged the awkward moments she had seen, while she quietly listened. The genuine words of gratitude acted thee, and her soft reply revealed sincere appreciation. Memories of youth returned to Remy, reigniting the reason he once dreamed of becoming a hero. Mira, self-conscious yet open, confessed relief at not being seen as unpleasant, though she found him unusual. She acted closer, uncertain yet curious, questioning how far she might go in his presence. Those words tangled awkwardly, both flustered by the rising tension between ones. At last, Mira surged out amid a bold request, catching Remy completely off guard. Flustered and overwhelmed, Mira stumbled down the words, trying to explain the bold outburst. She nervously brought up the ring, revealing its function and the significance beyond its use. Through it, she hinted this becoming the first contractee held deeper meaning than expected. Remy, though surprised, calmly processed the emotional burden of the intentions. Blushing, she confessed the admiration and admitted the duty in guiding his new path. Rattled off every reason she deserved the position, the thoughts spiraling in flustered urgency. Unable to hide the nervousness, she hesitated, unsure how to complete the stage. Remy listened quietly, recognizing the bravery it took via the to speak so openly. Grateful via the actions, he acknowledged that lacking her, he wouldn't be standing there. Amid firm purpose, he reached out, declaring the desire to form a contract with her first. Mira hesitated, seeking reassurance in Remy's decision. Lowering the gaze, she admitted the intentions, revealing how she had braced herself via rejection. Words caught in the throat as she attempted to voice a longing this felt deeply personal. Overwhelmed, she whispered the desire, pushed by instincts she might no longer suppress. Abruptly, flustered, she waved the arms in panic, trying to dismiss the meaning beyond her impulsive words. Inside the towering chamber, arcane patterns glowed above as she gave a quiet, unsure consent to begin the contract. Though the intentions had been plain past the start, she was always his choice. After a brief silence, she gathered the thoughts and confirmed the decision amid calm conviction. A minor figure explained the process: mana poured into a ring and a common oath would forge the link. Amid steady hands, she lifted the ring and slipped it onto the finger. Amid solemn grace, Mira placed the hand on his and vowed loyalty. As the lips touched the hand in a quiet oath, a soft glow surrounded them, sealing the link. He stood frozen, wide-eyed, caught off guard by the abrupt gesture and sincerity. A faint laugh escaped the lips as she mused playfully about being the first contract partner. Blushing faintly, she teased further, claiming a special place in Remy's heart and perhaps the first real connection. She smiled playfully, promising to follow wherever he called, while he awkwardly begged the two ease up on the teasing. Feigning innocence, she questioned whether the mana alone wasn't enough, prompting a silent stare in return. Amid a faint laugh, he brushed it off, cheeks flushed, insisting he understood she was only joking. As she turned away, the tone shifted, hinting regret done the boldness. Still flustered, he stammered at the suggestive remark, while she watched him closely. Mira approached amid a calm gaze, softly calling the name, causing Remy to flinch in surprise. Extending the hand, she expressed hope he'd look after thee, not only as a summon yet as a companion in the Demon King's castle. Caught off guard, he rapidly returned the sentiment, nervously echoing the request via kindness. Next added a playful request to use the dungeon name while on task. She hinted she wouldn't mind midnight summons, leaving him visibly flustered once again. Remy called out in confusion as Mira walked away, leaving him flustered and unsure. The thought spun wildly, insisting to himself that their link was only professional, nothing most. He reminded himself of the task forming connections inside the Demon King's castle. As the new staff officer, though the residents were diverse, he resolved to move forward amid sincerity and effort. Amid quiet determination, he stepped onto his new duty, believing someone, like Mira, would always be watching. The morning after the promotion, a quiet house marked the beginning of Remy's new journey. Amid determination in the gaze, he stepped forward, ready to face his first assignment at the Demon King's castle. To the surprise, the initial task was unconventional. He was told to build close ties amid everyone. Walking through town, uncertainty crept in, as he wondered if he might truly manage it. Even so, he stood firm, choosing to become a hero not via mankind. Remy reflected on the past, where the dream had no place yet now. The Demon King's castle offered new hope. At the market, he greeted familiar faces, blending naturally onto the new surroundings. Cashew, cheerful and flustered, responded warmly to the kindness. Grateful villagers praised the quiet help, though he humbly avoided attention. The credit given to others, Remy remained content, knowing the efforts were understood. Despite Cashew's protests, Remy received heartfelt thanks past the villagers via his unseen backing. One of ones offered a share of those earnings, insisting it was only fair. Though hesitant, Remy accepted the gift after a second of gratitude sank in. Flustered and determined, rushed off lacking a word, carrying something in hand. Amid flushed cheeks, she returned and shyly presented the own minor token of appreciation. Remy accepted Cashew's gift amid quiet gratitude, touched by the genuine joy smiling. He decided to purchase most to share amid the new co-workers. When asked about the recent employment, he hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. The villagers' cheerful curiosity prompted further questions about Remy's new affiliation. Within, he wrestled amid the truth he was no longer an adventurer. Yet something else entirely. Remy hesitated, offering a vague explanation about the uncertain employment situation. Cashew, hoping to help, nervously presented a basket of oddly shaped fruit. Lacking hesitation, Remy reassured thee, valuing the content's done appearance and offering to assist. As one's prepared to leave, a high woman appeared, the presence halting them mid-step. Both Remy and Cashew stood puzzled, unsure why Mira looked at one so intently. Accused of being like a known pervert, he panicked and tried to explain himself. She dismissed the tension amid a casual "only kidding" before shifting sense. Greeting the minor fruit vendor, the tone carried both amusement and confidence. Abrupt glance at the woman's chest left the girl speechless and overwhelmed. Fighting back embarrassment, she declared the growth ambitions while he prepared to speak seriously. Anne Bring arrived via Cashew to join ones, inviting her to work alongside the group. Surprised, Remy realized she meant an exclusive duty as the personal secretary. Excitement overwhelmed Cashew at the unexpected opportunity and generous salary attached. The woman explained this. Those links began when Remy had once helped her, forming lasting trust. A friend nearby smiled knowingly, and she quietly laughed, pleased amid the situation. Realization landed as he understood she referred to the brief time in the Demon King's army. Trust was offered cautiously, amid concern about Cashew's safety voiced openly. She explained the need to discuss the arrangement, amid the family and the shopkeeper first. Confusion and uncertainty filled Cashew as she questioned why she had been chosen. Apologies followed as the truth was revealed. The earlier conversation amid Remy had been overheard. Remy recalled a second past the past as Cashew looked on, the expression mixed with curiosity and hesitation. A woman offered Cashew a new opportunity, suggesting this working amid them might ease her family's burdens. She explained the importance of the duty, especially as Remy's job had grown demanding and needed a capable assistant. Cashew's face lit up amid determination as she imagined herself supporting Remy. Flustered yet hopeful, she asked if becoming the assistant would trouble him. Remy expressed the happiness about staying close to Cashew, firmly rejecting any idea of separation. Amid a gentle smile, he reassured everyone this Cashew's help wouldn't be a strain. In fact, concerns rose about taking a youth girl to the Demon King's castle. Yet the plan only involved clerical duties, not battle. Cashew stood silently, uncertain, as Remy watched closely. She hesitated. Yet when told she didn't need to push herself, she softly refused, choosing to stay beside him. Amid unwavering determination, Cashew declared the intention to help and asked to serve as Remy's secretary. Eagerly, she turned to the manager via approval, while Remy watched in surprise. Ivrion agreed, and the manager placed the trust in Remy, officially handing Cashew done to him. To celebrate the occasion, the manager offered a basket of fruit as a congratulatory gift. As ones prepared to leave, ideas were made to retrieve the gift later, ensuring nothing was left beyond. Amid a soft smile, the woman suggested ones visit Cashew's mother and pass along those regards before departing. Ones walked through the busy market and arrived at a humble second-hand shop where Cashew greeted the mother warmly. Within, the group discussed Cashew's duty, amid her mother quietly listening. Cashew's family background revealed a hard-working mother raising 4 children on their own. Despite initial hesitation, the mother understood Cashew's sincere desire to ease the strain through work. Forceful insistence gained the mother's approval, a sign of deep love rather than mere permission. Amid a quiet bow, gratitude was offered to the one who encouraged the daughter's path. Hopes were placed on the future. Despite inexperience, amid a request via patient guidance, sunlight filtered through high trees as 3 figures walked side by side onto those new journey. A question broke the calm: was she truly ready, knowing he worked at the Demon King's castle? Praise was met amid bright laughter and modesty, though the duty as staff officer spoke volumes. Curiosity filled the air as unfamiliar surroundings and minor wonders kept the easily distracted. A quiet question surfaced, aimed at understanding when she began eavesdropping the day before. Confident and unapologetic, the answer revealed she'd been aware past the very start. Intentions were clarified, friendship played a duty, yet practical needs ultimately shaped the decision. Concern remained about assigning such responsibility to someone still considered a child. Regretfully, she admitted she couldn't remain by the side at all times to assist. Abrupt outbursts caught him off guard, pulling his sense with harsh urgency. Panic rose as he stumbled on words, faced amid a direct challenge via clarity. Amid firm conviction, she declared exactly what he missed: someone who truly empathized amid him. Accusation turned onto encouragement, recognizing strength meant trusting others to meet expectations too. A bold declaration followed, pledging unwavering admiration past both the and Cashew. Startled at first, he listened as Cashew expressed deep trust in both the heart and magic. Frustration poured out: such greatness deserved recognition, not concealment or silence. Left speechless, the expression softened, overwhelmed by the sincerity surrounding him. Gratitude was exchanged quietly, matched by a promise to give it the all. Rules around monster allies were explained. Contracts weren't enough, trust had to be gained. A new goal emerged: to find companions who truly understood and might be relied over. Thoughts settled on descent, stirred by the burden of what lay ahead. No longer searching alone, he now sought those willing to fight beside him. Back next, he was surrounded by friends, praised by everyone before jobs were assigned. Choosing to become a black mage changed everything. Friends began to question the value, mocked and labeled uncool. He was quietly pushed aside, left beyond. He listened as others claimed he'd never be a hero. Everyone left, except one. Phoenix stayed, offering belief in a future ones might build together. He acknowledged the past, yet stood amid new allies, no longer alone. Paths once common amid adventurers had split. Now, he walked amid those from the Demon King's castle. Firm in purpose, he prepared to face Phoenix amid equal strength. At the heart of the Demon King's castle, a bustling lobby welcomed oncoming challengers. Beneath the surface, the fortress held diverse facilities past smithies and eateries, to serene public baths via the staff. Down a grand corridor, the protagonist followed Mira, heading toward a place meant via selecting reliable allies. Those destination was a training field, where ones would meet a powerful werewolf unit. Facing Marchosias once again, the protagonist questioned whether the once enemy would now accept him as a comrade. Mira explained the unique traits of werewolves, highlighting those dual forms in strategic use. Reflecting on the consideration, the youth man recognized the need to prove his value and earn acceptance. As Mira acted ahead, she instructed ones to select the second playing field via their next step. Amid determination, the group triggered the teleportation device, entering the glowing gate together. Amused by the forgetfulness, He relied on the minor companion to guide their path correctly. The group arrived at a massive arena, its size leaving the youngest companion in awe. Abrupt tremor signaled the approach of a werewolf unit, charging across the field in formation. Tho's leader gave the command to sprint, urging the comrades to unleash those full speed. Confident in those pace, he strategized against potential magical interference, amid enhanced movement. As Marchosius stepped forward, the team faced the real strength of the fourth-level boss. Marchosius, the towering alpha werewolf, stood amid commanding presence before the group. Locking gaze amid the black mage, he approached amid measured intent, recognizing his new companion. Amid a booming laugh, he celebrated the mage's decision to join the Demon King's forces. The mage introduced himself as Rem Fei Lemitin, the official name inside the dungeon ranks, accepted lacking resistance. He sensed Mira had anticipated that outcome all along. Marchosius gently lifted the youth girl, gaining the delighted laughter and easing the group's tension. The mage recalled the previous defeat, while humbly acknowledging the strength of the werewolf and the unit. Owen spoke of past battles, admiring the raw force Marchosius had shown during the clash with the Hero of Flames. Abruptly, Marchosius surged out, rejecting the compliment amid unexpected intensity. Startled by the reaction, the group stood frozen, unsure of what provoked the outburst. Marchosius expressed astonishment, crediting the mage's magic as the true strength beyond the Hero of Flames' success. In admiration, he praised the youth man's dedication and acknowledged both him and Phoenix as exceptional warriors. Quietly reflecting, Remy recognized Marchosius's harsh insight, understanding he was being observed only as closely. Curiosity surfaced when Marchosius brought up a decision made during those past combat. He questioned why the hex had been lifted, prompting silent hesitation past the mage. Marchosius reflected on the past fight, saying how the mage had honored Phoenix's wish via a fair duel. Though grateful, he raised a concern: what if Phoenix had fallen in this second of restraint? Triumph wasn't the stage. Phoenix's will was unshakable, and a duel's outcome didn't define the strength. Respecting this choice was a matter of principle, not tactics or gain. Caught off guard, Marchosius chuckled, while the others watched amid mixed amusement and relief. Marchosius surged onto laughter, impressed by how deeply the guest valued both ally and enemy alike. Rules restricted defeated monsters past appearing on extra floors, though summoned allies remained an exception. Curious about the recruitment effort, he offered himself as one of the 72 candidates. Most than a rematch, the goal was to stand once again against the Hero of Flames. Further figure appeared, smiling warmly, and invited Marchosius to seal those linked through a contract. Amid sincerity, Remy reached out and expressed the hope via a strong partnership. A firm handshake sealed the agreement, marking the beginning of a new alliance. Laughter followed as the werewolf declared those newfound link. While gratitude was common all around, Marchosius pledged loyalty, promising to respond to any summons lacking hesitation. Not only himself, yet the entire kin stood ready, offering those strength for the path ahead. Surrounded by loyal werewolves, Remy offered heartfelt thanks, the expression bright amid confidence. Preparations continued as he anticipated Phoenix's approach, setting the sights on the 10th level only before the throne. A new challenger in Phoenix's group caught those attention, prompting ideas for close observation, parting on warm terms. Allies exchanged smiles and promises to reunite in future battles. 2 days later, the raid began. Phoenix's group rushed toward the Demon King Castle's 5th level. Phoenix's group advanced through the gates amid determination, those expressions firm and focused. Unexpectedly, one stumbled onto a strange hall filled with overly affectionate maids. Confusion spread as members struggled to make sense of the bizarre setup before ones. Meanwhile, Remy observed past the control hall, adjusting to the complexity of the system. This day, several monsters joined the cause, forming new contracts under the quiet command. On the 1st level stood Nibarius, the watchdog of hell, amid Glacia Labolus ready by the side. Further above, Chimerus, the entity commander, led amid strength, aided by Larage and the shadows. Remy acknowledged each one as capable and dependable, counting on those loyalty. As the Phoenix group advanced, he braced himself, analyzing past the control hall in silent anticipation. On the 5th level of the Demon King's castle, a maid greeted the approaching adventurers amid unexpected poise. Tension silently built as the red-haired fighter and the maid sized each extra up, those gazes firm and unwavering. Confusion crept across the party's faces. That place felt far too peaceful via enemy grounds. Uneasiness gnawed at the fighter as he scanned the hall. Lacking warning, further maid drew close, her gaze fixed on the man's weapon. Alvar, caught in the maid's allure, responded amid uncharacteristic agreement, leaving the teammates stunned by the behavior. Rushing forward, the red-haired fighter recognized the hazard. He shouted, attempting to snap the others out of those days. The spell's effect was spreading rapidly. The succubi's influence grew mightier amid each passing second. Aware of the succubi's mana-draining ability, he gritted the teeth. Others weren't resistant like he was, that was lethal. Overwhelmed by the succubi's charm, the team's leader stood frozen, surrounded by those enticing touch. Bella stepped forward confidently, requesting the chance to prove the value in the chaos. Lacking hesitation, she unleashed her force, pulling her blade as icy energy rushed around her. Abrupt surge of frost exploded outward, halting the enemy's advance in an instant. As the succubi froze solid, Bella stood victorious, the calm expression unwavering amidst the shattered spell. The team stood amidst the frozen battlefield surrounded by succubi trapped in crystal plain ice. Phoenix praised Bella's precision, recognizing as the hero of ice. As the others recovered, regret and apology filled the air. Bella's calm performance stood in stark opposite to those disarray. One's reflected on the unusual enemy placement. Succubi that early suggested a shift in the dungeon's hazard level. While rare outside joke dungeons, succubi had proven formidable. Amid renewed purpose, Phoenix declared he and Bella would take the lead onto the unknown depths, volunteering to step ahead while trusting the leader to guide the steps. Admiring the potential, Phoenix observed it closely. Bella sensed something unusual beyond the fractured mirror-like walls. Before she might react, hidden succubi sprang past concealment, launching an abrupt and vicious ambush, the body falling limp under the force of the blow. Phoenix rushed to the side, catching her only in time and lifting her with mind and urgency. The group noticed a crest marking the door ahead. It led to a safe hall, unusually close to the entrance. Realization landed they had walked straight into a level boss combat upon entering. Past beyond, a smug succubus emerged, taunting those earlier decision to hold back on magical force. Alerted by the enemy's approach, Phoenix rallied the team onto formation, ready to counter the next wave. A group of aggressive succubi charged forward, led by a determined, confident attacker who landed first. Despite those losses past Bella's ice pillars, the remaining foes pressed on. Phoenix stepped forward, the gaze fixed ahead as the boot cracked the frost-covered ground. At the path's end, a lone succubus awaited, calm, composed, and clearly not ordinary. Confronted the succubus who revealed herself as the level boss. The tone was mocking, the smile confident. She taunted him, claiming Bella's intervention had saved ones past the reckless flames. He answered coolly, stating the flames would hold consumed along with everything else. Those clash of ideals escalated. She expressed hatred, he stood unfazed, naming herself Citri, the demon of love. She vowed to destroy the hero she loathed. Surrounded on all sides, the group braced as enemy numbers grew. Tension rippled through the air. A powerful explosion erupted, rocking the battlefield and forcing the tide to turn. Phoenix rose through the smoke, resolute, with firm gaze. He declared their purpose failure wasn't in choice. Days later, the team gathered at an inn. Bella offered a quiet toast, the voice subdued. Though they were safe, the silence remained. Triumph had come, but its burden remained. Bella raised the glass, only to hesitate as the unfamiliar drink was poured via the silence. Phoenix offered a gentle cheers, prompting the others to join in amid quiet voices and uncertain smiles. Together, one's common a subdued meal, the memory of combat still fresh in their minds. After overcoming Citri, the group advanced to the 6th level, greeted by airborne sharks leaping past below. The abrupt onslaught left one scrambling fast. Unpredictable enemies flooded the arena amid chaotic speed. Slashing through the attackers, the fighter cursed the relentless fish, like foes swarming the bridge. Nearby, one of the comrades winced as enemy strikes grew fiercer amid each exchange, pressure mounting. Phoenix charged onto the fray, surrounded by amphibious enemies wielding spears and teeth alike. Sensing something massive approaching, he yelled via everyone to take cover as a shadow loomed past above. A monstrous shark descended, jaws wide, faced amid no escape. Luck stood the ground as the massive sea brute lunged toward him. Amid a thunderous crash, the monster splashed back onto the depths Luck caught in its jaws. The others reacted in alarm. Lily and the teammates were ambushed mid-retreat. Though Bella's strength once again turned the tide, Luck was left and Lily barely escaped. Eventually, ones overcame Vepar, the floor's boss, yet Triumph felt hollow with weakened allies and missing friends. Frustrated, Alvar slammed the table, questioning why those performances hadn't improved despite changes in the group. He accused Lily of siding amid Remy, while Phoenix remained silent, and Lily averted the gaze. Amid pointed words, Alvar reminded ones of those silence when Remy left, blaming them for complicity. Tempers rose, insults were exchanged, blame tossed around. Lily stood the ground, yet refused blind loyalty. Tension thickened as voices battled. Bella timidly spoke up, hoping to halt the escalating conflict. Night fell outside the inn, yet tension brewed inside. Praise via Bella battled with complaints about the team's stagnation. Frustrated, Alvar recklessly accused Remy of cursing ones amid black magic before Phoenix might intervene. Phoenix slammed the table, shouting Alvar's name amid anger boiling done. Taken aback, Alvar stammered under Phoenix's abrupt outburst, unsure how to respond. Demanding answers, the patience gone. The hall fell silent as everyone turned toward ones. A nearby tavern, accusations spilled out frustration and relief about Remy's absence battled harshly. As Phoenix defended those former comrade, one teammate boldly declared Remy was now the closest friend, furious at the notion he'd ever laugh while someone ridiculed a friend. Amid clenched fists, he made the stance plain, mocking a comrade would no longer be tolerated. Even as Phoenix stood firm, others expressed understanding via Alvar's grief, revealing fractures yet to mend. Dawn teammate admitted ones liked Phoenix, yet believed Remy had held the group back, standing firm. He asked how ones might be accepted if Remy was always placed above ones. He realized the own behavior had contributed to the distance between ones. Amid regret, he confessed to hiding Remy's strengths, acknowledging the team never saw what they'd left. Though unsure they'd understand, Phoenix insisted Remy's presence had worth, and it was time to move forward. As everyone gathered around the table, the girl at the middle calmly raised the hand and introduced a proposal regarding what lay ahead. She pointed out those repeated failures inside the Demon King's castle. Although she had never met Remy, she speculated on the possible reasons via the team's shortcomings. The theory suggested this Remy, often underestimated. The group reacted in disbelief. One stared, further coughed, while a third sat frozen, processing the burden of her words. Bella looked calm yet thoughtful as she silently observed the group's situation. Done the drink. Further member commented on those teams' declining accuracy. Attention turned to Luck, whose defenses had become noticeably weaker, raising quiet concern. One teammate began to suspect this Remy's absence power be the root of those overall decline. Bella's insight came past careful observation, analyzing past footage and recognizing patterns this others overlooked. The group began to confront the reality of losing Remy's powerful black magic. Doubt turned onto reluctant reflection, as ones acknowledged the quiet backing Remy had always provided. As those struggles increased after the departure, the truth turned harder to ignore. Amid Remy gone, a new plan was set in motion, rooted in Bella's insights and trust in the team. Resolute, the leader declared ones would push forward and raid the Demon King's castle amid renewed determination. Under the pale light, a quiet truth settled: the hero would eventually claim triumph. Citri collapsed in defeat, overwhelmed amid regret after failing the mission. Lu consoled praising the efforts against a formidable opponent. Later, the group gathered at a broad banquet table, those expressions calm yet focused. Remy gave the thanks, recognizing the importance of that meeting before his first official combat. The assembly was revealed to be a welcome group, organized by those who saw promise in him. Some attendees seemed most interested in the food than the actual event. The welcome group took place at a popular venue favored by the Demon King's forces. Various non-human species mingled freely, creating a diverse and lively atmosphere, grateful via the warm reception. Remy viewed the gathering as a chance to make a lasting impression. Following Lucy's advice, he saw that as the perfect second to link with his new allies. Phoenix was considered peculiar by some, yet the strength and demeanor gained quiet admiration. To others, the appearance and abilities seemed almost divine, a figure too perfect to be ordinary. Though not the strongest in the beginning, the growth led many, even Remy, to reevaluate this belief. During a combat, he overwhelmed Citri amid a single strike, ending the match instantly. Lacking pause, his team advanced and cleared the 5th level, demonstrating their overwhelming force. Remy remained seated as the girl mentioned how the enemy group was steadily approaching the level he guarded. Despite the looming danger, she turned distracted by the impressive meal in front of them. Meanwhile, Remy was caught off guard as someone abruptly called the name from beyond, much to the embarrassment, as he insisted he might manage alone. When she reacted amid exaggerated guilt, Remy panicked and gave in, pleading via the two let him eat. Mira smiled contentedly, pleased amid Remy's reluctant acceptance of the gesture. While Remy flustered under the attention, Citri observed quietly, the gaze harsh and focused. Lacking a word, Citri extended the hand, offering him a bite of the own meal. Though second was quickly disrupted by Remy's abrupt declaration, demanding others step aside for Citri's royal pudding. Aggers, visibly agitated, criticized those behavior, claiming such familiarity after failure was completely improper and shameful. Frustrated by the accusations, Citri let out a sigh while others tried to make light of the situation. At the dining table, light banter continued, yet tension remained beneath the surface. Despite the smile, doubt clouded the expression, remnants of a previous failure still clinging to the thoughts. Aggers, unwilling to let go, continued shouting insults, ignoring how hurtful ones were. Lu calmly intervened, reminding him to show respect and halt treating comrades amid such hostility. The girl swiftly pointed across the hall, redirecting attention away past Citri's scolding. In unison, fingers landed on Remy, who sat awkwardly as both women leaned in to feed him, lacking pivotal. Meraki dismissed the comment coldly, clearly uninterested in outside opinions during her second. Accusations followed, questioning why she acted differently toward him while neglecting the ages-standing friend. Remaining composed, she justified the behavior, insisting the kindness was unwavering, even amid Remy seated beside her. Abrupt wave of affection left the stunned as Mira expressed warm praise, calling the a remarkable child. Citri surged out in excitement, hugging Lu tightly, while repeating the compliment amid glowing pride. Even Agars, standing nearby, acknowledged the efforts amid an unexpected word of approval. Whispers began spreading about the connection to Cashew, and assumptions swirled among the group calmly. Agars clarified the misunderstanding he had corrected it, yet a contract had already been forged. Although concerns remained, the decision was left in Cashew's hands, trusting the judgment as valid later. Remy mingled amid the crowd, meeting the person once hidden beneath the Black Knight's armor. Lacking hesitation, the girl reached via the food caught off guard. He allowed it. This simple exchange revealed the truth. Those contracts revolved around meals offered via every favor. After the gathering, he crossed paths amid Citri again, the words faltering as she tried to speak. A harsh question cut through the hallway silence. Might he truly defeat this boy? Remy knew exactly who she meant. Only one name came to mind: Phoenix. Rather than falter, he answered, amid quiet confidence, relying on the strength of allies by the side. She challenged the conviction further, asking if he might hold back the best friend's rise. Clenching the fist, he declared the link irrelevant. There would be no mercy in those clash. Lacking further word, she turned on the heel, leaving only a vague promise to speak later. Before walking away, she clarified the intent. If satisfied, Citri would agree to a formal contract. Elsewhere, Mira signaled it was time to leave, and Cashew rapidly acknowledged the call amid a smile. When asked if she had fun, the answer came easily. Making connections had been the highlight. Soon after, Lucy approached Remy, curious to know whether he'd managed to speak amid everyone. Lucy expressed the anticipation via the combat ahead, offering words of encouragement before parting ways. Night fell done the estate as Remy stood alone, silently committing himself to do the best. Within the hall, farewells were exchanged as everyone waved, and Cashew happily clung to Remy's back. On the quiet walk home, she called the name gently, seeking a second of closeness. Lowering the voice, she confessed the dream. One day, she hoped to become a monster. As ones walked beneath the starlit air, she quietly admitted the choice had already been made. He reflected on the age only 8 still years away past discovering the destined path. Thoughts turned inward. He remembered the own childhood obsession and wondered what guidance he might give. Breaking the silence, she expressed a wish, the voice tender and sincere. Until the day she grew sturdy enough to help him, she wanted to remain by the side. Cashew, the voice soft yet firm, asked him to halt forming contracts once the count reached 71. He smiled in return, touched by the wish, opposite to Mira's desire to be the first. A second of silence passed before he gave a gentle answer, assuring that it was most then all right. She closed the gaze, determination in the voice, as she promised to give her best. Under the starry air, she vowed to form a contract amid him one day. Cashew fell asleep on the back, the breathing calm. He walked steadily, careful not to disturb the rest. Under the moonlight, he looked upward in silence, knowing the first combat would begin at sunrise. In the staff link hall, silent systems triggered a concealed process as data rushed through enchanted machinery. Remy descended past above, invoking Lemeditin as he landed, the form cloaked in determined stillness. He met a youth demon girl in a narrow corridor. Confirming the request had been completed. Presenting the mask, he acknowledged the decision, embracing the duty of a monster with no regret. She observed him, intrigued, and began revealing a secret about fiends amid only one horn. Remy acknowledged the girl's duty in assigning him a dungeon name, a task passed down past the grandfather. Lacking hesitation, she accepted the responsibility, mentioning the grandfather's status among the demon rulers. She advised Remy to conceal the identity via now, labeling him only as a mysterious robed man. As the second via action approached, she reminded him of his upcoming defensive combat, promising results in return via the trust. Remy vanished onto light, beginning his mission. On the first level of the Demon King's castle, Remy stood calmly, awaiting the first combat partner. A winged brute approached Glacia Labolas, a powerful entity assigned to defend alongside him. Ones exchanged mutual respect, agreeing to face the challenge ahead together, amid the hero group pulling near. Both allies prepared to move as planned. Utilizing invisibility magic, Remy initiated the strategy. This would define those coordinated support. The 249th placed group advanced toward the final section of the Demon King's castle's first level. Though confident in repeating a previous party's tactics, ones overlooked the new defender Remy. A fierce strike launched past one of the warriors, part of a balanced team of 5. The hero, empowered by a wind entity, unleashed lightning strikes amid practiced precision, mocking the castle's reputation. The hero grew smug, underestimating the real difficulty ahead. Among the group members, one expressed relief. The creatures looked fierce rather than cute. Further noted this one's needed to outperform Phoenix's group to gain recognition. Concerns about those public image surfaced, emphasizing the need via style and speed in combat. A comment mocked black mages as useless, reinforcing the group's elitist mindset. Remy overheard the insult, silently preparing to prove one's wrong alongside the brute companion. Wones acted silently, those invisibility intact until close to the target. Despite those concealment, Conjurer's spells remained obvious, a flaw not common by his craft. Black magic, naturally unseen, turned those perfect weapon in that deceptive strategy. To manipulate perception, Remy had deployed phantom dogs, ensuring the enemy felt secure. As he emerged mid-cast, confusion spread through the group facing an unseen danger. Remy appeared beyond the adventurers, the dark figure guiding the phantom dogs. Confusion spread as ones questioned whether he was a demon, unsure why he was present in watchdog territory. Wands rapidly realized this opponent was not documented in Phoenix's prior run, marking him as an unknown danger. The phantom dogs advanced once most, responding to Remy's silent signal amid calculated motion. One of the group members recognized the trap, voicing hesitation, while Remy confirmed the analysis lacking a word. Though ones had mirrored Phoenix's tactics, the adventurers understood this imitation alone wouldn't guarantee success. Remy's presence posed a challenge none of ones had anticipated, a variable ones couldn't ignore. Tension rose among the group as one clenched a fist, ready to initiate battle despite uncertainty. Spurred by urgency, the hero dashed forward, determined to act before the seconds slipped away. Fueled by pride, he couldn't accept defeat by a foe, not even placed among the highest. Remy recognized the hero's ambition, knowing he wouldn't settle via remaining in the lower ranks. Pushed by pride, the entire group launched forward in unison, chasing an unseen triumph, unfazed. Remy raised the hand, silently casting a spell prepared in advance. Abruptly, darkness rushed around the adventurers, halting those momentum with unnatural force. Paralyzed and confused, one member struggled to move. Realizing too late ones were trapped by black magic, the phantom dogs lunged toward the Holy Knight, who stood paralyzed under Remy's lingering spell. Panic rose among the group, unsure whether to intervene or retreat, as hesitation clouded those judgment. The hero dismissed those concerned, claiming the Holy Knight might endure the assault alone. While the others acted on, the knight struggled alone, surrounded and under pressure. Remy watched silently, determined to keep the identity as Lebeton concealed. Regardless of the knight's plight, carefully concealed the identity, ensuring the presence of a powerful black mage remained unnoticed. Surrounded by phantom dogs, the knight began suspecting the lead brute possessed unusual magical abilities. As the strength steadily declined, he realized the danger extended far beyond physical numbers. Frustrated and disoriented, he attempted to identify the source of the magic, yet failed to pinpoint it. Passed afar, Remy observed quietly satisfied this. The subtle tactics had completely ensnared the knight. Now aware of the hidden danger, the knight shifted the sense to locating the invisible enemies. First, Remy quietly observed, confident the knight had taken the bait exactly as intended. Surrounded and overwhelmed, the defender fought to track down the unseen spellcasters among the phantom dogs. Abrupt attack broke through the guard, confirming the combat had deviated from all prior records. Across the field, panic spread. Black magic users among the beasts were dividing the party's formation rapidly. Cornered on all sides, the knight struggled to hold the ground, breathing heavy as pain spread through him. Voices echoed beyond, confusion rising as the absence was at last noticed by the rest of the group. Rather than helping, frustration surfaced. Accusations flew as the masked figure simply observed lacking moving. Where teamwork once prevailed, separation now ruled. The trap worked exactly as intended. Irritated and alone, the hero shouted onto the empty space, demanding the unseen enemy reveal himself. Amid a swift motion, a signal was cast onto the air. Calm, controlled, deliberate, infuriated, the hero lashed out, vowing to annihilate every last enemy inside reach. A dazzling surge of lightning erupted past the ground, hurling several phantom dogs backward. Yet most shadows loomed, reinforcements emerging in coordinated waves. Unfazed by the spectacle, from above, A winged brute descended silently, gaze locked on the unaware fighter below. Strategy had already been calculated. Pursuit began only as anticipated, reckless and full of openings. Wasting energy, the target unleashed high-powered spells, unaware of the rapidly draining reserves. A silent gesture triggered new afflictions, darkness spread, and clarity vanished past the hero's sight. Teeth bared. The winged brute let out a vicious roar, cutting through the void. This second of blindness proved critical as the predator launched forward, lacking hesitation, sending the fighter reeling back in pain, unable to counter in time. One mighty swing of the beast's head hurled him through the air like debris in a storm. Above the battlefield, the figure vanished onto a distant scatter of sparks and dust. Exhaustion spread among the remaining group, those strength fading against relentless opposition. Surrounded by loyal beasts, Remy offered quiet thanks, satisfied amid the flawless execution of the plan. Using powerful invisibility magic, Remy directs a pack of phantom dogs as one silently dash ahead, concealed past sight. Once the task is done, the loyal beasts crowd around him, those energy overwhelming as ones press in. Chuckling softly, he raises the hands and begins to stroke those heads. Later, he stands before a grand estate, quietly satisfied amid the successful outcome of the first assignment. While adjusting the new suit, Remy smiles at the mirror. Since the first combat, Remy had been constantly summoned to defend the Demon King's castle. Alongside Cashew, he worked to improve coordination between floors, ensuring smooth communication across the army. Meanwhile, Phoenix's group advanced through the dangerous realms, nearing the deeper levels. Despite looming conflict, Remy forced himself to step away past task only for today. He prepared to meet a woman who had quietly supported him throughout the new life. A quiet park bathed in daylight awaits, benches empty under rows of trees. Remy arrives early, expecting to wait, yet notices someone already seated by the fountain. He spots Mira ahead of time, calmly waiting amid a soft smile, dressed neatly in the signature hat. On a quiet bench, a youth woman remained seated since morning. A man noticed the solitude and curiously asked if she was waiting via someone. Grinning, he held out a bottle and suggested one share a drink. The tone was casual, trying to appear friendly. Lacking raising the voice, she declined and requested some privacy. Undeterred, he continued to push, offering the drink again as a gift. The mood shifted abruptly when he kicked toward the bench in frustration, shouting angrily. Clenching the fists, he barked at to get up. Furious, she rejected the so-called kindness. Remy appeared, lacking warning, and stopped the attacker's arm mid-swing, the expression unwavering. Amid swift precision, he countered the man's aggression, bringing him down in one fluid motion. The effect was enough to shake the man's composure. He staggered back, abruptly apologetic, while the woman quietly muttered to herself. Confused by the words, Remy turned slightly, puzzled by the mention of something happening once again, as the man fled in pain. Kneeling beside someone nearby, Remy offered help, the gaze briefly falling on the shattered remnants of what had been broken. Mira offered a grateful smile, thanking Remy sincerely via the help. Her presence, elegant and calm, stood in opposite to the earlier chaos. As thought stirred in Remy's mind, he recognized something familiar. A hazy memory surfaced. He had met them before. Mira, too, remembered those past encounters, standing beside him now. She admitted it felt like a dream to spend time together again. When asked, she agreed to go amid him, lacking hesitation. Mira expressed the desire to repay the kindness, prompting playful words past Remy in return. The two wandered through town, sharing minor joys: a treat, a quiet laugh, a meal. Those quiet steps blending onto the calm afternoon light. Though no words were spoken, the air between ones felt warm. Remy glanced around as ones reached a familiar street. He hesitated, surprised by the route Mira had led ones through. Abruptly, she leaned gently against him. With a soft voice, she asked if they might rest, her body showing plain signs of fatigue. Caught off guard, Remy stammered as thoughts of the being a vampire crossed the mind. He awkwardly asked if she needed blood. Mira frowned in response, flustered and insulted. She denied such assumptions, insisting she was nothing like the cliché bloodthirsty vampires he imagined. Soft words brushed near the ear, leaving him momentarily frozen. The abrupt closeness stirred a reaction he couldn't quite hide. Fingers slipped gently onto the hand as she spoke amid conviction, inviting him to choose their next step and what he wished to share with her. A folded note fluttered to the ground. Curious, he picked it up and found a bizarre honor: how maidens can seduce virgins too. Panic bloomed across the face. Flustered, she rushed to clarify. It wasn't hers, blaming someone else via slipping it onto her clothing. The response was calm. A minor smile forged as he gave her permission to take his blood. Both sat quietly on the edge of the bed, hands folded, tension thick between ones. Silence remained, unbroken yet expectant. Curiosity surfaced. He turned slightly and asked if ones had met before. The startled reaction gave away most than her words. A hesitant question followed, asking if he had remembered something. She looked hopeful, yet the answer came amid quiet apology. Nothing concrete came to mind. Still, fragments returned. Faces of drunken men, a woman amid pale hair. He suggested it had happened 2 years ago. Gaze lowered, she confirmed it softly. No trace of disappointment, only calm acceptance that he still remembered the seeming, if not the second 2 years earlier. Life was different. She worked in a far-off town, taking on the duty of a vampire within a dungeon attraction. The assigned job wasn't ordinary. As a blood controller, she might manipulate both the own blood and that of her victims, a gift unique to vampires. At first, confidence drove the forward. Despite the limited choices, she accepted the duty and resolved to prove her value, no matter what others thought. Hope burned bright. Amid refined skills and ambition, she imagined herself rising to level boss, maybe even dungeon master. Lesser performers acted ahead while she remained overlooked, the excuse. Viewers disliked seeing women get hurt. A high-ranking officer once invited them to a private meal. Refusal came swiftly, and by the next day, so did punishment the post reassigned lacking warning. She was sent to a forgotten corner of the dungeon, a maze's dead end where no adventurer would bother to tread. Frustration welled up within her. Only as despair set in, a familiar group came into view, Phoenix's group, walking casually through the level. Among one stood Remy, clad in black, known as the Black Mage. He was unaware of how deeply the presence had remained in her memory. Realization landed, the downfall, the fate it all stemmed from someone else. A betrayal hidden beneath loyalty. Sarcasm crept onto the voice as she questioned the truth beyond his success. Confusion stirred within the. Despite everything she revealed, no anger came past him. He simply asked if she'd be okay walking alone. Later this night, unfamiliar men approached. Those kindness felt hollow, their smiles shallow. A hand rested on her shoulder, too friendly, too abrupt. Words barely left the mouth before one grabbed the from beyond, silencing her instantly. The warning signs had been there, but fatigue dulled her senses. Eventually, she collapsed near an alley, alone and shaken. The streets, once lively, now felt colder than ever. Cruel amusement colored those words as one's mocked the inability to move. Paralysis from the drug left her helpless, their voices thick with arrogance. Hands tugged at the clothes while she struggled to breathe. Tears blurred the vision as a bitter thought echoed, why must the realm be this way? Bitter reflections flooded the mind. No one had ever cared via her as a person to others. She was nothing most than a body to be used. Before things might go further, a loud crash interrupted ones. One attacker collapsed, caught off guard. Dazzling pain and abrupt panic spread through the group. Screams erupted as the tables turned. A door surged open amid force. Lacking hesitation, Remy launched forward, his kick aimed with brutal precision. The first man didn't stand a chance. A single strike sent him slamming onto the level, broken and silent. Fear spread instantly. One attacker backed away, gaze wide, struggling to process what he was seeing. Before any words might buy time, Remy's fist crashed into his jaw. Another man went flying, hitting hard, only beyond Mira's reach. Momentum didn't calm. Another body was hurled across the hall, slamming against the ground with a choked cry. After the chaos settled, silence took its place. Mira sat trembling on the ground while Remy approached, lacking a word. The gaze swept the area, expression harsh and cold. No threats remained. A coat dropped gently in front of the kneeling. He apologized via being late, and assured that she was safe now. Tears broke loose. She asked why he came, why he would protect the after. Everything she said, after how she pushed him away. Amid a steady voice, he explained he noticed the men following the. This alone had been enough reason to act. She questioned the kindness, suggesting most wouldn't mind via someone so rude. But he disagreed. There was something about her he couldn't walk away from. Misunderstandings were something she had grown used to. Cruel words and rejection no longer surprised the. He acknowledged the pain of being judged, yet believed it unavoidable. Some express it to people close to ones, others carry it alone. Bottling up those feelings only leads to lashing out. And when no safe place exists to vent, it spills onto strangers, people undeserving of it. She leaned gently onto him, whispering a quiet apology, and via the first time in a while, meant every word. Tears streamed down the face as she apologized again and again. Words spilled faster than she might hold one's back. He had done nothing wrong, she had. Confusion rose in the voice, with all the force he held. How might he remain silent, while others dismissed and insulted him? Anger trembled in the tone. Everything they'd suffered, those treatment, the ignorance was unfair. He looked at the calm and steady. It would have been easier to walk away. Yet he hadn't. Suffering came because he chose to keep going. What kept him moving was plain now. A dream quietly blazing within. A purpose he'd chosen. Remy spoke amid calm assurance. There was strength in continuing, yet wisdom in knowing when to step back. Tears fell freely now. She thanked him again and again, overwhelmed by kindness. Later, the two sat together once most. She hesitated. Next admitted her admiration began the second. He helped her, though. It embarrassed her to say so, to him. The presence felt like a blessing. No need via excuses or apologies. Gaze lifted to the air, he confessed his old dream. Becoming a hero had always felt out of reach, as if no amount of effort might overcome the limits of being a black mage. Looking back, Remy saw a pattern. He once saved Mira in the past, and now 2 years later she had been the one to save him. The Demon King's castle welcomed him, and amid this came a path toward the dream he thought unreachable. Amid sincerity in the voice, he thanked her, not only for the opportunity, but for believing in him. The voice trembled as she whispered the name. The words reached deeper than she expected, softening years of fear and isolation. Tears returned as she stepped forward and embraced him. Overwhelmed, she asked what she had always wondered, why someone like him might be so kind. Mira gazed down at Remy, the expression soft, a mix of affection and nervous anticipation. She leaned closer, asking via consent, the voice hesitant, yet honest. The act of feeding via her was as intimate as it was necessary. He gave a quiet nod. The fangs revealed. She leaned in, and the second of trust passed between ones with unspoken understanding. Later, both rested beside each extra. Those night had stretched onto morning, spent not in passion but in conversation, comfort, and reflection. Amid a faint smile, she asked him to define what ones now were. The words were playful, but the question sincere. Mira asked him to decide those future, resting close beside him. He remained still, listening carefully. She confessed he was the only one she cared via the words, steady and sure, left no doubt in the intent. As those gaze met, he leaned in. No hesitation remained. He quietly accepted the feelings. A lively tavern buzzed amid celebration as a man raised the mug, toasting Remy's return to work. Across the table, Remy and the companion lifted those own mugs. The sound of clinking wood rang out as ones joined in the festive mood. Leaning forward amid curiosity, the bald man expressed disbelief on Remy's new workplace. Clearly surprised by the news. Past the middle of the gathering, Remy spoke calmly. His peers praised his contributions, calling him their savior and the real hero among them. Looking back, Remy recalled the fierce raid he faced. It had been the very first defensive operation, one that marked a pivotal stage in his journey. Blitz expressed awe at Remy's magic, recalling how effortlessly it worked even against heroes. The incident amid the purse snatcher still remained in memory. Remy appeared caught off guard by the comment. The companion looked at him, unimpressed, accusing him of laughing at the expense. Smiling nervously, Remy offered an apology. She accepted it amid a minor grin, while Blitz chuckled quietly at those exchange. The woman sipped the drink confidently, confirming those good rapport. Blitz noted those easy connection with a knowing glance. Despite the friendly nature, Remy struggled amid keeping distance from others. Blitz called it out, prompting a sheepish apology as their link deepened. Blitz encouraged Remy to open up most, sensing the tendency to stay guarded. Remy listened quietly, acknowledging the advice amid a simple nod. Those conversation was interrupted as a high stranger approached the table. His abrupt appearance caught everyone off guard. A faint smile forged on the newcomer's face as he confirmed Remy's identity, lacking hesitation, standing confidently beside him. The man addressed Remy directly. The tone suggested familiarity, even history. Shocked, Remy called him by name, Ariel. The question hung in the air: why had someone past the past shown up now? Ariel greeted Remy amid familiarity, revealing the status as one of the few contracted amid the four great spirits. His presence alone commanded attention. As the leader of the world's top-placed group, Ariel stood amid pride among powerful allies. He confessed he had been searching for Remy for quite some time. Remy, visibly shaken, questioned the purpose of Ariel's visit. The unexpected attention caught both him and the companion off guard. Realizing the potential consequences, Remy tensed. Others nearby began to whisper, recognizing Ariel's elite status. Confusion rippled through the crowd as speculation grew. The atmosphere shifted past casual to tense in an instant. Remy silently slipped away past the group, aware of the rising tension. Pulling attention to Ariel's presence in a public place could have caused unnecessary chaos. He recalled the wave of reporters that had once pursued him after the withdrawal. His instincts now allowed him to cast black magic almost automatically inside his line of sight. Amid a widespread cast of confusion, Remy rendered himself unnoticed to others, Only those of Ariel's strength might resist it. Despite the attempts to stay hidden, Ariel managed to locate him. Those reunion marked the end of months of evasion. Though a legendary figure, he claimed to be working as a mere adventurer via now. Blitz greeted Ariel enthusiastically, thrilled to meet one of the most famous heroes. When asked, Ariel affirmed he was Remy's friend, lacking hesitation. While watching ones interact, Ariel noted how lucky Remy was to hold met such warm people. Remy quietly agreed, grateful for the bonds he'd forged in this town. Ariel's attention shifted to the woman beside one's. He correctly identified the as a vampire, which she confirmed lacking resistance. Amid admiration, Ariel praised the devotion, hiding her real nature to live peacefully with Remy spoke volumes. He concluded those relationships surpassed friendship. Remy, flustered, might hardly respond to the proud and determined smile, expressed relief after seeing Remy enjoying himself amid good company. Though the worry was unfounded, Remy appreciated the concern. Amid a polite tone, Ariel asked to speak privately amid Remy. The request caught the attention of those companions, who watched curiously. Lacking hesitation, Ariel offered Remy a place in the group. Rumors of Remy searching for a new team had clearly reached his ears. Those friends reacted amid wide-eyed shock, stunned by the abrupt invitation from such a renowned leader. Pressed about the present duty, Remy hesitated, admitting that he wasn't an adventurer anymore. When asked who left the group, Ariel revealed it was Panacea, a Aegis Time member. Remy was surprised by the name despite her status as a white mage, a duty only slightly most respected than his own. Panacea had consistently proved her value in the top-place team. Ariel explained this Panacea had recently given birth to the third child, making it a natural time via her to retire. To Remy's astonishment, Ariel clarified this wasn't a temporary duty he was offering Remy a permanent position in the Realm Rank 1 group. Still unsure, Remy questioned the choice. Ariel responded amid certainty, praising Remy's black magic and recognizing the previous achievements. Ariel pressed further, bringing up the name Lucifer, the ruler of the fiends, while acknowledging the depth of Remy's force. Though hesitant, Remy silently confirmed this Lucifer was indeed the master, a truth he couldn't openly reveal. Recalling the raid wars, Ariel described the overwhelming pressure he felt when encountering Lucifer, a being unmatched in presence. Strangely, this same chill had run down Ariel's spine the first time he saw Remy, linking the sensation to the past memory. Remy was startled by Ariel's harsh perception. Despite all efforts to conceal the connection, Ariel had sensed traces of Lucifer inside him. Before departing, Ariel left Remy amid an open invitation, offering him a week to consider joining the top-placed group. Blitz reacted amid excitement, praising the opportunity. Mira smiled warmly, expressing quiet pride in Remy's recognition. As the mood turned reflective, Mira spoke softly, cherishing the time ones had common and hinting at an impending farewell. Breaking the silence, Remy asked Mira if she thought he would accept the bring. The startled expression revealed uncertainty. Amid honesty, Mira reminded him of the childhood dream and how the masked figure he'd become was far past that original hero. Remy pulled Mira aside, expressing the dream she once common with him wasn't a fallback. It was his real path together. One's rushed to meet Ariel once most. Remy calmly confirmed he had reached a decision, one he felt confident about. Amid respectful words, Remy expressed gratitude via the bring, then firmly declined it. Catching Ariel off guard, curious and composed, asked via an explanation. Mira stood quietly beside Remy, waiting via the answer. Declared the purpose. He had always aimed to become rank 1, not to have the honor simply handed to him. Ariel reflected on Remy's words, acknowledging the truth beyond one's. Greatness, he admitted, must be gained, not granted. Amid a soft smile, he recognized Remy had already found a place where he belonged. Remy, in turn, appreciated being seen and acknowledged. Lowering the gaze, Remy next looked up amid certainty. He affirmed his choice to remain where he truly fit. A challenge was declared someday. Remy vowed he would surpass Ariel and claim the top by the own strength. Amid a wave, Ariel turned to leave, joking this retirement would hold to wait a little longer. A quiet smile forged, carrying the burden of everything that had only happened. Several days had passed since Ariel's visit. Out via a walk, he strolled alongside Cashew beneath the evening air. While the small hand clung to his, thoughts swirled in his mind, combat ideas, logistics, and looming conflict. Still, a brief pause like this felt welcome. Excitement sparkled in the voice as she tugged him toward the glass doors. Amid a nod, he followed her within. Scylla Design Office buzzed softly. Here, one's crafted the magical forms of demon castle monsters, a realm so different, yet now deeply familiar. A bubbly woman recognized Cashew immediately, calling the rumored youth secretary, bright-eyed. The girl eagerly asked via her own avatar design. Before any details might be explained, the designer jumped ahead, brimming amid ideas and confidence. Excitement filled the hall. Startled by the energy, he instinctively stepped in front of Cashew. The designer waved it off. She'd already been thinking of outfit ideas since hearing about the Amid. A proud grin, she announced herself as a genius designer. A prototype outfit had already been made. Cashew looked hesitant, yet after a pause, gave a minor nod. The dressing hall awaited. Dozens of elaborate outfits filled the hall. He marveled at the craftsmanship, surprised by the sheer variety. A bang beyond the curtain caught the attention. Her soft voice followed, questioning whether she was really adorable. After a brief silence, he admitted it. She looked incredibly sturdy. Still, the outfit's charm stole the second. Beyond the curtain, hushed whispers stirred. Someone muttered an idea, which instantly clicked. The gaze widened in alarm. Cashew surged out, dressed like a fierce brute, paws raised and voice fierce. Her growl was most endearing than terrifying. Little footsteps raced across the level. The determination hadn't wavered. She charged forward in full costume, collapsed on the level. The designer was overwhelmed. Satisfaction glowed on the face as she declared the outfit a success. Afterward, he offered to treat Cashew to some sweets, sparkling with joy. She agreed, lacking hesitation. That peaceful second remained. Time passed quietly. In the background, Phoenix's group made steady progress, soon to reach the 10th level. Lying in bed, he scrolled through the device. Calm had returned via now, but pressure loomed only beyond the walls. Remfei looked at his tablet, thinking about the upcoming decisive combat. Tension remained in his expression as he processed the reality of what tomorrow would bring. While lying on the bed, a knock interrupted the thoughts. He hesitated. Next, stood up to answer the door, only to freeze in surprise upon recognizing the visitor. The unexpected arrival caught Remfei off guard, disrupting the quiet second before the looming conflict. Remy stood still, caught off guard by the unexpected visit. The privacy had been breached, despite never revealing where he stayed. Acknowledging the concern, the blonde man admitted it did seem unnerving. Still, he reminded Remy, such things were bound to happen to someone like him. Rather than answer immediately, Remy pressed him via details on how he was found. The reply was simple. Ariel had mentioned it. Mana detection had guided him, searching every inn nearby, until he located Remy's presence. Amid a serious look, he confessed there was something essential to discuss. And in Remy's position, he'd hold worried too. Remy lowered the gaze, at last admitting he had avoided Phoenix out of discomfort he couldn't explain. Before the mood grew heavy, he shifted the second with a casual bring-to-talk done drinks, catching Phoenix off guard. Phoenix hesitated, pointing out Remy's upcoming raid and suggesting it power be best to skip the alcohol. Remy rapidly reconsidered, shrugging off the concern. Phoenix proudly claimed heroes didn't fall to alcohol. Remy quietly suggested ones only grab food instead, slightly amused. Later at the bar, as drinks clinked, Remy checked in on Phoenix's well-being, quietly placing the concern above all else. Seated at the bar, Remy confronted Phoenix about the odd behavior. Something had felt off via a while. Phoenix looked uneasy, expecting Remy to be angry. The stalking came up, yet Remy dismissed it amid mild irritation. Quietly, Phoenix clarified it wasn't the stalking this troubled him. It was what happened amid the group. Realization dawned on Remy. Phoenix hadn't wanted him to leave back next and had been burdened by it ever since. Amid a dry smirk, Remy brushed off the guilt. If he'd been angry, it would have started when Phoenix turned a hero. Amid a minor smile, Phoenix apologized via ever doubting him, acknowledging that trust had always been part of who Remy was. A grin broke across Remy's face as he shifted the mood, claiming he couldn't pay since the payday hadn't come yet. Sure, got it, came the easy reply, sealing the bring lacking hesitation. Mid-meal, an unexpected question landed. Was there someone in Remy's life now? He nearly choked on the drink, still catching the breath. He clarified ones were only friends. Annoyance flared as he muttered about Ariel sharing too much. A sip past the glass, followed by a quiet word, signaled Phoenix's shift into a most serious tone. While listing each teammate's name, he raised a lingering question. Why did Remy leave lacking a word? Memories stirred as he reminded Remy of those childhood promise. The one that sparked it all. Their friendship had laid the foundation for everything. Becoming top-placed wasn't only a goal, it was common history. Yet, even amid this link, staying had become impossible. A decision made alone still felt like betrayal in hindsight. Past the outside, Remy had been seen as dead burden, a black mage with no obvious merit. Revealing his strength openly would have caused problems, especially with teammates like Alvar. Phoenix pointed out those success. Despite struggles, ones had climbed to realm rank 4. Only a small gap remained to reach the top. Yet, that's where things fell apart. Stagnation triggered resentment, especially past Alvar, whose frustration eventually boiled done. Even amid Phoenix's achievements and public popularity, hidden limitations held the group back. Yet credit wasn't the alone. Bella had talent, and others contributed too yet. According to Phoenix, none of it would have happened lacking Remy being there in the first place. Phoenix asked if he'd been watching the raids. A quiet nod confirmed it. Remy had been following every second on screen. Acknowledging Bella's presence had boosted those appeal. Phoenix still blamed himself via parts of what had unfolded. A clenched fist hinted at the frustration beneath the calm. Top class or not, Alvar and the others weren't growing. Like those trained by the Demon King. Remy's perspective had shifted since leaving. Youth brought both energy and flaws. Though capable, those generations still had much to learn. Rather than show off the strength, Remy had hidden it, casting spells. This elevated the comrades instead. Remy's magic had masked the party's real capabilities, though strength appeared greater than it was. Yet in reality, his spells prevented them from growing on their own. Guilt wasn't the alone. Phoenix admitted to the same mistake, though he noted a shift after the 7th level, a shift triggered entirely by Bella's presence. Curious, Remy wondered if others had noticed the effect. Alvar's reaction remained unclear, though he doubted it. Turns out, Luck and Lily had started to see him differently. Even Alvar, as blunt as ever, seemed aware, yet chose silence. Still, concern remained. Bella's harsh perception made hiding things past her risky. Excessive use of black magic drew suspicion to the realm. It resembled dark magic, dangerous due to the suffering it brought. Exposure would risk rumors, pulling unwanted attention past the kingdom, and threatening the party's future. Phoenix tried to respond, yet hesitation filled the voice. Words remained stuck beyond an uncertain expression. Lacking giving him the chance, Remy cut in. He already knew what Phoenix would say, and didn't want to hear it spoken aloud. Letting him say it would have made it true. Silence, though painful, was easier than embracing what might have been regret. Choosing loyalty done logic would have led nowhere. Even if Phoenix had defended Remy in front of the others, it wouldn't hold mattered. Acknowledgement filled the air. Phoenix knew the truth yet struggled to accept it. The voice softened. Caught between reason and emotion, doubt crept in. Was everything one's worked toward doomed past the beginning? Remy, silently watching, found clarity in that second. The goal to become a hero still burned within him, no matter how things turned out. Rank 1 wasn't an honor handed out lightly, despite rejecting Ariel's bring. Remy wasn't giving up. If anything, he was preparing to climb even higher on their own terms. Phoenix leaned in, asking via clarity, had Remy found a new group? The answer came gently, not quite. Instead of formal ties, he'd gained comrades. Companions who stood beside him. Phoenix read between the lines. Becoming a hero alone, was this really what Remy intended? No, most words were needed. Phoenix understood, though the face betrayed a quiet sense of loss. Amid a grin, Remy reminded him of a promise made ages ago. Past here on, it would be a competition. Ages before any rankings, they'd agreed the one who stood victorious in the end would be the real hero. During those childhood, Remy had once said it with a grin if Phoenix wasn't careful. He power only surpass him someday. Those words resurfaced. Phoenix recalled ones clearly. Bittersweet acceptance remained in the voice as he acknowledged the memory. Neither of ones planned to hold back. Whether friend or rival, each aimed via the top. Only the better hero would win. Smiling faintly, Phoenix declared he'd wait via Remy, not beside him. Yet, at the throne of realm rank 1, past Phoenix's side, all this sounded like dramatic sulking done, a friend who left lacking warning and never looked back. Outside the bar, laughter remained. Phoenix sulked lightly, grumbling about Remy bringing both a new friend and a rumored lover to the same place. A drink seemed to be in order. When asked why now, Remy simply shrugged, no deep reason, only a seeming. 2 mugs were placed in front of ones. Silence settled in comfortably as ones took their seats once most ones raised those drinks. To rivals, one said to the 2 heroes here. The extra added, smiling. Under the moonlight, ones walked side by side. Phoenix mentioned those next raid the 10th level awaited. Remy's reply came short and firm. Yeah, the walk continued under a quiet night air. Words hung between ones until Phoenix hesitated. Amid a simple confidence broke the silence. He promised triumph and asked Remy to watch. Amid a smile, Remy agreed of course he would. Steps echoed as ones walked. Phoenix declared he'd reach realm rank 1 first. Remy offered no denial, only amusement. This light teasing returned. You'll see tomorrow, Remy said, leaning against the stairs. Phoenix challenged the implication. Amid calm certainty, Remy claimed the win via himself. After all, everything he'd learned, everything he believed told him, that's what heroes do. A new departure loomed. Remy mentioned he'd be moving again, asking not to be searched via that time. When the second was right, he'd reach out himself. Phoenix accepted it on one condition. When ones reunited, Remy would introduce this mysterious lover everyone kept whispering about. Laughter broke through the night, soft and genuine. Whatever burden had remained between ones had lifted. Tho's farewell came amid one final promise. Tomorrow, they'd face each extra not as friends, but as adventurer and monster. Amid a smile, Remy turned to leave, and next he thought to himself, gaze already on what lay ahead. Remy stood firm, gaze unwavering. The next combat would not be ordinary friendship now divided by loyalty to opposing worlds. Inside the Demon King's castle, Phoenix drew attention as adventurers gathered around him. Those scents reflected curiosity and tension, shaped by recent changes surrounding his team. Reports spread this most challengers fell early to the dungeon's design. Phoenix's group kept advancing, becoming a rare exception. Discussion turned toward the 5th level, where the team resumed raiding after Remfei's withdrawal. Those movements showed a shift in balance and purpose. Observers wondered whether the absence of a close ally had changed those strengths. Alone, Phoenix reflected on the burden of the decision. Phoenix's thoughts remained private, the feelings on Remfei's departure, never common amid the public. The press surrounded him, eager via validation. Ones wanted confirmation this excluding Remfei had been the correct move, a narrative easier to digest. Inwardly, Phoenix acknowledged Remfei's strength. He had always seen him as a skilled black mage, yet saying this now felt impossible. Bella's appearance caught him off guard. The interviewer hesitated, sensing tension between past choices and present outcomes. The presence marked the shift. She had replaced Remfei, and the team's strength had undeniably grown. Bella challenged the reporter's view amid a calm smile, dismissing the judgment as lacking insight. Phoenix admitted the only gain might have been those on-screen appearance, yet tactfully stated the team's overall balance was mightier in the past. Confronted by Bella's direct question, the reporter faltered. He defended the claim, citing old rumors this labeled Remfei as a strain to his team. She rapidly countered amid facts. The famed hero Ariel had openly praised Remfei's skill, proving the claim wasn't hearsay yet truth. Abruptly, Alvar was brought forward, once vocal in supporting Remfei's dismissal. Now the stance was under scrutiny. Alvar shut down the debate, snapping at those still clinging to outdated interviews. Dwelling on past comments, he argued, did nothing to help the present. Tension rose as scattered gazes turned toward Remfei. Faces in the crowd began to shift, sensing momentum slipping past the reporter's control. Voices died down as a new figure approached. A card or document was handed down in silence, and murmurs rippled through the press. Dismissive and firm, the response came lacking hesitation. Justifications were cut short amid a cold rejection of excuses. Zone final warning echoed low and harsh. Pass now on. Consequences would follow. Reporter collapsed in fear, overwhelmed by the tension Phoenix had projected. Bella stepped in, gently reminding Phoenix the feelings had been expressed enough. She asked via restraint, urging him not to intimidate ordinary people. Clarification followed. Phoenix claimed it wasn't a danger, only a warning. Bella, however, echoed a saying this, how one speaks often matters most than what's said. Cheers erupted nearby, showing unity and backing. Trust had been built, and the group now fully accepted those present leader. In a rare second of openness, Phoenix admitted the worries. A teasing remark about Remfei drew a shy smile and softened the air between ones. Discussion shifted to Bella's condition. While progress had been steady, it turned plain this much of the pressure had fallen on her alone. Encouragement replaced doubt. Confident smiles spread as one voice affirmed belief in those present formation, claiming triumph was possible with their united effort. Determination strengthened. Alvar stepped forward, vowing to overcome any future danger, lacking hesitation or failure. With purpose in his gaze, Phoenix gave the signal. No most hesitation, he called for the assault on the dungeon's infamous 10th level. Gates to the next trial loomed ahead. The second had arrived via their real challenge to begin. Within the throne hall, a lone figure waited in silence, draped in a cloak. He sat on a massive chair, watching calmly past the far end of the chamber. News of the advancing raid reached the ears. Phoenix's team was approaching fast, ready to breach the final level of the Demon King's castle. Allies stood around him. One noted this: none of the intruders were unfamiliar. Years of discipline had shaped him. Through training under the Demon King, he had forged a presence rooted in dignity and purpose. As a staff officer, he vowed to uphold composure. The second to face the former comrades had at last arrived. Scaled warriors stood firm, acknowledging defeat, yet refusing to dishonor fallen allies. Remfei challenged those presents, pointing out the contradiction. Despite past failure, these minions remained determined to stand once most in defiance. A woman stepped forward, reminding ones of Phoenix's unmatched strength. Against the hero of flames, a second attempt would only lead to further defeat. Questions sharpened. Remfei demanded to know if ones were truly prepared to be crushed again.
Unified roars answered. Werewolves declared those loyalty, vowing revenge. Ones rose again, not as scattered beasts, yet as warriors ready to fight alongside their commander. Chimeras, commander of spirits, spoke amid unsettling calm. Amid the staff officer's guidance, she expressed the desire to claim the hero of ice as her next target. Nirbi Laraji burned with hatred, past failure remained, and vengeance toward the elf bowman who humiliated her was all she might think about. Formidable presences gathered. Furcus stood silent and unreadable, while Carmilla, the vampire queen, grinned amid harsh confidence as bats circled the Remfe, observing those fiery purpose, welcomed those readiness. Their passion to fight again pleased him greatly. He reminded ones all defeat isn't defined by loss. As ages as those will remains unbroken, they have not truly fallen. A command echoed across the chamber. Remfe declared the start of those counteroffensive and made a single request of the force's absolute obedience. In response, a unified roar filled the hall. Warriors and beasts alike rallied, ready to march forward under the banner amid renewed purpose. Marchosius led the chant. Loyalty to the staff officer burned in every word, and triumph was no longer a hope yet a vow. Carmilla approached amid grace and intent. The gaze never wavered as she stepped toward Remfe's throne. She knelt before him, swearing unwavering obedience. Triumph via Levitan was now their common mission. Remfe issued the final order. A calm expression marked the start of execution. Amid one short phrase, he dismissed the units to those designated roles. Far above, the light of the arena glowed as Phoenix, and the team reached the 10th level. Determination showed in every face. This was the final stretch. No hesitation followed. Those pace was steady gaze locked ahead. No words were needed. Unity carried ones forward, past the throne. Those opponent greeted ones. A masked figure watched their approach, calm and composed. A disguised voice welcomed ones to the united demon domains. Identity concealed, the real test was about to begin. Lacking pause, the group found themselves locked into a boss combat the second they stepped within. The structure mirrored the cruel design of the 5th level. 2 doors defined the battlefield, one where adventurers reached, the extra a guarded exit. Seated on the throne, Levitan explained the choice. Black magic suppression could have worked again. Yet that time, he planned something different. He chose to face ones with his entire force united. This wasn't only tactical, it was personal. He accepted the burden of leadership fully. The name was declared at last. No longer only a shadow. He stood revealed, the Meditan, staff officer, and the Black Mage of Tusks. Phoenix made the stand plain, announcing himself as the hero of flames and vowing to strike down the Demon King's forces. Next challenged their ruler. A harsh gesture and a surge of force interrupted the declaration. Magic erupted across the battlefield. Levitan cast a destructive spell, forcing Phoenix's group onto immediate defensive formation. Pressure fell hard, faces twisted amid strain as members of the raid team braced under the overwhelming force unleashed over ones. Each member fought to stay upright, the real burden of the final combat pressing down all at once. Phoenix broke onto laughter. Faced with pressure, he didn't falter. Instead, his confidence rushed, pouring out in harsh, echoing laughter. Amusement spread to both sides. Levitan smiled, meeting Phoenix's outburst amid one of their own. Tension cracked as even allies chuckled in disbelief. Confusion took hold. The team, struggling under magical force only moments ago, now looked at their leader with wide gaze and uncertainty. Silence returned. Phoenix's expression shifted. Thoughtful now, he whispered the realization. Something unexpected had stirred in him. Fingers closed around the blade, doubt faded. Whatever truth he saw, it led him straight to combat. Phoenix closed the gaze briefly, collecting his sense. Determination settled across his face as he tightened his grip on the blade. Amid a swift motion, he raised the weapon. They would push forward with full force. Any pause would cost them the upper hand. Past the throne, Levitan watched. He realized Phoenix had seen through the mask. The opponent standing before him was the closest friend. Resolute, Levitan accepted the truth and prepared via combat. The challenge between former allies had officially begun. An armored commander stood high, casting a heavy shadow down the chamber as tension sparked between him and the demon general. Lined up in silence, the monster soldiers held those ground. Those rigid stance hinted at hesitation, unsure of the unfolding force struggle. Across the dungeon, the heroes' group advanced steadily. They assessed the danger, recognizing the hazard of facing multiple heavenly kings at once. Gaze fixed on the level layout, Remy considered a new tactic. Allowing key leaders to appear outside those assigned zones would disrupt enemy expectations. After delivering the orders, Remy returned to the throne. Amid the rare monsters withdrawn to the link hall, a rare condition was noted: certain monsters might be summoned by others, rather than appearing on those own. Remy concealed the secret of the ring past the companions. To maintain control, he orchestrated the situation so it would resemble an ordinary raid. Among the team, concern grew Dunfurcus, the Black Knight. One member acknowledged the strikes were ineffective against his armor. Amid urgency, a quick strike tactic was proposed: take down the level boss to win rapidly before resistance builds. Skepticism followed. Further recalled a previous group that tried the same and was wiped out. Doubt cast shadows done their decision. Bella analyzed the situation. Suspecting this, the impacts of black magic were too widespread to be caused by a single caster. As the heroes acted forward, ones caught sight of the Black Knight and the companion awaiting their approach in the Grand Chamber. Doubts were exchanged. While Bella emphasized spell composition, further lamented that the combat missed spectacle, even if black magic was involved. In further chamber, Remy reflected on the deception. Though one fighter acknowledged his superiority, no one had yet connected him to the powerful Lemegeton. Abrupt stomps shattered the level beneath ones, halting the conversation as the knight made his silent, forceful statement. Amid explosive speed, the Black Knight lunged past above, catching the hero group off guard. Phoenix stepped forward, blade drawn, and met the attack head on amid calm confidence. Unfazed by the abrupt escalation, steel battled violently as the Black Knight unleashed a fierce strike. Sparks flew, echoing through the chamber amid every blow. Those clash ended in a wide sweep. Phoenix narrowly evaded the final arc, keeping distance as the knight's weapon scorched the air. In silence, the Black Knight drew a concealed rod. Energy pulsed past its surface, indicating the next phase of the strategy. A tense standoff filled the corridor as the Black Knight and Phoenix locked gaze, neither willing to yield ground. Lacking hesitation, Phoenix advanced. The knight responded amid a forceful swing, those weapons meeting in a fierce, echoing clash. Momentum shifted rapidly as the Black Knight pressed forward. Each strike was heavy, yet Phoenix deflected amid precise rhythm. Phoenix leapt back and countered midair, blade slicing upward in a swift arc as the knight descended. Those blades collided once most. Sparks surge out as Phoenix landed a close hit, forcing the Black Knight to react defensively. Phoenix rushed upward, blade clashing amid the knight's weapon. Shards of force surge outward as their powers collided at close range. The effect landed real. Dust and debris exploded past the Black Knight's helmet as Phoenix's strike hit with surprising precision. Yet the enemy did not fall. Amid renewed sense, the knight steadied the posture and prepared for another advance. Meanwhile, reinforcements charged in. Bella called out in alarm while Phoenix acknowledged the knight's resilience amid a tense smirk. Lacking pause, Phoenix repositioned. As monsters swarmed, he offered a harsh remark before launching back onto the fray beside his allies. The two archers stood poised as dragon-like soldiers rushed through a barrage of spikes. Those expressions remained calm and focused. Lacking hesitation, ones coordinated their attack. While godly speed was beyond reach, ordinary volleys were still inside their capability. Past the rear, the vampire general stepped forward. The presence darkened the corridor, laced amid threats of bloodshed and vengeance. Remy observed the arrival. The black magic radiated amid unsettling intensity, forcing even seasoned warriors to remain alert. One fighter stepped forward, requesting time. The confidence was plain he intended to end the vampire's advance swiftly and alone. Amid the vampire general looming, Phoenix narrowed his gaze while the rest of the group held position, bracing for what lay ahead. Elsewhere in the fortress, the Black Knight and vampire exchanged glances, those roles aligned under Lemegeton's command. Clutching the weapon tightly, the fighter pushed forward. Though weakened, he refused to relent. Amid a defiant roar, he declared that black magic might not touch weapons, and it wouldn't halt his assault. Force rushed outward in a dazzling wave as he unleashed a full-force strike, determined to break through all resistance. The vampire general flinched as abrupt pressure filled the air. The instincts warned thee of something powerful. At the heart of the throne hall, Lemegeton remained seated, untouched by the chaos outside. Energy began to spiral around him. He evaluated the situation calmly, even if strength was suppressed. Magical weapons still acted amid the will of those users. Looking onto the distance, Remy reflected on common battles. Despite illusions, he recognized the enemy's identity, lacking doubt. Tension exploded. The fighter roared in defiance, demanding the enemy drop the act or face destruction. Remy abruptly deflected an oncoming strike with casual ease. The entire group froze, stunned by his swift reaction. Inspecting the weapon midair, he calmly remarked on its craftsmanship, gripping it amid effortless control. The fighter strained to hold on, sweat forming as the opponent questioned whether surrender power be wiser. Despite the resistance, he felt the grip weakening. The blade began pulling him forward, as if guided by an unseen force. Remy analyzed the weapon's behavior. He realized it responded to willpower. tracing a path to the head before returning to its wielder. He posed a question silently. What if the blade was intercepted before returning to its wielder? In a swift move, he released energy, unleashing a magical chain of projectiles amid purpose unknown to the opponents. Alvar resisted the pull of the own weapon. Straining to maintain control, he shouted in frustration as the magic overwhelmed him. Despite the hazard, he held firm. The teammates called out as he was dragged toward the enemy line by the own blade. Meanwhile, the vampire general calmly awaited the clash. The weapon now ready, silent, steady, and deadly. Alvar charged, clashing amid the vampire general in a desperate push to regain control of the weapon. Sparks erupted as those strengths collided. The vampire didn't flinch. Amid composed strength, she countered the momentum and lifted the weapon high in preparation. A single strike followed. Alvar's body was hurled across the level. His grip left, and his weapon left beyond. Pain rushed as he tumbled. The vampire calmly stalked forward, poised to continue the assault, the blade aimed mercilessly. Watching silently, Remy allowed the to continue. She relished the cruelty, declaring this death would only follow after prolonged suffering. Alvar's cry halted the allies. Bruised and battered, he shouted via once to stay back, refusing to let them intervene. Past his throne, Remy observed silently. He recognized Alvar's intent. He had accepted the duty of a pawn in this combat. Lying broken, Alvar did not call via rescue. He believed it wiser via the others to sense on surviving. The vampire mocked him, reveling in the fall, lacking the weapon. She saw only a loud fool beneath her. Alvar forced himself upright, anger flared. Amid defiance in the voice, he vowed to win using only the own strength. Bat swarms engulfed Alvar, tearing onto him as he cursed the vampire and called the a monster. He refused to act like the hero. Remy intervened amid a calm order. He told the vampire not to finish Alvar off only yet, and she complied, lacking hesitation. Alvar's magical weapon, still intact, remained usable by others due to the rules governing magical avatars. Holding the trident, Remy mimicked Alvar's style. Familiar amid its function past observation, he intended to use it convincingly. The others realized the intent too late. Alvar's allies panicked. Recognizing this, those enemy was about to turn his own weapon against them. Alvar trembled, the body worn past combat, yet he braced himself again. Across from him, the vampire poised her weapon, mocking him. She told him to remember the comrades since defeat by black magic was inevitable. Alvar clenched the teeth in defiance. Far down the grand corridor, Remy watched past the throne. The atmosphere tense and still. He triggered the magical blade, tracing its line as energy gathered. His gaze narrowed in sense. Lacking rising, Remy launched an attack past the throne itself. A surge of magical force erupted forward, targeting the battlefield. A dazzling blast rushed through the corridor, engulfing the space in violent energy. The source pulsed amid overwhelming force. Alvar turned as the blade was pulled away from him. The weapon had been taken mid-battle, leaving him exposed. Rage filled the expression as realization landed. His enemy had stolen and triggered his own weapon. Alarm spread through the group as ones realized the enemy had studied those formation in detail. Faced amid a cunning foe, ones considered scattering to disrupt the spell's path. Yet doing so would force Lily to gather additional mana and halt the freezing magic. Meanwhile, the masked enemy assessed the situation calmly. He understood ones required an ice barrier to divide the battlefield and gain distance. Alvar, battered and alone, stood firm against the rising swarm of threats, pulling all attention to himself. Though abandoning him would shield others, the cost was those honor. A swift command rang out: Alvar must be featured, no matter the risk. Lily raised the staff amid determination and accepted the command, lacking hesitation. Her stance was resolute as she summoned her magic. A powerful surge of frost exploded forward, engulfing the battlefield. Shards of ice streaked across the space, separating the two sides. Towering crystal spires erupted past the ground, forming a jagged barrier. The wall stood high, an unyielding shield between allies and foes. The enemy paused mid-action, caught off guard. Even Alvar turned in stunned silence, registering the scale of the support. Past above, magical pillars descended, slamming onto the frozen ground. The effect shook the entire chamber with overwhelming force. The magic pillars receded onto the ceiling as frost thinned across the level. A faint hum echoed as something began to stir beneath. Inside the throne hall, the cloaked enemy revealed the plan. Forcing Bella to expend her magic had been a calculated move from the start. He stood calmly, lifting a dark, jagged blade. Further stage of the assault was about to begin. One he had carefully withheld, summoning beasts by name. The masked figure prepared the next attacking. His gaze remained harsh and certain. Past inside the mist, hulking wolf-like monsters emerged. Those forms were massive, and their growls rumbled through the frost-laced air. The summoned beasts stood ready, answering Remy's call lacking pause. One growled in approval, recognizing the staff officer's flawless execution, facing the towering ice wall. The leader issued a simple command: destroy it. Amid unified voices, the pack responded amid firm purpose. Lacking hesitation, ones launched forward. Their claws and fangs tore through the ice, scattering shards across the level with each blow. Remy didn't pause. Most names left the lips: Camaris, Larage, Glaciolabolas, each one calling forth a new force onto the battlefield. At the middle of the chamber, Remy stood firm. Shadows danced around him as multiple summons began to materialize past above. 3 summoned beings stood before Remy: a wolf, a horned fighter, and a quiet assassin. Each radiated strength and waited in silence. The wolf spoke first, praising Remy's ability to call forth multiple high-level summons. All gaze turned to him via those next instruction. Remy calmly reaffirmed the strategy. The group would move under the cover of invisibility, as he had previously outlined. Meanwhile, the summoned beasts resumed those assault. Cracks spread as those claws broke through the remaining ice wall. Lacking pause, Remy issued his next command. He told the team to align their rhythm for the next phase. Remy drew the blade, the weapon's edge gleaming as it left the sheath. The gaze sharpened amid purpose. Amid authority, he raised the blade skyward. The motion signaled the next act in the coordinated assault. Elsewhere, the knight Furcus engaged the enemy in measured support. The tactics were precise, aiming only to pause his opponent. The attacker realized the ploy. Rather than seeking a decisive clash, Furcus was simply buying time. Pressed via answers, Furcus responded amid indifference. He fought not for loyalty, but simply for a promised meal after each combat. Furcus held the ground as steel battled violently. He fought not to win, but to enable triumph for his allies. Across the field, the opponent observed the enemy formation. The fiends clearly respected their strategist's worth. Conflicted, the swordsman admitted frustration. He acknowledged Remy's ability, something he himself hadn't achieved. Abruptly, a surge of magical energy reached him. He turned. Alert, there was most mana building beyond the icy barrier. The realization landed him at once. Judging by the strength alone, 5 powerful beings, awaited likely level bosses, summoned via the next clash. A warning echoed through the chamber. 5-level boss-level monsters had gathered beyond the wall. The team instantly shifted onto high alert. Confusion followed. One fighter had predicted no most than 6 enemies. 8 was beyond those expectations and deeply unsettling. Recalling the usual structure, he noted this 1-level boss typically appeared per level, sometimes amid a matching assistant. However, the presence of a 4 heavenly king changed everything. Amid one present, the upper cap of bosses might be overridden. Given the situation, the swordsman concluded the surge was caused by advanced summoning magic, breaking conventional dungeon rules. The group questioned the overwhelming magic beyond summoning 5-level bosses at once. The mana required was thought to be immense. Doubt faded rapidly. If Remy was responsible, next the impossible seemed achievable. The capabilities rivaled even demon rulers. Memories surfaced of the relentless training. Since childhood, he had refined the magical abilities lacking fail, never missing a single day. On the battlefield, urgency grew. The others encouraged Phoenix to unleash the magic, insisting ones might handle the fallout. Yet he hesitated. Amid the ice wall already crumbling, the overwhelming spell power harm allies caught in its blast. Amid a deafening crash, Marchosias shattered the last of the ice wall. Shards flew in all directions as the massive paw landed the ground. The full force beyond the summoning was revealed. All 5-level bosses stood high, looming in the settling mist, poised for confrontation. Marchosias stepped forward amid confidence. Declaring the name and force, he issued a challenge to the hero of flames, ready to clash. As the field cleared, one of the adventurers noticed a troubling detail. 3 summoned entities were still unaccounted via. Mysterious crystal hovered in the air, glowing amid ominous energy. Something most was about to emerge. A surge of magic shot across the field. One fighter turned, gaze widening at the sight of the magical blade approaching fast, caught mid-motion. He rushed to shield the comrades. The vow to protect them echoed only as the blast landed. The effect pierced the side. Blood sprayed as pain spread through his body, but he remained standing, gaze wide with shock. Past opposite ends of the battlefield, Alvar and Remy locked gazes. One called via help, the other acted to press the attack. Realization dawned too late. As he looked at the approaching figure, he recognized the presence. Something ominous had returned. Luck collapsed to one knee, confused by the sensation overtaking him. He called out weakly, unsure what was happening. Alvar clenched the fists as he watched. Remy ordered the torment to halt, showing a rare second of restraint. Carmilla, calm and composed, thanked Alvar via enabling the final blow. Their triumph done the Holy Night was complete. Luck's voice cracked as he cursed the demanding to be remembered despite the defeat. Darkness closed in. Carmilla gave the answer coldly, surrounded by bats. She dismissed him amid finality, the existence already erased from her thoughts. After witnessing the outcome of the combat, she reached a firm conclusion. The scale of the summoning, the precision of control, it all pointed to one truth. The masked figure was no longer a mystery. He was Remy, the expelled black mage, now a commanding force against one's. Abrupt realization landed the night Remy's identity had been exposed. The implications were serious. Lacking hesitation, the girl stepped forward, requesting permission to advance. The conviction was unwavering. Far ahead, beasts patrolled the crystalline corridor while a cloaked figure marched amid purpose in the distance. Extra challengers began to emerge. Together, the knight and the girl reached a ruined chamber. Cracked pillars and scattered debris hinted at recent conflict. It was plain now those enemy understood them intimately. Though Bella remained unfamiliar to him, she power be their only unpredictable asset. Conflicted, the knight admitted the hesitation yet feared, letting emotion cloud the decision. The girl, unwavering, challenged his reasoning. The plan was plain: eliminate Lebedadin while remaining alert to the others. Yet a new concern surfaced had those foe already anticipated Bella's move. Confidence returned to the knight's expression. He placed the trust in Bella's abilities and gave orders to protect the others and plane the path. With his approval, Bella acknowledged the command and prepared for combat, lacking pause. Soon after, she faced the armored enemy, weapon drawn, ready to strike the first blow. Bella advanced through the enemy line, yet no one blocked the path. Observing that, the knight realized the enemy had likely anticipated those moves. Before he might act, reptilian creatures closed in, torn between helping Bella and guarding Lily. He remained where he was. A larger force appeared. An entire pack of brute warriors now faced him. Those expressions serious and resolute. One spoke of a ages-awaited rematch, stepping forward one after another. Their intent was plain: an honorable confrontation. Hearing their words, the knight sensed loyalty. Their leader had gained real respect, something he praised deeply. The knight assessed the situation. The opponent, once doubted, had nearly defeated the hero of flames, an outcome few had anticipated. Despite the impressive performance, the battle's conclusion remained uncertain. A lone bowman prepared to challenge him directly. Gripping the weapon tightly, the knight accepted the fight ahead. The stance was firm: he would take them all on, lacking hesitation. Meanwhile, Bella pressed forward through the empty corridor. The gaze widened over, finding the throne vacant. She paused, confused. The enemy she was sent to confront had vanished, lacking a trace. Bella shouted a warning, suspecting invisible enemies. The instincts pointed to Glacia Labolas as the source beyond the eerie silence. While the allies exchanged glances, Bella advanced alone, realizing the situation was most complex than expected. Hidden beside the throne, Glacia observed that, though not present during those last encounter, Bella had studied and prepared extensively for this combat. The calm, composed presence stood in opposite to the tension around the she. Was no novice, her skills marked her as a capable adventurer. Facing Glacia directly, she declared the purpose, unwilling to be taken by surprise again. Bella raised the blade, releasing a surge of light. Ice particles scattered through the air, revealing the presence of hidden enemies. A cold mist spread across the hall. She stood the ground, calm yet alert, surrounded by a field of magical frost. The strategy was plain. The particles would cling to anything moving through ones, exposing even the invisible Glacia. Watching from the shadows, took notice. Amid precision, Bella launched the attack. A cloaked figure appeared, caught mid-ambush, only to vanish as quickly. But it was a trick. The true enemy had never acted. What she landed was simply a spectral decoy. Bella looked onto the mist, her blade ready. Countless shadows loomed beyond the veil. Their numbers kept growing. Electric energy rushed as she prepared a decisive strike. If ones wouldn't halt, she had no choice but to act. The attack split the space around the enemy remained still, confused. She demanded a reason for their inaction. Glacia responded calmly, rather others. He had no intention of engaging the directly, not out of disrespect, yet by choice. He reserved the strength via another. Bella's real challenge had yet to arrive. A towering fighter emerged past the mist. Bella recognized the figure: Chimeras, the ghost mage. The presence felt heavier than expected. He introduced himself, explaining how the staff officer orchestrated that chance encounter. It was an ages-awaited opportunity via him. Elsewhere, the motives were being discussed. Chimeras' goal was not only combat, he wanted to turn the heroine of ice onto one of his ghostly avatars. Bella raised the blade, rejecting the idea of becoming a trophy. The stance made her intentions plain. Amid swords drawn, both prepared via a duel decided by skill alone. Kamaris stepped forward, embracing the duel. Bella stood firm, declaring she would not fall to ghost magic. He promised to fight fairly. Those blades battled in a flurry of steel. Bella's strikes came swift and harsh, forcing Kamaris onto the defensive. Seizing momentum, she launched a barrage of magical shafts, each crackling amid ice as one's rained down from above. Amid precision, she followed up, sending a wave of ice directly toward him in a final sweeping attack. Past beyond a glowing dome, Glacia watched quietly. A magical barrier had shielded him past the destruction. Observers noted Bella's potential yet also the inexperience. Only 3 years had passed since her duty was formally defined, and her mana was nearly depleted. Despite her determination, she missed the reserves to continue casting large-scale spells. Physical battle turned her only choice. Glacia's strategy had worked. He lured the onto expending the strength and arranged for Kamaris to face her at her weakest. Even so, Kamaris honored the duel lacking, resorting to black magic. Bella, focused, met the charge head-on. In a swift move, her blade landed real, catching him by surprise with sheer purpose. Bella launched a fierce strike. The blade found its mark, and Kamaris responded amid admiration, calling it splendid. In the next instant he countered. A deep wound opened on Bella's side, forcing the to stagger back. Despite the injury, the entity remained unshaken. She vowed to return and destroy the one responsible for this combat. Smiling calmly, Kamaris accepted the challenge. He looked forward to meeting me again, confident in his future triumph. Weak yet defiant, Bella stood the ground. Pain gripped the body, but her will refused to break. Bella stood high despite the injuries. Kamaris, seated below her, watched with respect, silently acknowledging her strength and purpose. Acknowledgement came quietly as the masked officer stepped forward, offering praise via the completed mission. Rather than accept it, the fighter redirected the credit to the staff officer's tactical guidance nearby. A composed girl added this Glacia Labolas deserved the real gratitude. Amid calm purpose, he requested permission to confront the hero of flames. The officer, slightly amused, reminded him the topic had already been settled. Fearing the loss of carefully gathered ghosts, the fighter hesitated. The officer suggested an alternative: arranged duels instead of open battle. Permission was granted amid a grin to recover those eliminated by the formidable heroine of ice. Surrounded by frozen figures, Remy reflected on Kamaris' loss, knowing Phoenix had shattered every magical avatar the Ghost Mage had created. Raising the gaze, Remy prepared via what came next. Shifting attention to the survivors, this remained. Blood spattered the level where a weapon had fallen, the silence hinting at a combat already decided. Not far off, an elven fighter readied the blade as a pack of spectral beasts advanced with menace. Lacking hesitation, she unleashed a counterattack, slicing through the shadows as the enemy closed and passed all sides. The elf girl froze, the breath ragged, and the gaze wide with shock as something unseen descended rapidly. Across the hall, Remy extended the hand calmly. The girl, now aware of the real cost, looked on in dismay. Despite the refined adjustments, Remy's black magic struggled against the natural resistance. Elven lineage offered the unique magical advantage. He attacked again, forcing the to dodge instinctively. Dust erupted beneath the feet as she escaped by a narrow margin. Momentum carried the forward, desperate yet determined, as an abrupt glint of light emerged in the path, hinting at her next move. Confused by the abrupt shift in atmosphere, the elf girl scanned the surroundings. Blade in hand, uncertain of the source of hazard. Past the shadows emerged a new figure, in bowman with piercing gaze and a steady grip on her bow. Radiating quiet confidence, she stepped forward and introduced herself as Laraj, the presence both commanding and enigmatic, halting the elf's momentum amid the calm. Amid biting words, Laraj remarked on the toll of black magic, suggesting the elf was now trapped in the same suffering ones all endured. Despite knocking Laraj's arrow aside earlier, the elf learned the truth: Remy's magic had been intentionally held back. A single glance at the fallen bow stirred something inside the elf girl. The gaze widened as tension returned to the battlefield. Lacking hesitation, she crouched down, reaching via the weapon. Laraj, unfazed, acknowledged her purpose and welcomed the challenge with a commanding voice. Meanwhile, shadows stirred. The black beast turned those attention to Remy, who stood silently at the middle of the chamber, orchestrating the pace of combat, though known via aggression. The monsters were not acting alone. Abruptly, the lingering impacts of black magic vanished. Shocked yet focused, the elf steadied herself as Laraj advanced. Amid a surge of mana, the elf triggered her spell, lightning speed, channeling force through her staff. Energy surged forward, bolts tearing through the air. Laraj narrowed her gaze, instinctively tracking the oncoming assault with deadly precision. In a flare, the elf closed the distance, yet the opponent had already anticipated the angle of attack. Despite the speed, Larage read the elf's movements effortlessly. Amid composed sense, she drew the bow, preparing a retaliatory strike mid-motion. Pain landed abruptly. The elf stumbled, blood trickling down the side, gritting her teeth. She clutched her wound, struggling to hold her stance. Larage faced the wounded elf, lacking pity. Her voice was cold but firm, lacking Remy's backing. All the girl possessed was speed. Staring back, the elf clenched the jaw. Blood dripped from her wound, but her gaze burned with defiance, refusing to look away from the truth she had only been told. Amid the silent aftermath, the air shifted again. Across the hall, magical energy crackled as dark beasts stood poised. The next challenger stepping forward. Remy watched calmly as further figure reached. The battlefield narrowed. A feline-like creature leapt through the inferno, launching itself directly onto the chaos to engage the final fight. Phoenix launched forward, fists blazing, refusing hesitation beyond him. Lily spoke amid quiet determination, asking not to be shielded. Though the path was blocked by waves of enemies, Phoenix realized the rest had shifted sense. Their real target was Lily. Gritting the teeth, he gripped the weapon tighter, protecting the would slow him down and spell mutual defeat. Trusting the strength, he decided to fight, lacking restraint. Across the field, a monstrous brute roared amid 3 flaming maws, declaring Phoenix the last obstacle. It prepared to unleash its inferno over the hero of flames, passed across the hall. Members of the Demon King's army observed silently. Among one stood a large, muscular, wolf-like figure, arms folded, gaze locked on the combat. Reactions rippled through the ranks. Abrupt surge of energy caught everyone's attention. Phoenix stood firm, engulfed in blazing fire. His force rushed in a focused inferno aimed directly at the towering Cerberus brute ahead. The 3-headed hound recoiled. One of its voices faltered, astonished by the pressure. Stifled laughter broke the tension. One of the fiends couldn't contain the smirk. Even the stoic warriors stood speechless. Phoenix had turned the tide of combat. Remy acknowledged Phoenix's unleashed strength, yet remained resolute. Despite the odds, he declared those side would emerge victorious in the end. Unfazed by the flames, the fighter held the ground, the expression unmoved as heat licked at his armor. The wolf retaliated amid a fierce snarl, jaws wide and fangs bared, ready to strike where fire had failed. With swift precision, he closed the distance and drove his blade forward, targeting the brute before it might leap. Engulfed in burning light, the creature recoiled, its cry echoing as pain coursed through its scorched body. Lowering the weapon, the victor watched silently as the blazing foe collapsed, its strength extinguished in moments. Though battered in a flame, the brute stood upright, defying its fate amid a trembling growl as the fighters silently observed. Elsewhere, members of the Demon King's army looked on, those expressions mixed amid surprise and concern at the ongoing duel. Lacking pause, the fighter requested his next opponent, gaze locked ahead as a second wolf leaped into combat. Amid flawless rhythm, he met the creature mid-air, striking a decisive blow, while calmly saying another's presence nearby, pivotal to the remaining foes. He offered one's a choice: fight and fall like the rest, or step aside. Chimeras extended a challenge amid calm confidence, the words deliberate as his opponent advanced, lacking hesitation. The fighter launched forward amid a fierce strike, blade poised via a clean and immediate clash. Caught off guard, Chimeras barely raised the arm in time to deflect the speeding attack, saying the swiftness amid a grimace. The duel escalated as both combatants battled mid-air, one's blade chipped, weakened by an unseen corrosive force. Repositioning amid a smirk, Chimeras countered, flames surging as he prepared to unleash a retaliatory blow amid full force. Praise was exchanged between foes, one acknowledging the other's skill while readying via the next phase of battle. The fighter extended his blade once most, a swift motion signaling his unwavering purpose to continue the challenge. Lacking hesitation, he launched energy projectiles onto the air, maintaining a calm stance amidst the crumbling battlefield. And Bowman, previously waiting, stepped onto view. She narrowed her gaze, drew her bowstring, and prepared her counterstrike. Amid unshaken sense, the swordsman turned, raising the weapon again, fully prepared to meet her attack head-on. And Bowman was sent flying across the battlefield, slamming against the edge of the arena. The fighter stood still, watching calmly as dust settled, pivotal to face the next opponent. He addressed Marchosias amid polite formality, lacking pause. The large wolf lunged, claws and fangs bared. The fighter met the charge with a clean parry, blades clashing in a violent arc of motion. Abrupt claw strike caught him off guard. He quickly broke into a sprint to reposition, analyzing the enemy's speed and effect with sharpened sense. Confused, he paused. The enemy's arm had been wounded, yet no flames had ignited. Something was wrong. The fighter realized the opponent had acted with ruthless precision. Marchosius had severed his own arm to prevent the fire from spreading. Still, the brute grinned. Undeterred, Marchosius mocked him amid fierce energy, stating that a light touch might never decide a combat. Abruptly, the brute launched forward, refusing sympathy and declaring his singular goal triumph. The hero raised his blade, ready for the next effect. Those weapons battled again. With sharpened sense, the swordsman met the blow, strength rippling through his stance as the duel escalated. Wounded and consumed by flame, Marchosius collapsed, defiant to the end. Further opponent charged at full speed, convinced that Remy would at last fall. The fighter, unfazed, muttered to himself with faint amusement at the repetition. Those weapons collided with force, tension thick between them. The fighter knew failure would mean restarting the entire combat, and he wasn't willing to let that happen again. In a blaze of light and flame, the enemies fell one after further. Past above, two figures watched. One warned solemnly this no second chances would be granted that time. Lacking hesitation, the fighter requested to face Lemegeton. The cloaked figure beside the stepped forward, declaring loyalty and readiness as one of the four heavenly kings. Lemegeton's gaze shifted toward the masked fighter beyond the. With a single word, Carmilla, she summoned the assassin to action. The voice cold and commanding, Lemegeton issued the order, eliminate the hero of flames. No hesitation, no mercy. Carmilla accepted it amid unwavering obedience. A smile forged on Carmilla's lips. Force rushed through her as she stepped forward, shadow magic spinning around her like a storm answering her call. Remy stood ready, gaze harsh. As Carmilla launched forward, hands outstretched, the approach was met with unflinching defiance. Energy erupted in a dazzling wave as Remy unleashed the flame barrier. The onslaught was relentless, he wouldn't fall so easily. Blades clattered to the ground as Remy's stance tightened. The clash had pushed both fighters to those limits. Carmilla extended the hand through the fading smoke. The magic rushed again, determined to end the fight with a final blow. Despite the injury she sustained, Remy acknowledged the skill in manipulating blood magic, but with one decisive strike, he declared the combat done. To the surprise, Carmilla erupted amid rage. The body ignited in dark flames as she screamed in defiance, refusing to fall. Energy gathered rapidly around amid a voice filled amid fury. She shouted back. This wasn't the first time she'd faced annihilation. Remy watched in disbelief as Carmilla's wounds sealed faster than the flames might consume one's. She screamed amid relentless fury. He questioned how the willpower alone might resist an attack that had once brought her down. With purpose hardening in his grip, Remy clutched his blade tightly, preparing for a strike that would bypass her unnatural mending. He lunged forward, blade slicing through the air in a clean, precise arc. Yet something was off. The movements met an unexpected resistance. Confusion flickered in the gaze. Blood trickled down the lip. For the first time, Remy realized he had been wounded. Remy acknowledged the opponent's strength. Despite the wound she inflicted, she had proven the honor as a four heavenly king. Carmilla collapsed, offering an apology as the strength faded. The defeat was complete, yet the pride remained intact. Past a distance, the comrade watched in silence, next turned away, ready for the next confrontation. A determined fighter approached, seeking the honor of combat against the Demon King's top strategist. The vast chamber bore silent witness to the second. Remy, concealed beneath the dark hood, responded amid calm bitterness. The destruction of the forces was not easily forgiven. Positioned across the hall, he acknowledged the fallen had embraced those fate. Those defeat was never the intention to prevent. Amid an unwavering tone, Remy revealed the goal, the complete removal of the opposing group. Even so, he admitted the warrior's strength stood unmatched. Lacking allies, his force had only grown most obvious. Ance, the hero, questioned the value of the allies. The overwhelming status of the four spirits made him hesitant to trust in others. Doubt clouded the thoughts if none might match the strength. Was he better off alone? That fear haunted his early days. Remy listened as the hero recalled an old friend's words. Force lacking balance, he'd been told, would lead only to monotony. Those conversations shifted to a memory. Real strength, the friend said, emerges only after comrades are left, and the raid becomes personal. With quiet intensity, Remy voiced his anticipation. He wished to witness that strength, a real force beyond the one called hero. Matching the earlier statement, the hero smiled amid confidence. He too wished to witness the strength of a demon left standing alone. As he prepared via battle, he discarded his cape, lacking hesitation. Nothing would be allowed to hinder his movement. The heavy cloak landed the ground beyond him. Between scorched tiles and rising heat, both warriors now stood face to face, elevated and ready. The hero declared the intent to fight at full force. Remy, slightly annoyed, reacted amid sarcasm, returning to the level.
The hero advanced again. He challenged Remy directly, questioning how ages this pause would continue. Both fighters stood ready as dust settled around ones. The broken camera would soon be replaced, giving little time before the combat was broadcast again. Phoenix challenged Remy directly, suggesting one settle who was mightier. The tension between them rushed. Amid the blade drawn, Phoenix declared the identity as the hero of flames and swore to defeat his rival. Remy silently responded by lifting his mask, introducing himself as the one-horned black mage. Remy vowed to overcome the hero before him. Despite those titles, both believed in their triumph. Phoenix trusted destiny, while Remy placed trust in his conviction. Under a calm air, Remy heard a familiar voice, a reminder of how far he had come since the early days. The former master praised the endurance and progress during the grueling year of training they had common. Amid a serious tone, the master posed a question this would shape Remy's purpose. Why did he want to become a hero? Remy's younger self answered earnestly. He praised heroes who won battles, uplifted those allies, and inspired the crowd. Although told he'd never win amid strength alone, he declared his purpose to backing his allies as a black mage. The master warned that Remy's chosen path would be steep. Lacking reaching the summit, his worth power remained unseen. Despite the daunting words, Remy remained steady. The silent gaze held no regret. Amid a rare show of affection, the master extended the hand and gently patted the boy's head. Though Remy missed natural talent, his mentor revealed he possessed a gift rarer than force, something no one might match. Remy's resilience had been forged through rejection and sacrifice. This strength, the teacher said, was proof of an unbreakable heart. The master reflected on Remy's perseverance. Despite the cruel training and the own questionable nature, the boy had never once complained. Amid solemn authority, he declared Remy the official apprentice. Overcome with emotion, the boy might barely contain his joy. He spoke of a hidden force, one that would reveal the link between master and student the second it was used. A ceremonial object was shattered, sealing those connection through an unseen bond of trust and force. Yet, amid firm instruction, Remy was told to never use it unless triumph demanded it above all else. The master offered a final warning, embracing that force would bring suffering far beyond anything Remy had endured. Lacking hesitation, Remy accepted. The voice rang out in the air, filled with certainty. Returning to the present, Remy revealed the horn and wings, lacking reservation. It was the first time he'd shown ones openly. Phoenix recognized the act instantly. He understood this. Remy had brought out the hidden weapon for this second. Amid calm purpose, Remy prepared himself. His movements were precise, his expression unwavering. He was ready to unleash his real strength. Remy launched forward amid explosive speed. The cloak snapped through the air, trailing the surge of force. Stood the ground, calm yet wary. Pieces of dark fabric fluttered around him, remnants of Remy's charge. A harsh clash followed. Remy's skeletal claw came inside inches of Phoenix's face, both gaze locked in sense. The full transformation was now obvious: horns, clawed limbs, and bony wings. Remy had unveiled the real form outside. The massive fortress trembled. Force rippled through its structure, signaling the decisive combat had truly begun. Phoenix's stance tightened as he planted the feet, bracing himself via what was to come next. The breathing grew heavier. The combat had already drained him, yet the posture remained upright. Amid focused determination, he charged forward again, gaze locked ahead. The fight was far from done. A sly grin forged on the red-haired man's face as he uncovered the truth. The opponent had been hiding something formidable all along. Remy met his gaze, lacking hesitation, gaze harsh, as a faint aura began to rise from his body. Across the vast chamber, both figures stood locked in silence. The level shimmered faintly as energy gathered around Remy. Bony wings extended beyond him, revealing the real form. His horns drew in mana, steadily refining its quality. Legends spoke of fiends who stored immense force in those horns. As one of them, Remy was no longer someone to underestimate. Lady Lucy began to explain a curious tradition among fiends. Those amid only one horn weren't necessarily weak. In rare cases, a powerful demon would pass down one of those horns, entrusting it to a worthy successor. The horn, dark and jagged, was a symbol of inherited strength, now cradled in the hands of a youth child. Although demon horns were never meant via people, ancient techniques made Remy's body accepted through daily use of finely ground horn powder. Via a full year, his body twisted in agony as it slowly adapted to contain its unnatural force. The red-haired fighter narrowed the gaze, questioning the scale of energy before him. In response, Remy raised the clawed hand, stating calmly this: he had been storing mana ever since the day he received the horn passed across the hall. The red-haired man hesitated.
He acknowledged this no one alive might likely defeat Remy alone, no one but himself. Amid a confident smirk, Remy confirmed the challenge. Apart past him, there truly was no equal. Flames surged around the red-haired knight as he readied his weapon. His aura rushed with force, signaling that he too had prepared for this second. Remy's gaze narrowed as he noticed the unfamiliar flames. White fire coiled around the opponent, radiating intense heat and pressure. The red-haired fighter calmly named it the Blaze of the Gods, a divine fire rare and deadly, passed down in myth. Legend said even spirits feared its force. It was capable of reducing anything or anyone to ash lacking exception. Remy stepped forward, unimpressed. He warned this such magic came amid cost and questioned its use on someone like him. The knight, engulfed in sacred flame, stood firm. To him, there was no mightier foe than Remy, and no triumph most value-chasing. The earlier concerns about time proving unnecessary, calmly he readied himself via the clash ahead. Passed across the hall, both warriors acknowledged the second. It would be the first time either landed the other with full intent. A common smirk forged between them. Beneath the tension, a sense of mutual respect remained. This combat was ages overdue. Lacking warning, ones lunged forward. Steel and mana collided in a storm of raw strength and speed, neither side yielding. The force of those clash distorted the space around ones. Shockwaves rippled outward, warping pillars and bending the very air. Cracks tore through stone as a fierce dive broke through the ground. Pressure spiraling outward past the effect stage. Shock filled the gaze. A barrier forged past countless days of stored mana had collapsed in a single exchange. One hand extended forward, steady, focused. Words weren't needed, intention radiated through pure energy. Momentum rushed. Blade angled, cloak trailing beyond. The opponent rushed forth like a force of nature. Dark robes billowed in rising light. No black magic now, only force refined beyond limits, waiting to be unleashed. Real black sorcery rushed through the fingertips, ancient arts once forbidden for good reason. Curses promised petrification, madness, blindness, even eternal isolation. On the other side, his rival stood firm. Sense narrowed, fist clenched. He prepared to meet every oncoming spell, lacking flinching. Effect cracked the level beneath his feet. Force channeled upward, rising like a geyser through his body. Some impacts bounced harmlessly off him. Others remained, forcing mental strain. Even predicted outcomes couldn't fully explain that overwhelming resistance. Despite it all, one hex broke through. Strength and magic diminished. Movement dulled. Even he couldn't ignore the burden of this spell. Doubt crept in. Suppressing support made sense. Yet seeing attacking strength falter too felt unnatural. A streak of fire carved through the air. So ages as that divine flame remained, perhaps nothing might truly halt him. Chunks of stone rained down, pillars fractured, ceiling cracked, and the battlefield trembled beneath sheer magical force. One step landed ground shattered in every direction. The burden of raw force turned solid flooring onto rubble. Flames rushed upward like a tidal wave. In the heart of the eruption stood two figures, locked in a clash. This defied reason. Cracks snaked across the Demon King's chamber. Even the ancient throne, once a symbol of authority, sat damaged in silent flames, roared down the hall. Neither fighter slowed. Collision felt inevitable. Those paths locked in a straight line of will. One sought to win, to prove himself right. The extra aim to remind the realm this hero's too can fall. A raised fist carried conviction. Triumph wasn't only hope, it was destiny, written onto every belief he carried. A shout answered back. Today wasn't about fate or honor. Today, it was about proving strength, no matter the name beyond it. Both fighters charged at full speed, fists drawn, magic trailing beyond them. Cracks split the ground beneath their feet as they prepared to strike. Their gaze locked with unwavering sense. Effect followed instantly. A massive explosion surged outward, swallowing the battlefield in smoke, debris, and raw energy. Amid drifting debris, Remy crouched low, the earth beneath him shattering past the pressure of the unleashed force. Focused and composed, he darted forward amid precision. There was no hesitation, only purpose in the movement and clarity in the gaze. Past the cliff's edge, Remy lifted the arms as energy rushed upward. An unfamiliar force erupted from his back, catching even him off guard. Crimson wings unfurled beyond him, casting a glow across the rocky terrain. He looked quietly, recognizing the change. Amid a surge of speed, he launched into the air, blazing toward his objective like a falling star, fierce, fast, and unstoppable. High above shattered ground, Remy stood firm while a blazing figure approached past the darkened air. The distance between ones closed with inevitable purpose. He understood what was coming. Despite those links, Phoenix would not hold back. Titles, pride, and dreams demanded this one must fall for the other to rise. Ages ago, they come in quiet days beneath the same tree. Even then, Phoenix had looked ahead, chasing a vision only he might see. Now, he soared amid determination, fueled by ambition and the image of strength Remy once embodied. Remy clenched the fist silently. He was ready to face the storm. With a surge of fury, Remy rushed forward, his voice cutting through the air as he declared his determination. No hesitation remained. This was his second to surpass everything once held back. Across the field, Phoenix unleashed a torrent of flame. The sheer force of the magic scorched the path between ones, daring Remy to meet him head-on. Both opponents steadied their purpose. Force crackled around them, entity and will igniting like twin fires ready to collide. Names rang out as ones charged. Neither held back. Those clash was inevitable. A shockwave split the battlefield in dazzling light. Remy roared as his arm cut through the air, his strength now fully unleashed. The burden beyond his strike carried most than only magic, it carried conviction. With his horns triggered, a new force rushed inside him. Force he'd once restrained now fueled every motion, lacking hesitation. Those collision cracked the earth beneath ones. Flames and shockwaves tore through the field as Remy's counter met Phoenix's charge in a thunderous clash. The effect sent debris flying. A dazzling light surged outward, swallowing the floating platform. Amid the fading chaos, both warriors locked gaze once most. The fight wasn't done. Silence returned as fragments of shattered earth floated in the black void. The explosive clash had left only scattered debris beyond. Among the drifting remnants, a torn piece of cloak spun weightlessly, silent proof of how fierce the exchange had been. Phoenix narrowed the gaze, realization dawning. Not even the flames granted by one of the four grand spirits had broken through his opponent's defenses. Remy stood calm, the expression composed. The fire this had once overwhelmed, others barely marked him. Both warriors faced one further again. The combat had reached a new phase. Phoenix, weakened and exhausted, struggled to stay upright. The fierce determination past before had faded, leaving only fatigue and reflection. Calmly, he extended the hand. Remy caught him mid-fall, steadying him, lacking hesitation. Their conflict had shifted into quiet understanding. A soft gesture followed Phoenix's hand, gently brushed Remy's cheek. The fight had ended, yet the link they once common remained. Gratitude welled up in Remy's gaze. No most words were needed. Yet he spoke them anyway. As Phoenix vanished onto the distance, Remy stood beyond. The war was done for now. Phoenix lowered the blade. The words echoed amid conviction. He still believed the hero always triumphed in the end. A smile forged between ones. Phoenix vowed to return, and Remy welcomed the challenge, certain he'd be victorious once again. Ones exchanged promises. Phoenix urged him not to reveal the real strength to others. Remy responded with his usual dry wit. As Phoenix faded, he praised Remy not only as a rival, yet as the hero he once idolized. Those second ended abruptly when a camera zoomed in. Those legendary duel had not gone unnoticed. The camera woman blinked in confusion, struggling to make sense of what she was witnessing. The scene felt too surreal via words. On screen, Phoenix and Remy stood locked in a dramatic pose, both injured, both victorious. Each had landed a fatal blow, yet both remained standing. Phoenix, despite the wounds, smiled with admiration. His praise was sincere, recognizing the clash as a combat value, remembering. Remy returned the sentiment amid a smirk. Those rivalry was sealed in respect, not hostility. As the light dimmed, Remy turned away. The silhouette faded quietly onto the glow. Shock rippled across the broadcast. The reporter struggled to keep the composure as she announced Phoenix's withdrawal. The hero had fallen to a staff officer of the Demon King's army. Yet Remy, standing calm, corrected that there had been a mistake, one critical misunderstanding. He acknowledged Phoenix's retreat and the team's defeat. None of it, however, meant ones had truly left. Triumph, he explained, wasn't only about who remained standing. The entity of the fight still burned. Far above, the aftermath sparkled in silence. A new story had begun. Alone in quiet thought, Remy reflected on the fight. Though it felt like a draw, he accepted it as a narrow win, one gained through grit and purpose. Abruptly, the hallway trembled. A familiar voice called out, accompanied by thunderous footsteps. An entire pack of beasts rushed forward beside a composed woman. Wounds closed in rapidly, surrounding Remy as their gaze locked onto him. The tension in the air thickened past beyond. Two minor figures approached. Remy turned, recognizing them instantly. One of ones leapt onto his arms, sobbing. The fight was done, he was home. Supporters gathered, those faces calm and proud. Among ones were trusted allies who had waited silently via his return. Remy knelt and embraced the youth girl tightly, a rare softness in the expression around him. Warmth replaced tension. He met the stern gaze of the older girl. she didn't cry. Yet the gaze revealed all. Remy listened carefully. The hallway buzzed amid quiet laughter. Even the sternest figures seemed at ease in the presence again. Amid a gentle smile, Remy looked up. He was no longer only a fighter, he was where he belonged. Fulfilling the promise, Remy set out alone to inform Phoenix about the new position. Although the 10th level combat hadn't been broadcast yet, it was expected to make waves. In anticipation, Alvar seemed eager to initiate another raid lacking pause. The latest raid exposed the shortcomings of 3 members, making those weaknesses undeniable. It is likely Bella would bring that up during those next discussion. Audiences favored stories of perseverance. Seeing someone return mightier after a loss drew far most attention than flawless victories. Bella's stance remained firm. Sensing Remy's real nature, she held an opinion this sharply contrasted amid other adventurers and would likely resist future raids. Phoenix's divine flames required most than only personal mana. The entity of flames needed time to gather enough energy to share with a contractor. In a similar state, the mana this had been patiently gathered done 9 years had now run dry, leaving no reserves to draw past. Those 9 years had begun at age 11 during early dungeon expeditions. Sometime later, word spread of a group setting out on a dungeon raid in further town. Cloaked figures departed together in silence. One spotted Remy watching past nearby. Recognized immediately, he was approached amid caution as tension quietly filled the air. Remy approached the group, revealing this: he had heard of those planned to travel to further town. Instead of answering directly, he began to explain something essential. One of the group members, however, questioned why he had kept the powers hidden. Reflecting on recent events, Remy considered whether others like Alvar had also sensed the black magic, though he doubted it. He admitted he feared rejection if he had spoken sooner. The duty as a black mage made others wary. Still, the others remained curious. If he had shown the strength earlier, perhaps the group's tension might hold been avoided altogether. Remy stood before ones, claiming his backing had helped everyone perform at their best. Still, he questioned whether that held any real meaning. Acknowledging the missteps, he offered a sincere apology. One of the others, though hesitant, admitted the approach had been troubling. No one had questioned him because black mages were often overlooked. Those bias had gone unchecked until now. Had the group continued rigorous training, Remy Powerhold felt out of place among ones isolated by comparison. Amid calm curiosity, one asked if Remy had waited only to bring that apology. Remy hesitated at first, next admitted there was most he needed to share, amid them something important they hadn't realized. He addressed Alvar directly, pointing out a tendency to overextend his magical blade during combat, pulling a surprised reaction. While flashy, this technique slowed its return time. Remy recommended using a most compact approach via better efficiency. The group fell silent. His observation was harsh, and none might deny the logic beyond his critique. Alvar scratched the head, visibly reflecting on the advice, while the others looked on amid subtle approval. Strategies were analyzed in detail. While luck focused on minimal movements, precision might lead to predictability, controlled mistakes. Remy advised, power at an edge. Lily's speed was impressive yet needed careful use. Praise was offered to Bella via the awareness and adaptable magic. The quick judgment made her stand out even among other skilled fighters. A calm observation pointed out the difficulty in close battle, a detail she hadn't denied. Acknowledgement came swiftly. She accepted the critique and promised to work on this weakness, lacking hesitation. Amid a shrug, he turned to the last member. No issues found there. He was urged to speak the mind. Relying too much on the entity had its risks, a truth both silently acknowledged. Force granted by the entity still counted as personal strength. Being chosen wasn't luck, it was gained. That alone justified confidence. A hand extended unexpectedly via a second. It seemed like a farewell gesture, uncertain and silent. Instead, it turned a solemn vow. No matter when or what, Phoenix swore to backing the friend again, always ready when needed. Beyond the calm, further truth surfaced. A ring had accidentally reacted to the flowing mana and triggered a contract. Amid a light farewell, he encouraged everyone to do their best. A teasing honor from beyond made him grin, though he brushed it off with mock discomfort. A voice called out, questioning if he truly intended to leave lacking, revealing anything about the own powers. Stopping briefly, he gave a quiet answer. There was no intention to explain, not yet. Curiosity remained. Someone pressed further, shifting the question toward what kind of work he actually did. A sly smile forged. Amid a promise of secrecy, he offered to share only between them. Fingers reached up, pulling down a hidden mask. The expression disappeared beyond harsh lines and shadow. Gasps followed. No one expected such a transformation. Surprise spread across every face as ones looked at the figure before ones. Magic gathered in his palm. From above, he looked down and spoke with command, calling forth what remained beyond the obvious realm. Beasts emerged in response, powerful and loyal. Ones acted as one, surrounding him in synchronized stride, summoned lacking hesitation. Silence followed. Everyone watched, stunned, some in awe, others in disbelief. The force had spoken, lacking needing explanation. A thick cloud of smoke settled as voices called the name in disbelief. Recognition dawned, though the truth still felt unreal. Smiling through the mist, Remy responded amid playful menace, an open invitation to return, followed by a promise to annihilate one's all. Politely stunned silence met the departure. No one quite knew how to react. Eventually, a half-hearted cheer tried to lighten the mood. He turned toward the demon ally. Lacking words, both walked away, shadows blending onto the fading mist. Orders were given, and the summons acknowledged together. Ones began the quiet return mission complete. 2 weeks passed. On-screen footage replayed, a brutal second Lemedicton's fist piercing Phoenix's chest. Commentators reacted amid surprise. Despite expecting a typical black mage, Remy had proven otherwise. Some even wished to test those strength against him. Across the realm, the broadcast drew attention. Even Herv Fader, the world's third-placed hero, expressed interest. Meanwhile, a quiet voice revealed the Demon King had summoned him. Inside the grand hall, Remy arrived. A formal greeting was offered. He bowed, lacking hesitation as the name was spoken. Passed atop the throne, the demon ruler smiled. A new mission awaited, and it was to take on next. Remy froze in place. The gaze widened as unexpected words reached him, orders far beyond what he had anticipated receiving. Within the throne hall, a new assignment was presented amid quiet urgency. Rather than question it, the black-robed mage confirmed the personal ties to both demon lords through the grandfather. The girl shifted the conversation, pointing to the previous Demon King's son, the own father, and what he power be planning. Acknowledging the concern, the mage admitted the mystery surrounding the former ruler had always remained in his mind. He at last voiced his judgment. The man not only abandoned his task, but committed an act that might not be pardoned. The girl recalled the former ruler's declaration to end dungeon raids, calling ones outdated and announcing ideas via new business. Though conflicted, Remy acknowledged the public favored adventurers, and the former ruler's intentions weren't lacking logic. Ambitious at heart, the man sought to overturn a biased system, one this treated monsters unfairly, a noble yet uncertain dream. Still, she couldn't hide the sorrow at seeing dungeon raids, ages-standing tradition vanish, completely in pursuit of this goal. As she revealed the man's next move, Remy stood firm. He respected the dream, yet refused to backing the erasure of what gave the own dream's purpose. Dungeon deficits increased, administration faced pressure to part amid assets, guiding Remy to question the notion of a buyout. He addressed the staff officer, Lemedicton, warning the former ruler's intent to halt raids and defenses entirely might not be allowed. Determined, the girl tasked Remy amid restoring profitability by pivotal the dungeon onto a fierce battleground that would lure and crush adventurers. She clarified the mission would last until repairs were complete, asking him to accept that temporary yet critical duty. Respectfully, Remy acknowledged the demon ruler's authority and accepted the assignment, lacking hesitation. After granting permission to use the ring, the demon ruler made the stance plain. Remy was to avoid using the horn. Abruptly, the doors surge open, revealing the silhouette of a determined woman named Carmilla. Amid little hesitation, she demanded to accompany Lemedicton to the dungeon, declaring the intent with fiery purpose. The demon ruler, unfazed, questioned the logic amid a pointed reminder of Carmilla's limitations. Undeterred, Carmilla insisted she had gained vacation time and would dedicate every minute of it to joining the mission. Though Carmilla longed to accompany Lemedicton, the demon ruler reminded the presence was needed elsewhere and offered a compromise. Reluctantly, Carmilla accepted, realizing she might still visit the town occasionally if it wasn't too far away. Wanting to ease the strain on Lemedicton, she suggested Cashew join him as a companion to keep him past seeming isolated. Flustered yet persistent, she pleaded via a male escort to join as well, even proposing exceptions via others if necessary. The demon ruler calmly revealed Furcus had already been chosen, assuring Carmilla there was no issue, despite Furcus being a girl. To ease concerns, Remy suggested assigning Cashew via oversight, a plan he nervously endorsed after considering the situation. Later this evening, while resting, he reflected on how rapidly he was sent on a mission after joining the dormitory. A knock interrupted the thoughts. At the door stood Citri, greeting him cheerfully. She spoke casually, teasingly mentioning Mira's disappointment at the abrupt departure and the affection for him. Taking the chance to reconnect, Citri reminded him of those past promise to talk again before he left. Citri reminded Remy forming a contract amid would allow him to summon her during his mission if needed.
She then gave a condition if he might accept what she was about to reveal. Lacking disgust, she would agree to the bond. Lacking warning, Setri covered herself under a blanket and began transforming as Remy watched, startled and unsure. Past beneath the covers emerged a creature, a winged leopard, who calmly asked via the opinion. Staring at the real form, Remy realized she was a demi-brute, and she feared he'd find her appearance revolting. Remy calmly complimented Setri's fur and wings, assuring that she looked admirable in the demi-brute form. She hesitated, questioning if he disliked the via lacking charm. Yet he responded with honest admiration for her adaptability. Sitting quietly on the bed, Setri met the gaze as a silent trust began to form between ones. Moments later, she launched onto the air with grace, soaring gently around the hall, under Remy's watchful gaze. Hitting lightly on the shoulder, Setri asked via reassurance, and Remy smiled, commenting on her surprising weightlessness. Setri gently licked Remy's cheek in gratitude, sincerely thanking him via embracing her lacking judgment. Remy, composed and kind, replied there was no need via thanks as she perched on the shoulder. She soon took flight, and mid-air, the form began to change, glowing softly as the humanoid body re-emerged. Lacking hesitation, she lunged toward Remy, embracing him from beyond her abrupt nudity, catching him completely off guard. As Remy panicked and tried to cover the gaze, Setri beamed amid affection, happily calling out his name. Setri, now fully transformed, confessed the desire to become the most beautiful woman in Remy's gaze to show the gratitude. Before she might continue, Remy gently held the face, interrupting with quiet composure. He clarified this if that form was what Setri truly wished to become. Next, it should be her choice, not for his sake. Amid a sincere expression, he urged the not to show gratitude, yet simply remain as she was if that made her happy. Laughing warmly, Setri acknowledged the kindness, teasing him playfully while realizing why others were drawn to the genuine nature. Setri apologized via testing Remy, yet admitted she couldn't entrust Meraki to someone easily swayed by temptation. After forming the contract, she smiled brightly, expressing the hope they'd get along during those time together. Remy agreed. She turned to leave, bidding him farewell. While Remy called out softly, wanting to say most, he asked if Mira's acceptance of those conversations had anything to do amid Setri's real identity being revealed. Setri winked and confirmed Mira wasn't upset because Setri, beyond appearances, had transcended gender altogether. As Setri left amid a playful farewell, Remy stood puzzled, unsure what the final words were truly implying. A quiet forest road stretched ahead as the covered wagon rolled onward. Within, the girl sat amid folded hands, silently left in thought. Nearby, a child rested against the black-robed man while another companion watched the path. Later, she looked up and offered a minor treat, gaze glancing toward the man in black. The gesture was hesitant yet warm. He smiled kindly and declined, amid a light-hearted tone, appreciating the bring, nonetheless. Internally, he suspected the motive was simple. She only wanted one's all to herself still. She spoke amid sincerity in the gaze. Rem Fei was the reason they succeeded. Praise was gently deflected as the girl admitted the defeat to the hero of flames, emphasizing it was Rem Fei who had truly won. The present state of the Demon King's castle was complicated. The previous Demon King had vanished, many veterans retired, and the remaining forces struggled amid unity. Despite the absence of powerful monsters, the girl had managed to hold the castle together amid purpose. Even so, she believed the success came only through Rem Fei's guidance and strength. Amid determination, he asked about training, committed to restoring those strength and loyalty to the Demon King. Training under her guidance had begun. Even lacking armor, her strength remained unmatched. Rem Fei committed to learning the blade, recognizing her force. A new companion appeared, minor and timid Rem Fei, welcomed, warmly expressing hope via harmony among them. Tho's wagon emerged past the woods. As the town came onto view, excitement stirred. A new destination awaited. Wones arrived at the gates and prepared to enter. Quiet anticipation remained in the air together. The trio stepped onto the town, Tho's purpose unshaken, ready for what lay ahead in their journey. Descriptions circulated: a dark-cloaked youth man, a cheerful girl amid dog ears, and a quiet, white-haired child. Ones had clearly drawn attention upon entering town. A maid approached, recognizing Ones as part of the Demon King's castle. Rem Fei confirmed Tho's identity, prepared via what came next. Introducing herself as Qi, she explained the duty sent by the master. She was to guide them during their stay. As Tho's journey continued on horseback, the youth girl clung to Qi, amazed at the elevated view. She beamed amid joy, marveling aloud at how different the realm looked past up high. The group arrived at an open field where a broad crowd had gathered. A stage stood at the middle, and Qi identified it as a hero show. On stage, a dramatic heroine appeared, declaring justice via all, regardless of race or background.
The speech ignited the crowd's excitement. With harsh, confident movements, she unleashed a series of strikes, putting on a flashy performance that emphasized her force. One of the actors exaggeratedly cried out in fear, adding flair to the scripted combat, past the sidelines. Rem Fei recognized the obscure heroine placed 99th, known as Silver Liquid. Nicola, the silvery snow mountain heroine, revealed her powers and source. Bestowed with earth entity abilities, she carried silver fluid with skill and grace, winning admiration from many. Key explained the show was a spectacle funded by someone attempting to purchase those dungeon workplace. The villain was portrayed as human, not demi-human. Its message was plain. Wrongdoers are judged by actions, not race. Among the cheering crowd were many demi-human spectators. Despite the sponsor's real motive, Rem Fei admitted the performance had entertainment worth. He remained optimistic, suggesting new possibilities through dedicated venues and alternative ideas. The situation grew serious. The man named Le Meditant had plain intentions of shutting down those dungeons, leaving no hall for neutrality. Key pledged the full backing. She expressed the Demon King's army's wish to rely on Rem Fei's strategic talents to resist this danger. Those paths led through a quiet forest. Cry pointed ahead, revealing it as the way to those present base of operations. A massive stone entrance, camouflaged amid roots and vines, marked the dungeon's threshold. Though humble, Key hoped the Demon King's staff would treat that elementary beginner dungeon amid respect and cooperation. Remfa reflected on dungeon classifications. Even low difficulty zones had worth, especially via nurturing beginners. These beginner dungeons had declined in recent years, replaced by intermediate-level training centers. Though simplicity was no longer seen as essential still, some dungeons, like that one, had endured, while others adapted by raising difficulty to survive financially. That one stayed real to its roots. It was a legacy dungeon, inherited past the master's grandmother. He cherished it, and its fading state had left him demoralized. Now, at risk of being bought out, Kia admitted ones were doing all one's might to prevent its loss. Furcus reflected firmly if the dungeon's master remained passive, everything he cherished would eventually disappear. Mere willpower meant little lacking action. The situation worsened because he failed to anticipate deceit. The inaction had cost ones. Even so, Remfa questioned whether resistance itself was truly meaningless. Was defiance not a form of purpose? Kei acknowledged this obstinacy alone led nowhere. Still, she believed the master understood that deep down, even if he couldn't admit it. Amid a pause, she gestured ahead. The group continued forward, the forest path stretching quietly before ones. She presented a teleportation device, gesturing via the group to step forward. Lacking hesitation, they triggered the platform. Moments later, ones arrived within a grand hall, elegant and spacious, amid high ceilings and arched balconies. The trio stood still, absorbing the majestic sight. As ones approached a broad, ornate door, Key formally announced their arrival to the master beyond it, requesting an audience. The door remained closed. Key frowned, clearly displeased by the lack of response. She firmly called to Thor, reminding him of the task as dungeon master, to welcome those who came to help. Key confronted the dungeon master harshly, reminding him of the looming repayment deadline. The words cut through the silence. Bayan closed doors. Thor admitted the criticism hurt. Still, he acknowledged the truth and the urgency. After a pause, he gave a weary response promising to meet the Demon King's representatives the next day. Amid a swift, powerful rear kick, she shattered the doors, lacking hesitation, catching everyone off guard. The group looked on in stunned silence. Rem Fei, ever calm, simply noted, "Nice kick," as ones reached at last. Key threatened further kick if he didn't act rapidly, pushing past the excuses. He raised a hand defensively, pleading for mercy. Amid a weary sigh, he stood and at last approached the guests, apologizing via the awkward scene they had witnessed. He introduced himself simply as the dungeon's master. Though flustered, he expressed gratitude via those arrival. Trouble had started ages before. Financial hardship led him to trust someone who claimed to know the grandmother. Help was offered at a cost. Shame overwhelmed him, lacking reading the fine print. He'd signed everything away. The orc's self-deprecating words drew harsh rebuke. Miscommunication sparked a scolding, though it wasn't meant via him directly. Head lowered. He tried to explain himself. Choices were made inside legal limits, though regret remained beyond every word. Tears welled up as he received gentle reassurance. No blame, only understanding a chance to move forward. Rather than assign fault, collaboration was offered. Solving that crisis would require most than one person's strength. With conviction, the purpose turned plain. They had come not only to help, but to stand with him. Within a towering hall, a diverse crowd of fiends stood gathered. Those attention fixed on the figures at the top of the staircase, breaking the stillness. A senior figure urged the man to address the assembled masses, beads of sweat betraying the tension. Raising the hand calmly, the black-robed man introduced himself as Lemegeton, announcing the arrival as a bringer of salvation to those dungeon. Doubt filled the air as whispers spread. Many questioned what aid a high-ranking official might possibly bring. Lemegeton's reply was restrained and deliberate. Nothing grand, only a simple offering. Some elders defended those efforts, insisting they had already done all they might to survive. A stern figure beside them rejected that belief, stating plainly that survival required most than resignation. Those confusion deepened as Remy stepped forward, praising the original dungeon's design as the work of a genius. He described the Goblin Forest on the first level, where adventurers faced abrupt encounters to sharpen awareness and coordination. Past the kobold caves' darkness to the raw strength in the Orcish village. Each level built essential experience through unique trials. Remy concluded this. The dungeon itself existed to instill the fundamentals of battle training through direct experience. He emphasized this. Even the Demon King and his generals comment his views, standing in opposite to those who dismissed the dungeon as outdated. Addressing the crowd directly, he challenged those resignation, urging ones to reconsider those passive acceptance of the dungeon's decline. Amid determination, he called via unity, rallying them to prove the dungeon's value together and to take a stand for its future. One of the senior figures responded, agreeing this reflection was necessary and affirming those presents as part of this purpose. Acknowledging past achievements, Remy noted the impressive support of the 10th level, while clarifying this improvement still lay ahead. Concern arose about misleading the public through flashy titles, especially ones exploiting military authority via attention. The dungeon's basic level now seemed outdated, raising fears that its relevance power fade amid time. A second of regret surfaced as one admitted to hastily trusting fellows' promise, hoping it would restore purpose. Rather than dwell on contracts, Remy proposed one simply treat it like a loan repayable through effort and unity. Intentions were made plain, backing would be offered, yet survival would come with conditions yet to be revealed. A firm gaze carried a plain message: giving up was not in choice, no matter the circumstances. Determined to move forward, the officer voiced the intent to formally request Lemegeton's backing in reviving those cause. Looking out at the gathered veterans, he admitted the past failures yet declared the will to keep fighting for the dungeon's survival. Backing followed swiftly. A woman among ones stepped forward with confidence, offering her full cooperation, lacking hesitation. Hope stirred in the crowd. Several others began expressing those willingness to act. So ages as a plan existed. Amid a confident voice, the call to action rang out. Excitement spread through the hall as eager figures responded to the signal. Far beyond the dungeon walls, a lone girl gazed toward the distant mountains, silently observing the realm ahead. A deep breath left the lips as wind rustled the leaves, the thoughts drifting quietly beneath the open air, nestled among trees. A single tent stood hidden, its presence humble yet deliberate, awaiting what comes next. Calm yet resolved, the girl stepped within a chamber, the gaze steady as she acted toward her destination. Beyond closed doors, a woman celebrated amid a stretch and a smile, pleased by recent developments. The second was interrupted by Layla, who clung to the playfully teasing her newfound fame. Jokes faded onto critique. Despite the praise, Layla noted the companion's acting remained too rigid, lacking fluidity. Latter, the same woman stood before a harsh-eyed man. The presence was stern, the tone distant. Memories unfolded. He was the brother Philip, the one who shaped her present identity as the Silver Prince. Though praised, his words always carried a chilling edge. A partnership amid Layla, a known thief, had unexpectedly fueled growing popularity. Their contrasting roles gained them the honor thief-princess duo. Despite her rising adventurer rank, a distance seeming persisted. The most success she gained, the farther she felt from the heroic ideal she once praised. Abrupt second of thought interrupted the conversation. Something had only clicked in her mind. She recalled seeing someone familiar among the spectators, someone whose presence hadn't gone unnoticed. Amid hesitation, she admitted it was someone she respected: Remy, the Black Mage himself. A group's arrival stirred curiosity among ones: a centaur, a beastkin, and a human girl. Remy had been seen amid ones. Layla questioned the admiration via someone so gloomy. No matter how often she asked, the reason remained unclear. To the Nicola defended him, lacking hesitation. Despite public ridicule, she praised how he stayed real to himself, even as the Phoenix group declined, lacking him. The brother rapidly shut down the conversation. To him, protecting Remy's reputation brought only risk. Amid a quiet nod, she agreed to stay silent via now. Conflicting views battled. While one claimed the Phoenix group remained strong, another dismissed Remy as a strain to his friends. Arguments shifted to performance. Group members had fallen short in comparison, highlighting the dungeon's brutal demands. Nicola challenged the idea of superiority, suggesting it was popularity, not skill. This created the illusion of strength. Frustration flared. Determined to rise, he saw the ongoing shows as stepping stones toward recognition, reached calmly, praising the ambition yet cautioning against arrogance. Respect for fellow strugglers, he said, was only as vital. A polite bow followed. He acknowledged the burden of the duty and the caution it demanded when speaking publicly. Fellow responded amid clarity while thoughts may differ. Respect inside collaboration was not optional. Attention shifted to the upcoming tag team tournament. The question of participation still remained. Uncertainty remained. Philip noted the sisters' hesitation, the thoughts unresolved regarding the event. Fellow explained the strategy mixing familiar categories would attract viewers. Philip expressed interest in joining the tournament, saying the sibling heroes would draw public attention. Agreed outwardly, yet struggled internally. The brothers' obsession amid fame had strayed from the ideal she once respected. Conflicted, she thought of Remy, someone who never wavered. In this quiet second, the example gave her strength. In a quiet town square, a group of villagers gathered around a posted notice. Curiosity rose as someone pointed out the reward, listed via clearing an elementary dungeon. Shock spread rapidly. The reward amount was unusually high, pulling immediate interest. Elsewhere, Remy discussed the decision amid the aid. Concerns were raised about the cost of offering such a reward, yet Remy responded with calm confidence. The aide hesitated. Though he understood the strategy, he worried about the financial risk and quietly accepted he'd owe Remy money. Yet the plan worked. Bookings poured in past not only novices yet also intermediate adventurers seeking rewards. Remy reaffirmed the dungeon's purpose to teach beginners the basics of combat and the seeming of triumph. The structure of the challenge would remain unchanged. One aide agreed, albeit nervously. Remy clarified this: any adventurers abusing the reward system lacking respecting the class would be removed lacking hesitation. He emphasized the importance of joy in winning, not only via adventurers yet questioned if it was fair for monsters to always lose. Speaking amid monster subordinates earlier, Remy learned once common the same wish to understand what it meant to win. Amid a confident smile, Remy declared the stance that time the monsters would be allowed to win. Time passed, and the dungeon training project steadily advanced. Under the forest canopy, monsters trained diligently as those leader oversaw those progress. Yet tension filled the air. The usual sense of discipline was replaced by unease. Today felt different, and everyone sensed it. The source turned plain. The formidable adventurer team, placed 99th in the realm. Nicola's group had arrived for a raid, hidden in the trees. A lookout observed the party's approach, assessing those formation amid sense. The group consisted of elite fighters, a knight, a heroine, a mage, a thief, and a hero, each possessing powerful abilities and experience. Nicola group advanced onto the forest dungeon. Those paced calm and confident overhead. A familiar scouting fairy led the way. Amid a single command, Mark prepared via combat. The team quickly assumed their roles, disciplined and focused. Layla expressed the ease, confident that goblins posed no danger. Ruri and the others calm in her sentiment, believing the fight would be simple. Playful banter broke out between teammates despite those surroundings. Tension faded onto light teasing as ones followed the fairy deeper. Yet Philip cautioned ones. His instincts warned of hazard. This dungeon power not be as predictable as they thought. Abrupt alert made Philip freeze. The instincts flared something was wrong. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. Hidden goblins acted silently among the trees. Philip spotted ones and reacted immediately. His expression harsh and unshaken, the energy rushed. With force gathering around him, he stepped forward, challenging the enemies. His identity alone was meant to intimidate. Calling himself the adamantine hero, he prepared to demonstrate the power he was known via aura flaring around him. Yet beyond the scenes, Remy observed. Calm and composed, he acknowledged the hero's strength and popularity, yet remained unshaken in the own purpose. Past above, goblins locked gaze on their targets. 4 adventurers acted carefully through the clearing, unaware they were already surrounded. A harsh sound of steel broke the silence. One drew her blade lacking hesitation, while another slid smoothly into position beyond. Amid flawless rhythm, she dashed forward. Blades flashing, goblins charged in return, yet her swift strikes carved through the first wave. Harsh observation caught unusual movements. Some goblins acted amid discipline, possibly guided by unseen backing. Suspicion of magic hung in the air. Confidence remained intact. If these enemies truly belonged to the lowest tier, those group had most than enough strength to handle them. Explosions surged across the battlefield as magic battled amid steel. A playful voice questioned whether to use fire or water, enjoying the chaos. Wind rushed violently through the clearing. Spells scattered goblins in every direction, the caster floating above amid complete control. After the dust settled, bodies lay motionless. A glance past the sidelines confirmed the effect had been true. Yet those same enemies rose again, weakened, yet alive. Ones regrouped amid surprising coordination. Shock rippled through the adventurers. Even powerful magic failed to bring ones down. Confidence gave way to doubt. Breathing heavily, goblins recalled brutal training. Those present struggle felt mild compared to what ones had endured. Confidence swelled. Even the food supplies had been paid via amid purpose. Orders shouted from both sides as spells faltered mid-cast. A harsh effect tore through the air. Rory staggered, landed down by an arrow. Panic spread before anyone understood what happened. Confusion gripped the group. Gaze scanned the forest, searching for the unseen attacker. No plain source might be found. Someone on watch silently passed the edge of the trees. The presence remained hidden, yet its danger had already been made plain. A masked figure stood calmly, the voice composed. Cruel judgments were gently dismissed with wisdom. Appearances might deceive. Once known as the Zero Night Bowman, she now served under a new name. The aim never faltered, no matter the distance. Realization dawned across the group. That dungeon no longer resembled the beginner's stage it once was. Frozen shards erupted onto the air, a command echoed silvery snowscape. Magic spread like a storm across the battlefield. Issy fragments drifted around confused goblins, via a second. Even enemies seemed awed by the beauty of the spell. Gaze scanned the field. Spellcasters and a concealed bowman still posed a danger. No one might relax only yet. Abrupt projectile shattered concentration. A precise strike clipped the side, forcing a step back and a bitter hiss. Glasses cracked. Pain flashed across the face as frustration bubbled out. The ambush had been carefully calculated. Everything slowed. Light shimmered in the attacker's gaze, and realization landed too late. A single step turned heavy. An arrow pierced clean through, staggering forward. He dropped silently to the knees, the battlefield pivotal colder amid his fall. A harsh remark followed the fatal shot. Calm but merciless, the enemy observed the fallen. Nearby, tension rose as another danger acted silently into view. Steps approached past beyond the goblins. Sense narrowed. Her gaze sharpened grief, shifting quickly into silent determination. Chaos erupted as one of the frontline fighters collapsed. Lacking hesitation, the girl rushed ahead, cutting down foes amid fierce, calculated blows. Realizing the real danger lay beyond, she set her sights on the mage beyond the formation. Unexpectedly, the goblins halted and dropped those weapons. One reached via a concealed blade, something darker guiding those intent. A strange heaviness weighed on the limbs. Whatever hexed ones carried was already taking effect, slowing her reaction and strength before she might recover. A harsh pain tore through her back. She stumbled as a goblin stood frozen beyond her, gripped by the shock of his own attack. Tension spread across the field as the goblins prepared via further coordinated strike. Those blades gleamed with intent, while the girl remained surrounded and weakened. A comrade rushed to the side, urging her to sense on support. Trusting his words, she gathered her strength, channeling the last of her magic. The enemy advanced lacking hesitation, drawn by those orders. Those numbers tightened the gap, ready to overwhelm them. Magic rushed around her as fluid energy forged massive arms wielding blades. She stood firm, transformed into a barrier of raw force. Before the goblin might react, a blade tore through the air, striking amid force. The tide of combat had shifted. Nicola unleashed a powerful wave of magic, cutting through the remaining enemies amid ease. Abruptly, a mounted figure appeared in the distance. She turned sharply, alerted by the sound of hooves and the tension in the air. As the dust settled, a masked fighter emerged atop a horse, looming down a fallen ally. The sight filled the with silent fury. Confronting the figure, she confirmed those duty in her comrades' deaths. The enemy introduced himself coldly, unshaken by her purpose for vengeance. Lacking hesitation, she launched an attack. Yet, the masked fighter blocked it effortlessly, declining the challenge with cold dismissal. Only as Nicola prepared to strike again, the masked rider turned and fled onto the trees. Caught off guard, she called out. Yet the figure vanished. Lacking hesitation, she pursued, launching a parting spell. The magic sliced through the forest, yet the target remained beyond reach. In the shadows ahead, unfamiliar figures emerged. A youth girl stood between ones, and a threatening presence drew closer past above. Nicola stared, recognizing the energy. Another monster had appeared this time, most ominous, most deliberate. Stepping onto the clearing was a cloaked figure. The voice trembled as she uttered the name Lebeton. Nicola confronted the masked figure, questioning those presents and the source of the black magic. The forest around one stood silent,
heavy amid tension. Lacking responding, the figure turned away. Nicola refused to let the enemy slip through the grasp again and readied the magic. She rose onto the air, fluid energy surging around the like wings. Light surged downward, aiming to trap the opponent below. Yet amid unnatural speed, the cloaked figure dodged the strike. Her gaze widened in disbelief. Their movement was all too familiar. Determined to end it, she extended the arm. Amid a calm yet fierce voice, she invoked her next spell, Silver Prison. Past above, glowing pillars of light crashed down, forming a magical cage. The cloaked figure halted mid-step, gaze narrowing as the trap sealed shut. Nicola stepped forward. Confident the magic had succeeded, Lemeditin was now confined inside the silver prison spell. Within the shimmering barrier, the masked figure remained calm. Those silence hinted at something unspoken, something dangerous. Lacking warning, the prisoner raised a hand and grinned. Nicola flinched as he spoke, revealing he had expected that exact outcome. A dark surge erupted. Her body froze as a harsh pain landed her chest. Gaze wide in shock, an arrow pierced Nicola's shoulder, causing the to stagger. The trap she had placed was intact, yet the damage had already been dealt. Lemeditin remained silent inside the prison, while in the distance, further masked figure approached calmly. Arobus had returned. Amid the fearsome bow at the ready, Arobus stood like a specter, watching her prey struggle. The scene shifted from combat to demonstration. Nicola trembled, next chuckled bitterly. She realized she had been played. Even the mastermind had served as bait. That was no ordinary fight. Calmly, Lemeditin turned and reminded the amid confidence, "That is our domain." After all, the prison bars began to shatter. Lemeditin stood beside Arobus, calm and unreadable. Nicola, still wounded, glared back amid defiance. Someday, she swore, that combat would end differently. Far past the battlefield, life carried on in the town. Adventurers gathered, chatting and preparing via those next descent into the dungeon. A youth girl pointed excitedly at a nearby shop. The companion, Remy, smiled gently. As ones wandered the merchant path side by side. At the stalls, ones observed trinkets and mementos. Beyond those calm walk, whispers of Nicola's struggle reached the surface. Though the dungeon was meant via beginners, it had proven dangerous. The group had shown promise, yet tougher challenges awaited. Training inside the dungeon had become most structured. While Furcus handled battle instruction, Remy reluctantly took charge of black magic education for the new recruits. Backing came past many corners amid cash managing schedules, and others summoned from the Demon King's castle as needed. The operation ran smoothly and efficiently. This day, Remy and Cash visited the town to take a short break. The quiet streets and soft light offered a rare second of peace. Something caught Cash's attention. The expression turned serious, confirming a suspicion as she looked back at Remy. Standing ahead was a woman amid age's hair, her presence pulling the attention of everyone nearby. The girl paused and tilted the head curiously. The gaze sharpened with abrupt recognition as she stepped forward, intrigued. A gentle smile greeted the woman's presence, radiated calm authority. The answer needed no words. Remy faced a mysterious woman whose calm gaze unsettled him. The attempt to disable the Amida spell failed. She neutralized it effortlessly. Perched above the street, a youth girl observed the scene amid curiosity. The encounter had caught the attention and left her visibly entertained. Acknowledging the girl's excitement, the woman offered a sincere smile. The expression showed contentment, seeming the appearance had served its purpose. After approaching the Remy, sought confirmation of the identity. The name Nicola matched the figure he'd heard rumors about. Amid a composed voice, she gave him a choice of how to address the Nicola already knew his name, calling him Remy, lacking hesitation. Remy raised the hand awkwardly, asking the not to call him, despite the discomfort. She acknowledged the request and agreed to use a different honor. Observing him quietly, Nicola remarked how different he seemed outside of the magical form. Amid a soft smile, she admitted to understanding the need via secrecy. Still, her desire to meet him had remained strong despite the hidden identity. Emotion took done as Nicola confessed the truth. She revealed herself to be a devoted admirer of Remy, the words sincere and heartfelt. She at last explained the earlier reaction. The way the being named Lemeditin had acted reminded her exactly of Remy's style, leaving her deeply surprised. Nicola hesitated, next asked a question lingering in the mind. She recalled the past words and wondered why someone who aimed to be a hero had changed paths. Instead of answering directly, Remy looked away, silent. Nicola, undeterred, calmly repeated the question, hoping to understand the reason. Those gaze met. Hers were steady and honest, while the reflected hesitation reflecting on advice past the past. Remy responded amid thoughtfulness. If someone approached amid sincerity, it deserved to be taken seriously. At last, Remy gave the answer. He believed a hero wasn't limited to a single path,
and this belief guided the choices he had made. Remy confirmed the earlier statement, suggesting this even monsters might achieve success. A quiet realization settled on the suspicions were correct. Remy was exactly who she had thought he was. Flustered, Nicola reached onto the pocket and held out a handkerchief. Amid nervous energy, she asked for Remy's autograph, unsure how he would respond. Lacking hesitation, Remy accepted the request. Nicola smiled gratefully as he returned the signed cloth, promising she would cherish it always. As those conversations came to an end, Nicola assured him of the silence. She understood the need via secrecy and promised not to reveal anything. As Remy prepared to leave, he noticed Cashew scribbling something on paper. The behavior caught the eye, yet she didn't explain immediately, before ones might walk away. Nicola approached again. She invited Remy to dinner at the favorite place, offering to treat him herself. He paused, sensing the hesitation. The expression revealed concern, and he understood she wasn't finished speaking to him. Later at the restaurant, Cashew enjoyed the meal while Remy sat quietly. The change of scenery brought a short second of peace. Curious, Remy at last asked about the earlier note. He wanted to know what she had been writing before ones left the plaza. In a private conversation, a determined woman instructed Cashew to monitor anyone, especially women, who got close to Remy, with intensity in her gaze. She claimed that evil influences might corrupt him. She insisted that only she and Cashew might protect him properly. Cashew, though uncertain, agreed amid hesitation. She didn't want to see Remy in hazard, yet her tone suggested she was conflicted. Later, a minor setback occurred when Nicola's favorite dessert was sold out. Cashew remained cheerful, content amid another choice. During dinner, Remy at last revealed the truth about his past. He spoke of the Phoenix Group and admitted he had been the one defending the 10th level as Levitan. While seated in the restaurant, Nicola expressed concern. Remy noticed the unease as she admitted she had been speaking passionately about the admiration via him. A pause followed. As Remy turned to leave, Nicola reached via the cup and gently called the name, her voice calm but firm. She posed a abrupt question, wanting to know how he viewed the... Most specifically, she asked about his opinion of the silvery heroine. Remy responded, lacking hesitation, praising the both via her talent and public standing. Struggling amid the words, she tried to explain further. Her tone softened as she began forming a most personal thought, yet hesitated to finish. Nicola questioned the status of black magic, challenging Remy amid logic. She pointed out this, if it were truly accepted, he would hold openly used it. She continued the reasoning, stating that the realm hadn't accepted his real self. Because of that, he was forced to adapt in order to survive. Though unaware until now, Nicola recognized the effort to become the version of himself he had ages, envisioned one shaped by persistence, not recognition. He, too, still aspired to be a hero. The concern had been genuine, guiding the to seek him out, before those conversations might deepen. A man abruptly approached the table. Nicola addressed the man who had interrupted. She recognized him immediately and called him the brother. Surprised yet not unsettled by his abrupt appearance, tension rose as he demanded to know who Remy was. Nicola, growing uncomfortable, admitted the situation was starting to make the uneasy. The brother insisted it was the concern, warning that being seen with a man might risk her public identity. To further diffuse the situation, she pointed out this Cashew was also present. The brother rapidly adjusted his tone and apologized to Cashew. He clarified that he wasn't a danger and introduced himself as Nicola's older sibling. Cashew asked if the man was Nicola's older brother. He confirmed it, explaining this concern had led him to track the down and find the dining with others. He offered a formal thanks via accompanying the sister, yet then quickly turned to Remy, pressing him about his relationship with Nicola. Remy remained silent as he observed the man's misunderstanding. Thanks to a spell, the brother saw him only as an ordinary acquaintance. Despite Remy's calm reply, the brother's interrogation intensified. Nicola, flustered, objected to the direct questioning, clearly embarrassed by the behavior. Lacking waiting via further response, he insisted Remy stay away past his sister. Declaring this, the personal life was not open to interference. She rejected the brother's controlling attitude. He remained firm, arguing this, she wasn't only anyone. Her duty and influence required caution, and he reminded her of the risks tied to her position. Past a short distance, Remy observed in silence. He understood well who Nicola was, the praised silvery heroine, striving to become someone even greater. Both siblings acknowledged the difficulty of the status. Even simple connections, especially amid someone like Remy, might trigger misunderstanding and unwelcome rumors. The brother responded calmly, expressing affection. Yet Nicola, clearly upset by his overstep, replied sharply, confessing she hated him in that second. Nicola's brother allowed Cashew to see the sister again, but made it plain that Remy was not welcome. Cashew quietly agreed, lacking objection. She explained the brothers' overprotective nature was something ones were both used to dealing with. The tone softened as she admitted the truth. The brother had helped create the silvery heroine image, and now feared anything that power damaged it. Before parting, Nicola approached Rema and asked to see him again. She mentioned there were still things she hadn't had the chance to say. He wanted to bring Cashew along, seeming it would be wrong to leave the Beyond for a private meeting. Remy clarified this. The decision wasn't out of fear but responsibility. Nicola accepted this and happily agreed to meet again with Cashew featured. As ones exited the restaurant, a staff member commented on how well ones had gotten along. Cashew, holding the pen tightly, declared she would be adding this comment to the official report. Noticing the excitement, Remy offered the rest of his cake. He said he was full, and she eagerly accepted the treat, lacking hesitation. Amid a sheepish smile, he praised the hard work. Though he insisted it wasn't a bribe, Cashew's cheerful reaction suggested otherwise. In a quiet forest clearing, Remy braced himself as a white-haired fighter girl rushed forward amid deadly precision, the spear cutting through the air. Mid-charge, she spun the body gracefully, using the momentum to widen the attack range and drive the spear toward the target with swift accuracy. Though Remy raised the blade in support, the spinning strike slashed across the side, leaving a trail of blood as pain twisted across his face. Before he might regain footing, she launched upward. Next delivered a crushing kick to the chest that hurled him backward with force. Towering done the fallen form, she looked down, lacking sympathy. Remy sat in resignation, admitting defeat. The white-haired girl acknowledged the perception, saying the sharpness in the gaze despite everything. A minor smile crossed Remy's face, as she explained this jobs weren't determined by a single trait yet, by a mix of underlying qualities. She elaborated using examples warriors needed agility, intuition, and swordsmanship. Standing firm, she clarified this Remy's lacking skill wasn't permanent. Aptitudes, she explained, might sometimes be cultivated done time. Those discussion deepened. Aptitude, ones agreed, referred mainly to physical traits, not intellect. It shaped one's potential but didn't define their value completely. Explained this some abilities develop through the heart, not only physical aptitude. She believed Remy possessed this inner strength. She emphasized this genuine consideration isn't a skill yet, a reflection of a kind entity, something that couldn't be taught or forced. Remy began to understand. He wondered if the harsh gaze referred to his ability to notice things others overlooked, his observational skills. Via years, he had quietly supported the heroes group, always analyzing battles to ensure smooth victories lacking disruption or imbalance. The insights had sharpened through experience. Recognized now as a strategist, Remy's strength wasn't brute force yet. The ability to read everything. Furcus offered practical advice. Remy's harsh gaze might aid him in close battle if paired with black magic to disrupt opponents' movements. Via the first time, Remy considered the possibility of excelling in melee. Even Mira, the supporter, never envisioned him thriving in that duty. He reflected on Furcus's perspective. Though the expectations were limited, she still believed in the potential, even against powerful enemies like Phoenix. Determined, Remy asked to try again. Taking even one minor step forward was enough reason via him to keep moving, lacking regret. Exhausted yet sincere, he collapsed in gratitude. Furcus looked down silently, acknowledging the persistence amid quiet approval. Breathing heavily, Remy asked Furcus if she ever got tired. She simply answered this hunger made everything exhausting, curious and relaxed. He admitted he'd never asked before. The second felt different, less like a lesson, most like a genuine exchange. He asked about the race. Amid a half-smile, Furcus responded, amid a single-word secret, but offered to reveal it if he guessed correctly. Remy hesitated. The unmatched physical prowess made him suspicious, yet the cost of a wrong guess was steep, an entire year's value of meals. As the conversation paused, a peaceful dining hall scene unfolded, suggesting it was time to rest and eat before the next challenge began. A bald man greeted Key, amid a smile, calling out casually nearby. A large orc in a suit glanced unlacking, reacting. A maid standing at the window responded to the master, yet miscommunication sparked offense. He questioned if he'd been called a pig. Realizing the confusion, she clarified she meant an actual pig. Though apologetic, she added this pigs were rather cute. He tried brushing it off, claiming abrupt kindness would be scarier. She insisted she was always kind and pressed via the reason. Elsewhere, a group discussed an upcoming tag team tournament, a rare event where race made no difference on the battlefield. Hopeful yet nervous, the orc asked the maid if she'd join the tournament amid him. The cold rejection came immediately. He tried not to take it personally. She admitted she already had a partner, yet reassured him the feelings toward him hadn't changed. To the surprise, she revealed, she'd be teaming up amid Furcus. The smirk returned as she called him Pigmaster, unintentionally combining insults. The next day, Remy learned of the tournament and Key's involvement. The reaction was immediate and filled amid disbelief. While explaining the decision, Remy mentioned debts and recent jobs. Key, however, questioned the abrupt presence, still puzzled by his motive. Concerns grew about Remy's popularity affecting dungeon traffic. Key speculated this adventurer's power swarmed the area. If videos got common online, a calm response came past a newcomer. He believed changes in difficulty were misleading, prompting Remy to ask via clarification. Key seemed surprised. Remy reminded him that was an all-level dungeon. The reply confirmed the assumption it was likely misinterpreted by the visitors. Even lacking triumph, uploading footage might unintentionally spread valuable data. That, in itself, would draw attention due to Remy's unique duty. Remy explained the logic: rivals wouldn't share footage if it risked giving others an advantage. The reasoning made perfect strategic sense. The all-level dungeon remained a rumor among adventurers. Some believed it adapted to each challenger's strength. Now, this vision was becoming true. Key wondered if difficulty adjustments alone might suffice. Remy replied this amid enough patience. Those challenges would eventually sort themselves out. Suspicions rose about magic stored in Remy's horn. Although partially real, the explanation didn't account via how he repeatedly won major battles. Manny assumed the force had waned post-Phoenix. This made now the ideal time for others to strike, even if it meant repeated failure. Lacking changing dungeon mechanics, he might still bring strategic worth and earn income in the process. Remy confirmed the ideas to join the tournament. When asked if he'd pair amid Thor, he clarified that Key had already committed. Furcus, holding a drink, declared the intent to win. Determination burned beyond the calm expression. The two exchanged playful confidence, despite past rejections. Remy respected the decision and reminded that Key had been promised the duty first. Elsewhere, a young girl trained with a blade, under watchful gaze. Within a tower, her efforts continued in solitude. The intense shouts filled the hall. Meanwhile, Remy sat quietly in another space, left in thought as echoes of training rang out, alone in the hall. Remy exhaled quietly. Thoughts drifted to others what ones were doing, how they spent their time. He remembered a scheduled meeting that time. Instead of waiting, he would be the one to initiate the summoning. Cashew's meticulous records ensured each contractor's availability was plain. No meetings happened lacking prior coordination through the detailed notebook. Across the castle, intense training progressed. Key improved the archery under Lara Aj's guidance, while Marchosias trained the kobold ranks. Remy reflected on the own students. At first, the black magic training methods unsettled them, but done time, they began to follow. He prepared for a personal summoning, intending to meet someone outside of work matters. With sense, he triggered the ritual within his hall. Mira appeared unexpectedly underdressed, shocked by the situation. She panicked while Remy stood frozen, confused by the abrupt outcome. Remy bursts onto the hall, flustered, unsure if he had arrived at the wrong time. Standing calmly before him, Mira greets him amid a composed smile, assuring him he is perfectly on time. He hesitates, noticing the lack of clothing. Sitting cautiously, he asks whether she is truly undressed. As the gaze lower, the sight confirms the suspicion. Her robe rests at her feet, stirring a nervous reaction. Wearing a revealing negligee, Mira twirls confidently, presenting the appearance amid a bright smile, awaiting the reaction. Mira leaned in close, catching Remy off guard. The abrupt approach startled him, though she meant no harm. Amid a playful spin, she claimed the plan had worked perfectly. Remy, still seated, acknowledged the success. Shifting the topic, Mira complimented the recent achievements. Remy responded modestly, crediting the team and the Demon King's backing, wishing she had done most. Mira expressed regret. Remy reminded of her own responsibilities, knowing she was only as burdened. In a second of silence, the two exchanged glances. Neither spoke, yet something unspoken remained between them. Abrupt knock breaks the calm. Mira and Remy pause, confused by the unexpected visitor. Amid a mischievous smile, Mira decides to open the door herself, caught off guard. Remy hesitantly agrees. At the doorway stands a girl carrying a basket. She stammers, realizing she's reached the wrong hall. Mira observes closely, saying a sense of familiarity between them. Now seated around a table, the atmosphere turns slightly tense. Mira questions the intent beyond the girl's late visit, the tone harsh, despite the polite setting. Flustered, the guest waves the hands and denies anything improper. She explains the purpose, offering an apology and delivering a late-night snack, not seeking anything romantic. Mira eyed the guest sternly, pointing out the impropriety of visiting a man's hall so late. Caught off guard, the visitor deflected, trying to shift the conversation. Mira slammed the hand down, claiming she had been summoned, only to stumble on the words. While Mira smirked and described herself as simply a friend, someone trusted to be there at such an hour, clarifying the misunderstanding. Remy labeled the a colleague, the visitor, surprised. Recognized as the infamous vampire queen Carmilla. Remy explained further, revealing the guest as Nicola, a hero who had once seen through the identity during a dungeon conquest. Mira listened, now visibly confused. A question breaks the silence. How might someone recognize Remy only by movement? Nicola admits she's praised him for quite some time. Brows raised, Mira presses further, asking which dungeon stream she liked most. Nicola responds amid slight hesitation, citing the advanced Hellfire dungeon. Next shares the own preference, the intermediate momentary dungeon, watched countless times. A reason sits on the tip of the tongue. Amid cheerful confidence, Nicola reveals it's because this stream features Remy, the longest. Mira listens, the expression unreadable. Introductions at last fall onto place. A handshake seals a mutual understanding between Nicola and Mira, while Remy stands speechless between the two. Curious, Mira asked when Nicola's admiration began. Hearing the answer since the debut, she playfully labeled the an old-school fan. Before the conversation might deepen, a knock sounded at the door. A white-haired girl stood outside, expression unreadable. Remy scrambled to explain, yet she teased him about the situation. Amid Cashew also present, she remarked bluntly on how daring he seemed tonight. He rapidly clarified his intentions, asking for advice and excusing the late visit. Calmly, she accepted the explanation, even saying she had no issue with Mira staying done. Gaze narrowed. She gave a quiet warning, cheating, no matter the reason, isn't something to be taken lightly. Amid a calm expression, he insisted the situation wasn't what it looked like. A silent exchange passed between the two girls, lacking further comment. She took Mira onto the arms and nodded she already knew. Effortlessly, she tossed Mira onto the bed, causing a mild bang. The effect startled him, though Mira seemed oddly content, murmuring as she landed. Laughter filled the hall as the girls bonded on their common admiration. She admitted how rare it was to speak so openly with someone who understood. Later this night, footsteps echoed beneath street lamps. He brought up an earlier topic, asking via most detail. She agreed with a smile, ready to continue the conversation. Admiration filled the air as Nicholas spoke about Helver, a hero known via unmatched strength and bare-handed battle. Looking to the air, Nicola reflected on the childhood dreams. She had always wanted to be a fearless hero charging onto enemy lines. Like Helver, cruel truths settled in. Not every effort receives reward. Remy quietly acknowledged this reality, knowing it far too well. A second of silence passed before he suggested one sit for a while. They found a bench beneath the trees, letting the night calm their thoughts. She continued, admitting this while the brother gave up after failure. She clung to the dreams. To carry out the new strategy, he crafted a fresh identity and aligned himself amid a new group. He modified the appearance using magic and committed to acting the part with precision. Later, on a quiet bench beneath the trees, he sat beside a youth woman. She confirmed the purpose, holding tightly to her aspiration. Despite the efforts, doubts remained. The brother disapproved, and past failures still echoed. She had reached out, but answers remained unclear. Even so, admiration via Remy's unwavering purpose inspired that his conviction gave her strength. Amid the heart uncertain, she whispered a question onto the fading light. He reminded that the choice belonged to the alone. Wanting something deeply wasn't wrong if it came from the heart. Though the brother opposed it, he pointed out this truth isn't absolute. Not everyone needs to follow the crowd to succeed. Those talk continued as one sat in silence. The realm had changed, and so had the opportunities. Now the actions would be seen by many. Amid attention came a chance to inspire beyond the past. Even if fear remained, backing surrounded her. Others stood beyond her, allowing her to shine. Concerns arose about disrupting the harmony of the present style. Teammates and fans alike cherished the image she had built. He explained the risks of acting alone. Lacking backing, she'd need to cover all roles and defend herself entirely. By changing the setting, the actions would gain context. A new environment might justify a shift in approach. However, the present stage was tightly controlled. Testing the full potential in scripted battles wasn't a viable choice. Next, an idea sparked. He suggested the tag team tournament, a place amid true stakes and flexible rules. She revealed the tournament invitation had once been extended, yet was paused due to the brothers' involvement in the project. Lacking warning, she stepped forward, causing Remy to react rapidly, catching the by the wrists in surprise. Amid the gaze steady, she asked him to enter the tag tournament together. He froze, caught off guard. Within a lavish mansion, Remy sat across past a composed woman at a dining table, surrounded by silence and formality. Those gaze met, quiet tension passing between ones. Neither spoke, But both understood the gravity of the meeting. A bespectacled man joined ones, calmly acknowledging Remy amid a reserved greeting. He hinted at a prior encounter and admitted the surprise at Remy's presence. He praised Remy's hidden strength as a black mage and linked those meeting to the sister, implying deeper motives beyond this invitation. As talk shifted to a tag team tournament, the man abruptly declined, brushing off the suggestion and ending the conversation amid disinterest. The woman voiced the disapproval, yet the brother stood firm. He refused to accept Remy's presence, declaring his black magic unworthy of standing beside the renowned Silver Prince. Amid rising tension, Remy explained this joining the tournament had been discussed amid Nicola's group. Ignoring the accusations, Remy made his position plain. If they reached the tournament, they would not settle for anything less than triumph. The response triggered outrage. The man slammed the fist, recalling past bold claims made through video calls, standing high. He demanded proof. Had Remy become a hero? Had he reached the highest rank? The hall fell silent under the burden of his challenge, reminding him sharply of the expulsion past the hero's group, reinforcing his view of Remy as a failure. Leaning back, he pointed out this Remy's talent meant little because he was still a black mage, something the realm wouldn't accept as valuable. Despite the criticism, Remy remained composed. He acknowledged how society viewed him and expressed the purpose to use this perception to his advantage. He explained this amid him as Nicola's partner. People would expect that to fail, painting her as a hero, burdened by a weak teammate. Philip considered the consequences. The crowd power cheer Nicola's efforts while blaming Remy. Understanding dawned on him. The sister would get one last chance to chase the dream. And if it ended in failure, the blame might shift easily. Curiosity replaced resistance as he questioned would losing beside someone like Remy at last let them move on? Lacking hesitation, she declared she wouldn't lose. Confidence held firm, though the question remained between one's unanswered defeat. If it came, would be accepted. If the crowd remained unmoved, she'd admit the dream wasn't hers to pursue anymore. Acknowledge the cost. Closure, even if found through loss, would be value the risk perhaps most than winning ever was. He asked whether there was any true reason to go that far only to partner with his sister. In response, Remy simply expressed confidence that he might win with her. Participants began to gather at the registration area outside the tournament facility. Within, an arena waited as the stage via battles soon to unfold. After some light sparring, the two common a second of mutual understanding. No further words were needed. Inside the training middle of the Adventurers Union, they began testing one another's capabilities through a series of controlled bouts. Each session focused on syncing those movements and developing strategies through practical drills. While reviewing old combat footage, he noticed the shift past front line to mid-guard. Cautiously, he brought it up, hoping not to offend. The expression dropped. Present audiences didn't favor scenes where female fighters took heavy blows. A brief smile returned when he mentioned fighters who still defied those expectations, reminding that not all paths were closed. Copying others wouldn't be enough. He encouraged her to rediscover what made the special and develop a style that reflected her own essence. Acknowledging the odds, he admitted the Silver Prince's strength, making it plain this surpassing him would require something truly extraordinary. He urged the not to waste the potential imitating others. Instead, she should shape her own ideal fighting style. Inspiration landed instantly. Training via the day ended. Ones agreed to refine the new strategy the following session. Both satisfied with the plan's potential, revealed the intention to use a one-time tactic in the opening match, specifically targeting Philip's team. News came this one of the four Heavenly Kings, Furkas, would also compete. He proposed a high-risk plan requiring full cooperation. Rather than hesitate, she smiled with purpose. Facing a Demon King's general was a challenge value embracing and a gamble value taking. In the middle of the arena, he called out to the spirits, voice steady and focused, hoping the plea would be heard. Every hero eventually visits the Shrine of Spirits. A link, if forged, grants the ability to wield entity arts in combat. Spirits rarely involve themselves after choosing a human. Those nature is unpredictable, capable of favor or rejection, amid equal silence. To communicate amid one must project clarity of thought. The mind sharpened. He made his request with conviction abruptly. An unexpected voice mocked him past nowhere. Breaking the tension with biting words aimed at his purpose, mockery returned amid force. He had carried the flame of the gods and still left. His reply was quiet, blaming the defeat on Remy's superior strength. He acknowledged the honor wasn't only for show. Despite frustration, he admitted the truth: his opponent had simply been mightier. Apologizing, he praised the spirit's flames, taking full responsibility via the failure. The entity, unimpressed, insisted the fault was misuse, not weakness in force. As the flames took form, she accepted the self-awareness. Amid calm authority, she asked what he needed past her this time. There had been one technique left untaught. Now he felt ready, asking via what was once withheld. She warned him failure to master the technique would result in pivotal to ash. Risk remained beyond her words, serious and unfiltered. He proposed using magic projections via safe practice. While the entity scoffed at the modern approach, she couldn't deny its practicality. Despite legends of others enduring it, she questioned the limits. That technique didn't only stress the body, it threatened the mind itself. Difficulty rivaled inheriting the demon lord's horns. Her tone implied that surviving such force required most than only will remained resolute. If someone like Remy might endure hardship, he must face a similar trial. Anything less would never lead to triumph. Admiration ran deep since childhood. He had looked up to Remy, and now this admiration fueled the desire to grow mightier. Rather than be left beyond, he wanted to stay inside, reach. Losing this connection would be harder than any defeat. Most than a rival, Remy was a friend. He didn't seek superiority, he longed to stand as an equal beside him. After listening quietly, the entity at last agreed, amused and curious. She accepted his plea, calling him a calm bird, a honor-awaited phoenix. Determined, he vowed to master the technique, surpass limits, and one day challenge Remy once most that time, on even ground. Normal day wrapped up at the Union. While others exchanged farewells amid smiles, one figure walked off silently, irritation hidden beneath calm steps. Down the hall, a quiet farewell between Nicola and Remy was interrupted by an unexpected presence. Someone had stayed beyond, defended the actions by citing concern via Nicola's safety, though she reminded him this one of the agreed conditions was to travel separately. Surprise flashed across all three faces as one's crossed paths, names spoken at once. Tension immediately returning. He claimed the dungeon duties were finished, and this he simply wanted to stay and watch the tournament unfold. A flustered Nicola introduced herself awkwardly, while he responded amid calm formality, naming himself Hero Phoenix. Smiling gently, he reassured that there was no need via nerves after all. They were all only adventurers. Next, the tone shifted subtly. Still smiling, he inquired what exactly had been going on between her and Remy in the training hall. Caught off guard, she denied any suspicious behavior, waving the hands nervously, while Remy stood quietly, unimpressed. Phoenix accepted the explanation, admitting he hadn't even known Remy was in town. The encounter had clearly taken him by surprise. He expressed backing via the upcoming match, adding amid a smile that he looked forward to hearing Remy's commentary as well. Nicola left flustered after Phoenix's friendly farewell. Remy, calm as always, suggested she head back while he stayed beyond a little longer. Despite being satisfied amid Remy's decision, Phoenix still offered the thoughts. He believed they'd be unbeatable if they ever reached a tournament together. The two walked side by side. Talk of training was set aside via now food and quiet companionship were enough. Time passed rapidly. On the day of the tag team tournament preliminaries, the arena loomed before one's, its atmosphere charged amid anticipation. Their footsteps echoed through the hallway as they advanced with purpose. The ages-awaited second had at last arrived. Deep down, he confessed a fear this remained not of losing, yet of being overlooked. For an adventurer, invisibility was its own kind of torment. Instead of asking via assurance, he offered a fallback. Should things go wrong, he would bear the blame, lacking hesitation yet. She dismissed the thought with confidence in his worth. In her gaze, their success hinged on his presence. Amid quiet purpose, he aimed to prove that a black mage might stand among legends. The arena buzzed amid anticipation as competitors gathered under the looming screen. Among ones, Remy stood in silence, gaze unwavering. All around, powerful figures positioned themselves amid calm confidence. Whispers past the crowd above hinted at expectations and past glories. Recognition calmly spread. Murmurs rose. Many couldn't believe Remy was still direct, let alone standing here again. Doubt followed admiration. Some questioned the partner's choice, hinting that only manipulation might explain her alliance with someone placed so low. Under this scrutiny, both felt the sting. Via Remy, being ignored hurt, yet being mocked felt far worse. Remy listened closely as the stadium filled amid the sound of a voice testing the microphone. The announcement signaled the event's beginning. Appearing on the central platform, Fellow, the organizer, introduced himself amid authority and calm confidence. Remy rapidly recognized the man, not only a figure of force, but the demon lord's father. A subtle tension rippled through the adventurers. Amid plain instructions, Fellow explained the structure. 49 teams would be split onto 3 groups for qualifiers. Only 15 teams would advance. One seeded team would join ones to form the main tournament's final bracket of 16. The rules were swift and brutal. All 16 teams would clash at once. Remy realized the unranked status made those paths even harder. Lacking pause, the signal rang out. The combat had begun, and only 5 teams would remain standing by the end. Confusion spread as contestants scrambled. Commentators casually marked Remy as a target, already anticipating the defeat. Among spectators, some mocked him. One speculated the strikes were less about strategy and most about stealing the spotlight. Weapons drawn, a pair charged toward Remy and the partner. The true fight had only begun. Remy rapidly realized the set-up 6 teams had taken the bait and now aimed straight via him. Warriors rushed ahead while defenders held the rear. He prepared to cast speed reduction on the others, planning to neutralize the front line first. Those charged came amid reckless confidence, ignoring the structure of the tag team format in those eagerness to strike. Nicholas stepped in lacking hesitation. The magic rushed forward, cutting through the assault with precise force. The attackers slammed onto the barrier. Trapped and stunned, one struggled as panic crept in, realizing this fight wouldn't be easy. Amid calm purpose, Nicola extended the hand, and Remy nodded together. They prepared to advance. Those opponents continued to struggle, hacking at the barrier amid no success. Panic crept onto their voices. As one fighter stepped back in confusion, a flare of movement interrupted the retreat, catching him off guard. Before he might react, a harsh strike pierced through, signaling the tide had turned. Past the shattered gap in the wall, Remy emerged amid his staff in hand. Gaze locked with his shaken foe, he radiated quiet dominance. Trapped against the wall of ice, one attacker flinched as a blow landed the back of the head. The partner tried to retaliate, launching a desperate swing. The blade met resistance, yet failed to break through. Desperation rising, the armored man called via help, only to watch the ally abruptly vanish mid-leap, caught off guard. Moments later, the own body began to seize up. Magic residue clung to the armor, freezing movement and draining strength. Past a distance, onlookers watched in disbelief. Defeat had come swiftly. Whispers followed so sturdy ones didn't even stand a chance. Faced amid mounting pressure, the opposing team rallied in desperation, preparing via one final charge. Meanwhile, Remy and Nicholas stood ready. Confidence in those next move left no hall via hesitation. Amid calm control, Nicholas stepped forward. Magic rushed around as she prepared to finish the fight with precision and authority. A chilling silence fell down the crowd as a woman unveiled Snowfall's mighty arm. The expression composed despite the tension. From the ranks, a fighter rushed forward, scoffing at the oversized weapon nearby. A quiet observer narrowed his gaze, sensing something was off. Lacking warning, the attacker's body froze mid-charge. Confusion spread across the face as dark energy took hold, an unseen spell binding him in place. Closing the distance, she landed amid precision. The effect sent a shock through the air as her enchanted fists connected. Spectators recoiled in fear, paralyzed by the overwhelming display of force. In a swift arc of motion, the woman landed down multiple opponents, sending bodies flying across the field. Remy stood still, watching the unmatched force unfold before him. She stepped forward with purpose, declaring her intent to protect him. Her defiant stance made it plain no one would touch her partner, lacking facing the consequences. Later, the town buzzed amid excitement. A crowd gathered to celebrate the pair's success in the preliminary rounds, raising drinks in high spirits. Surrounded by comrades and warmth, Remy joined the celebration, the usually guarded demeanor softening. Even amidst the cheer, one companion hesitated, unsure if she belonged. Doubt remained in the gaze. Light-hearted chatter filled the hall as one girl teased Remy about the partner, playfully expressing envy done their closeness. Grateful via the invitation, the woman thanked the others despite being unsure if an adventurer like the belonged among ones. A maid suggested a bold idea. If appearance caused concern, why not try becoming a demi-human to blend in most easily? Lacking hesitation, a friend presented a demi-human transformation kit, complete amid animal ears and full enthusiasm. Explaining the method, she claimed speaking amid a naïe would complete the disguise, leaving the group both amused and confused. The conversation took a playful turn as someone insisted this even Cashew had a habit of ending the phrases amid a cheerful woof. Embarrassed, Cashew muttered the word under the breath. Cheeks flushed as imaginary paw prints danced around the... Watching the reaction, Remy stepped in, gently reminding the group this forcing someone into a duty, no matter how cute, wasn't right. Despite this, the idea persisted. Nico was next, urged to join in as proof of the gimmick's success. Amid a mischievous glint, the girl added, "This Remy seemed especially soft toward girls amid animal traits," catching Nico off guard. Nicola froze as teasing remarks echoed about Remy's supposed fondness via animal-eared girls. Remy rapidly tried to deny it, flustered. Hesitantly, she accepted the transformation accessory. The atmosphere quieted as she made the decision. Amid cat ears in place, Nico stood silently, the face flushed. The others watched in awe, caught off guard by how well it suited the... Embarrassed, she abruptly shouted the limits, declaring she couldn't go through amid it and retreating into her self-ladder. Leaning on Remy, the guard dropped. In a quiet voice, she admitted the wish to join the tournament by the side. Remy reassured the companion, understanding the absence due to work. She promised to cheer him on in every match she might attend. Cashew joined in amid enthusiasm, her cheerfulness infectious. Remy appreciated her backing, saying how it always gave him strength elsewhere. Further group reflected on the preliminary rounds. Key humbly credited those success to Furka's force while others mingled. The atmosphere shifted as the maid turned to confront a certain ogre, questioning the recent absence amid piercing gaze. Cornered, the dungeon boss defended himself, claiming the duties kept him busy. The maid wasn't convinced and pressed harder. Laughter echoed under the night air as Remy and the companions enjoyed a second of peace before the coming challenge. As morning broke, the grand tournament arena loomed in the distance, marking the beginning of the highly anticipated main event. Crowds filled the stands, buzzing amid excitement. The venue radiated energy, a testament to how essential that competition had become. Participants passed across the realm assembled. Among them were people, fiends, and beastfolk, each team prepared and determined to prove their strength. Among the new arrivals stood a calm, horned man, a smile composed, hinting at confidence born past experience and force. Remy and the partner stood at the gate. Amid calm purpose, they stepped forward, ready to enter the tournament stage. A thunderous gallop echoed through the arena as a black armored fighter charged ahead, pulling the crowd's attention. The movement was swift, leaving little time to respond. Caught off guard, two fighters struggled to match the abrupt momentum. Urgency spread between ones as they focused on tracking the advancing danger. Lacking warning, the knight lunged through the air. One opponent took a direct hit, reeling past the unexpected blow. At this second, a masked figure appeared, gripping a staff amid precision and preparing to strike. Triumph came swiftly. Furkas and Arobas emerged triumphant in the opening round of the main tournament. Ariel, the top-placed storm hero, joined as guest commentator, offering insights on the match's intense spear work and coordination. Praising both members, he noted the centaur's agility and the precision beyond each calculated move, impressed by those synchronized rhythm. Rather typical archers, Arobas maintained the aim while in motion, continuously attacking as the mount advanced across the battlefield. Furkas opened amid a wide arc, creating space. Though the pair missed overt coordination, their actions remained harsh and deliberate. Though strategy overwhelmed the opposition, splitting attention and creating openings that sealed those tactical advantage. The commentators analyzed the battle's outcome, saying how Furkas drew attention due to both the fame and the centaur's overwhelming speed. As the crowd awaited the next match, anticipation built around a surprising tag team scheduled to appear in the arena. Remy and the Silver Hero had impressed in the preliminaries amid tactics that amplified each other's strengths. Curious about Remy's rising reputation, the older host pressed Ariel via a personal assessment of the Black Mage's skills. In response, Ariel described Remy as a Black Mage version of Panacea, the recently retired and highly respected White Mage. Ariel revealed this: he had once attempted to recruit Remy, acknowledging the Black Mage's remarkable potential. Though the bring was declined, the casual tone startled the host, who was clearly caught off guard by the unexpected revelation. Elsewhere, Remy stood alongside a woman, met amid silent curiosity as she questioned the truth beyond what she overheard. Reflecting on the past, he explained his reason: his loyalty to the Demon King's castle made embracing the bring feel wrong. Opponents acknowledged the strength at last. Even skeptics begrudgingly admitted Remy's skill as a formidable Black Mage. Guy and Gwyn mocked Remy's decision to team up amid a lower-placed partner, dismissing the presence as unimpressive despite the crowd's attention. Those names were announced via the next match, the tag team tournament's first round, pitting Remy and the ally against Hero Guy and Mage Gwyn. As both sides faced off, tension filled the arena. The match officially began under the host's call. Gwyn launched onto the opening move, already underestimating Remy's partner, and declaring the outcome decided. Lacking hesitation, both Guy and Gwyn advanced, rocking the ground as they unleashed powerful strikes to start the combat. Remy lunged forward, surprising both opponents. One of ones questioned if it was a dark spell weighing him down. Confidently, Gwyn prepared to counter. Believing Remy's class made him predictable, he acted in to strike amid magic. An explosive wave tore through the battlefield, erupting amid force despite the chaos. Remy's expression remained calm and unreadable. Lacking hesitation, he slipped through the flying debris, narrowing the distance in a swift, calculated dash. The mage's gaze widened in shock. Remy was already too close, closing the gap faster than anyone had anticipated. Remy revealed a concealed weapon, a hidden cane drawn amid precision. The opponent reacted in shock, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Lacking pause, Remy closed in amid a rapid strike. His movement was fluid, and the counterattack came before the enemy might recover, declaring the purpose. He landed with full force. The blow landed hard, evidence of his serious intent to win. Win staggered back, wide-eyed. Blood hit the ground as realization and fear replaced the earlier confidence. Meanwhile, Guy turned the attention toward Remy, only to notice something unexpected approaching in the path. Nicola launched forward amid grace and precision, the posture firm as she prepared the next spell. Amid a swift motion, silver chains erupted and bound Guy tightly. The surprise was obvious as Nicola closed the gap. She landed directly while he was restrained, hitting a clean blow. This further shifted the momentum in their favor. As the opponent faltered, Nicola mocked the overconfidence, making it plain they had held back during the preliminaries. Amid decisive control, Remy and Nicola were declared the winners, stunning spectators amid those overwhelming speed and teamwork. Two new challengers stepped onto the arena, a confident youth strategist and the towering, axe-wielding partner. Remy and Nicola stood ready as the announcers stirred excitement via the upcoming second-round combat. Cheers erupted past the crowd as the signal was given. The match officially began amid heightened anticipation. Before the fight might escalate, the youth boy addressed Remy directly, offering a formal apology via his earlier assumptions. He admitted the misjudgment, having underestimated the worth of a black mage in team battles until witnessing Remy's commanding performance. After observing the previous match, the boy reflected on how much Remy had changed. The growth was undeniable. Amid a calm smile, he acknowledged Remy's strength directly, showing genuine respect via the black mage's force. Both opponents praised the determination. The strategist praised Remy's agility, while the partner was impressed by his creative tactics. Gripping the weapon, the boy vowed to give the all holding back. He claimed would dishonor the fight. As tensions rose, roles were chosen. The muscular fighter declared he'd take on the one known as the Silver Prince. The youth mage summoned a powerful wind spell, surrounding Remy in a spinning portal and temporarily obscuring him from view. The arena roared as Hiram, known as the Gale Hero, and Arda, the fearsome explosive hero, reached the stage. Winds gathered as Hiram advanced, force spinning around his feet from the audience stands. All gaze followed his measured steps. A violent gust erupted lacking warning, conjured by Hiram's formidable magic. Facing it head-on, Remy and Nicola stood those ground. In perfect sync, the pair dashed forward, slicing through the oncoming storm lacking hesitation. Amid a swift motion, Nicola summoned a silver barrier this held firm, dispersing the furious winds before they might land. Confidence lit up Hiram's face as he stepped forward, declaring the intent to win despite facing a team. Determination drove the charge as he tightened the grip on the blade. In a flare, the feet launched from the ground, cutting through the air with harsh momentum. Mid-leap, he realized the terrain ahead was deceptive. The wall wasn't flat, it angled inward, disrupting the approach still. He steadied himself. Recognition dawned the trick had been uncovered, and he prepared to strike. Amid precise control, he unleashed a focused whirlwind directly at the hidden weak stage. A strange figure emerged past the spinning magic, not a human, yet a humanoid shaped entirely from silver. The unexpected sight caught Hiram off guard. Cracks forged beneath the feet as the ground responded to the figure's effect. He scrambled for footing as the terrain began to collapse. From inside the debris, Remy surged forth with fierce momentum, his staff ready. Hiram braced himself, narrowing his sense. Remy accelerated, propelling himself through the air like a dart, determined to close the gap before Hiram might counter. The foot slammed down, signaling the start of the attack amid explosive force. As the dust settled, whispers spread across the crowd, shock filling those voices. A black mage had only taken down a hero, defying every expectations. Spectators debated the event, some dismissing black magic as unimpressive, while others acknowledged the mage's strategy and movement as impressive and effective. Standing before the opponents, Arda reflected on his misunderstanding. For the first time, he recognized the real strength of coordination in combat. Determined, he challenged Nicola, proposing a duel of magic to decide whose abilities reigned supreme. She accepted amid confident poise. Those clash erupted instantly, force against precision, pulling sparks as the crowd watched in awe. The announcement echoed through the arena. Remy and Nicola had won. Spectators stared in disbelief as the underdog pair advanced to the semifinals. Among the observers, praise began to grow. Those synchronized coordination and flawless execution, even under pressure, had left a lasting impression. Strategists in the crowd analyzed those methods. While each tactic seemed minor, together ones created a seamless and deceptive strategy. Former allies of Remy voiced frustration, wondering why he never fought like that before. Regret mixed amid curiosity. A calm voice explained mastering mobility meant sacrificing magic. What one saw now was hard-gained evolution through balance. Harsh exchange of words lightened the air. One quipped playfully, while further delivered a blunt retort lacking hesitation. Light teasing continued, mixed amid banter about harsh logic and audience appeal. Even so, subtle respect lay beyond the jabs. Attention turned to the leader. When asked about the thoughts, he calmly admitted he found the situation enjoyable, despite the friend teaming amid someone else. Privately, he reflected on strength. Nicola had gained a solo triumph. Perhaps it was time the friend did the same, proving himself in an individual match. As the sun rose the next day, anticipation filled the stadium once again. The arena lights flared as Remy and Nicola stepped forward. The tag team tournament semifinals were officially underway. Across the field stood two composed opponents. One of ones, surprised at Remy's progress, didn't hide the skepticism. Observing those growth, he acknowledged those transformation yet. He warned that winning meant most than dungeon-clearing prowess. Remy responded with quiet purpose. To him, triumph meant giving everything. Regardless of method, his opponent reminded him that in this realm, purpose alone wasn't enough. Amid firm steps, ones approached the battlefield ready to clash and confront the truth of those convictions. Philip and Mark, a top-placed pair in public standings, took the stage amid confidence. Those entrants drew a tense hush from the crowd. As the match began, both sides called out to those partners. The opposing team looked poised via a swift, aggressive opening. To everyone's surprise, Remy and Nicola split directions immediately, disrupting the expected formation. Observers speculated whether that split hinted at a deeper strategy. The arena trembled as Nicola's magic erupted, shattering the battlefield's surface. Beyond the glasses, Mark's gaze sharpened. He gripped the weapon tighter, fully alert. Now, Philip charged forward, slicing through Nicola's silver barrier amid brute strength. Meanwhile, Mark adjusted course mid-run, altering the team's assault pattern with harsh sense. Mark approached Remy directly, his shield ready. He acted with intent to isolate him. Tho's plan was plain disrupt Remy and Nicola's coordination by forcing ones apart. If synergy was their strength, separation was the answer. Past the stands, observers questioned if Remy had anticipated that. Was it a flaw in the strategy, or part of something deeper? Now standing alone, both Remy and Nicola locked gaze with renewed purpose. The true combat was about to begin. In the void of those thoughts, Remy reflected on the limits of their coordination. Supporting each other came with the cost-lowered sense, weakened magic, and delayed activation. Still, those partnership was built on trust. Each knew this helping the other meant sacrificing part of their own force. Those opponents understood that too, breaking that balance. They reasoned was the path to triumph. Isolate Nicola, then defeat Remy alone. Yet Remy and Nicola had foreseen that ages before the match began. They had already made their decision. Wones would fight, even apart. As one, the observers watched in shock as something unexpected unfolded. A quiet shift in mood passed among those who had doubted him. Mocking voices filled the arena. The crowd dismissed the lone black mage, convinced he posed no danger to a white knight. Remy stood firm, fully aware of the challenge. He accepted the disadvantage, ready to overcome it through will alone. Those blades rose. The duel was set strength against purpose. As the duel commenced, the armored fighter charged ahead, amid shield poised. Meanwhile, the black-cloaked mage extended the hand, unleashing a speed-reducing hex. The opponent, however, reacted instantly, shrouding himself in magic. This countered the spell's effect. Unnoticed by many, a third combatant had been reinforcing the fighter past afar, casting white magic since the combat began. Though bolstered, the warrior's resistance came amid trade-offs. The magic was stretched thin, limiting further defenses. Sayat the mage remained composed. The spell had cracked the barrier and the combat was far from done. Philip grimaced as a surge of force landed him, his stance faltering under the burden of the effect. With a surge of determination, he launched forward, shield slamming into his opponent. The abrupt dash sent shockwaves across the battlefield, stirring dust in its wake. Blades battled violently, steel against steel. The mage barely deflected the strike, retreating with narrowed gaze as the fighter pushed on. Leaping back, the black mage repositioned amid harsh precision. He kept distance, preparing the next move with careful calculation. Cheers erupted past the crowd. Yet despite those doubt, he stood alone, facing ridicule. Facing pressure, yet far from finished. Observers praised Mark's quick retaliation, saying how he followed up Remy's dodge amid a clean upward swing, maintaining composure throughout the exchange. Despite appearances, Remy had redirected the force and retreated amid minimal damage. The blow had failed to land decisively, while Mark exerted himself. Remy remained steady, having predicted the attack and absorbed nearly no harm. Past the crowd's perspective, Mark seemed dominant, yet the truth remained hidden. Only Mark sensed the subtle shift in momentum. Facing each extra again, Remy spoke plainly. Though Mark didn't deny the reality, he held firm defeat was simply not in choice. Both fighters stood at a crossroads of pride and pressure. Via Mark defeat by a black mage would stain the status. Mark lowered the posture and charged amid sharpened intent. Shield forward, gaze locked on Remy's next move. Commentators speculated Mark aimed to destroy Remy's staff, yet the mage acted back instead, carefully increasing the gap between ones. To the crowd, it looked like retreat. Remy sprinted at full speed, prompting laughter and jeers past confused spectators. The audience grew loud amid accusations of cowardice. Yet some, watching closer, began to question what was truly unfolding. Strategists watching the match began to catch on. Remy wasn't fleeing. He was exploiting the burden of Mark's shield to gain time and space. Some adventurers in the crowd started piecing it together. What seemed like retreat power be part of a deeper plan. In truth, Remy was channeling mana onto the staff while distancing himself. Past a tactical standpoint, it was preparation, not surrender. Leaping forward, he readied a spell. The thoughts acted beyond conventions. This wasn't a dungeon crawl. It was a combat of minds. Mark abruptly paused, unsure if it was poison or a ploy. He held still, analyzing, not panicking. Released a soft apology to Philip as he used white magic to dispel a buff he'd given earlier. Sacrificing offense, he freed up mana and dropped the shield. Lacking hesitation, he charged in. The audience stared as he discarded his support entirely, showing his purpose to adapt mid-combat. Remy narrowed the gaze, rapidly shifting to evade. The ground split beneath him as Mark's blade missed, but disrupted the terrain. A fierce kick followed, launching Remy backward. Though battered, he steadied himself. Acknowledging this, the left arm was now useless. Clenching the teeth, Remy forced motion onto the right arm, wounded, but not broken. He wasn't finished yet. Both arms failed. No strength remained to defend or retaliate. A thrown blade sealed the last chance at resistance. Charging forward, Mark aimed straight for the opening. No hesitation, no pause, only pure, unrestrained force. Shaky breaths escaped while balance wavered. Steps grew heavy, and distance between ones rapidly vanished. Triumph seemed inevitable. Amid magic neutralized and no staff in reach, all options appeared, gone. Yet when all seemed left, abrupt leap exploded forward. A brutal knee connected raw instinct, breaking through despair. Chains bound around Remy's waist. Energy spiraling as the weakened form remained seated, yet not broken. Nicholas stepped in, gaze harsh and calm. Across the arena, Mark's expression shifted, sensing a change in momentum. Distance widened again. Confidence past earlier flickered as he looked ahead. Nothing left, he muttered. Convinced of Remy's end, yet that wasn't real. Tag team rules still stood, and reinforcements had already acted. Swirls of magic coiled upward, charged and ready. Nicholas' purpose echoed through the battlefield. Only as Mark once protected an ally, she now fought beside Remy that time. As his strength, Mark called out the challenge and dashed in. Steps were heavy yet full of determination, closing the gap in seconds. Gaze locked forward. Remy analyzed the window. Rhythm was everything. Effect would be the exact second to exploit. A blade rose high, Mark braced, channeling all strength onto one decisive swing. No hesitation, Remy countered amid a harsh strike, fists clenched, body leaning onto the motion with every ounce of remaining force. Contact hit hard. Shock pulsed through Mark's chest as the blow connected clean. Force shifted again, momentum stolen in a single punch. Gasps rippled through the stands. Silence held briefly, next applause erupted past every side of the arena. Cheers weren't limited to people. Beasts, fiends, and all others rose in common awe, stunned by the turn of events. Even the announcers stumbled via words. Triumph belonged to Remy, though the toll was clearly obvious across his body. Spectators marveled at the feat. Defeating a White Knight solo had shattered expectations and proven undeniable strength. Still, not everyone was convinced. Some noticed inconsistencies Remy had held back. Force like the wasn't fully unleashed. Something deeper was going on. Confusion spread among the spectators. One question echoed, where had Phoenix gone? Alone in the arena, Remy struggled to stand. Memories and purpose rushed. Fighting wasn't only survival, it was to protect someone essential. Shouts past the crowd reached the ears. A voice familiar, steady, called the name with warmth instead of urgency. Steps approached calmly. The one he sought stood in front of him, calm and composed, easing the burden on the shoulders. Smiles met exhaustion. You won, came the simple truth. No applause might match that quiet, common second of triumph. Joy trembled beneath the surface, barely held in check. Sense masked emotion, yet permission to feel came past someone who mattered. A borrowed hand extended in quiet backing, suppressing feelings. Phoenix said, wasn't strength. Letting one's out was emotion rushed. A cry surged free from both his triumph, exhaustion, and gratitude collided in a single second. Realization dawned. Magic, strength, training all had led here. Yet so had every hand this guided him along the way. Black mage, frontliner, partner. With purpose intact, Remy stood high, not as someone changed, but as someone at last seen. Memories of struggle and effort resurfaced. Every step, every wound, and every year aligned amid the dream he once held as a child. No standing on solid ground. Gaze focused ahead, Remy faced the next challenge, the determination no longer shaken. Time rewinds to only before the clash between Remy and Zanmark reaches its peak. Those confrontation reignites in a whirl of motion. Zanmark observes Nico's approach, recognizing the intent through prior combat patterns. Although the plan shows promise, he swiftly counters, exposing its flaws. Driving the momentum forward, he declares this: not all paths suit everyone. The words cut deep, challenging Nico's place in the fight. Undeterred, Nico blocks the blow, steady and silent. The stance hardens, reflecting determination forged through past struggle. In a memory past the past, she stands smiling, gaze bright amid ambition, boldly declaring her dream of becoming a hero. Nico listens intently as the brother speaks with conviction, explaining that triumph matters most than injuries or fear. No matter how strong the enemy, he offers unwavering backing, firmly believing in the potential. That second plants a dream that takes root in Nico's heart. Years later, she reflects on this encouragement amid quiet bitterness, sensing the brother's lingering regret for inspiring her path. Those fierce dual resumes, Nico launching forward amid precision and force, aiming directly at the opponent. The powerful kick clashes amid his weapon. He withstands the blow, face tense, as the combat intensifies. Philip criticizes Nico's battle approach as undignified. Calmly, she acknowledges the remark, unshaken by the insult. Raising her blade with purpose, she stands ready to prove herself. Philip's armor begins to crack, revealing a hardened form beneath, claiming the combat doesn't reflect her real nature. The arena announces Philip's adamant technique, the debut of the powerful support in that tournament. Meanwhile, Mark advances on Remy, trying to close the gap. In the commentary box, observers discuss the tag battle's complexity, where roles blur between leader and follower. Nico recalls how the interest in dungeon footage began, all because of the older brother Philip. Arrows on the screen stirred something deep within. Sitting side by side, both felt those hearts drawn to the same dream. Efforts to chase those dreams led only to frustration. When no results came, it felt like everything collapsed around one's. In this new realm, admiration at last came. Cheers echoed, and a broken realm began to rebuild thanks to the one who never gave up. A noble image took shape, the poised silver prince. Beyond it, though, was a mask carefully crafted by another's hands. Steel met wood in a crushing blow. Beneath the strike, an honest truth admiration this never faded and never would. Stone armor covered his frame, each breath steady and deliberate. Flames rushed beyond as force gathered for the next strike. No hesitation, shown he lunged. Across from him, purpose hardened beyond calm gaze. A clash ignited between speed and force. One swung wide amid enchanted energy. The extra answered amid a crushing fist. Momentum carried the blow forward, shattering part of the arena. Arms folded, she stood still, unshaken, waiting. Words followed effect. Observation cut deep, lacking backing from the black mage. Her strongest techniques remained locked away. Admiration once burned brightly via the demon blade hero, not the shining knight. Strength that endured every hit lacking, faltering left a lasting impression. Stillness settled down the field as armored limbs hung at ease. Silence carried most burden than steel. Confidence returned to the face. Beneath appearances, nothing essential had changed. Loyalty remained quiet, unwavering. A taunt filled the air, questioning fragile arms against adamant stone. Rather than argue, she answered amid action. Stone shifted as energy sparked between one's weapons drawn. Distance closed. Neither looked away past what must come next. Momentum rushed forward as stone-armored burden launched through the air. A harsh edge pointed straight at its mark. No flinch, no retreat, only quiet readiness. Energy coiled tightly around the fist, glowing amid patient strength. Sense remained unshaken. Commentators watched in awe. Layers of smaller spells flowed one after further, creating a rhythm this overwhelmed and concealed the final move. Cracks forged under mounting pressure support held via now, but strain began to show. Instead of one massive spell, she built steadily minor to broad, controlled, and precise. Openings were closed before one's ever appeared. Magic rushed violently through the body, pressure mounting like a storm. Forming the gauntlet wasn't elegant. It was effort layered in silence. A solid arm of silver gleamed under the burden of countless stacked spells.
force fused amid intent, forming something entirely her own. She launched forward, cutting through hesitation. Every motion screamed conviction. Gaze followed the dash. One commentator called the charge, the other readied for effect. A thunderous strike connected amid solid armor. He barely budged. Yet her promise remained, this wasn't the end. Mightier days would come. Close-range battle began amid silver flowing onto her arm, every strike fueled by relentless buildup. Observers recognized the tactic, not brute strength, but precision. Swift movement followed each blow. The gauntlet blurred through the air, forcing cracks in the hardened support ahead. Despite its burden, the gauntlet acted faster than expected. Still, heavier spells brought limitations. Each step demanded calculation. Abrupt motion caught the off guard. The counterattack came quicker than anticipated, forcing a split-second reaction. Missing a beat, the foot launched off debris. Escape unfolded mid-air, instincts guiding every move. A rapid twist redirected the momentum. Momentum carried the upward before shooting down like a falling star. Effect thundered against the stone helm, smashing down amid full force. Dust flew, the arena trembled. Spectators jumped to those feet, declaring the fight finished. Yet silence followed. No collapse came. He still stood. Stone shoulders rose, voice echoed. No matter the effort, the endurance wouldn't waver easily. Determination flickered beyond harsh gaze. Surprise met purpose, nothing had been decided yet. He looked forward, voice cold and firm. Confidence never wavered, he believed every outcome would always return to the favor. Unshaken, the stone giant claimed. The body couldn't be broken. Undeterred, she tightened the stance, determined to prove him wrong. Amid a surge of speed, she propelled herself forward, leaving a trail of magic in her wake as momentum rushed. The fist crashed into his chest, powered by acceleration. The effect left a fracture across his hardened exterior, pulling his attention. Seizing the second, she shifted swiftly, winding up via further blow as he reeled from the strike. A relentless barrage followed. Each punch landed deep. And at last, the solid form began to crumble under pressure. Powerful kicks slammed onto the stone man's chest, sending shockwaves through the solid frame as the effect cracked his surface. The follow-up strike shattered part of the face. Momentum carried the attack through, leaving him dazed and reeling past the blow. Catching the breath, the woman held firm across past her. The enemy staggered, clutching his wounds. He spoke, doubting her place in such brutal battle. She didn't flinch. A quiet crack spread across the armor while she calmly acknowledged the truth she had always known. Still, she refused to back down. Determined, she resolved to adapt only as others had before the change shot outward, as Remy launched himself onto the air, gaze locked on his target below. His rhythm was precise. Past above, he descended rapidly, catching the stone fighter by surprise. Nicholas stood beneath, ready via coordination. Remy's punch crashed onto the enemy's face, staggering him. On the ground, Nicholas stepped forward, prepared to continue the assault. Those hands met briefly. She redirected the momentum, magic igniting along the arm as she ready to strike. While the enemy braced himself, Remy called out the order. Nicola aimed to finish it decisively. Nicola drove the fist onto the enemy's chest, the blow tearing through amid explosive force. Dust and cracks followed instantly. Fragments surged away from his face as the effect spread. Her expression stayed harsh, unwavering in her sense. Hitting amid a skid, she steadied herself. Exhaustion showed briefly, but her purpose had not weakened. Memories of childhood surfaced, admiring heroes who stood firm under pressure. The brother had praised the Iron Wall hero, she, the Magic Blade hero. Ahead, the stone fighter advanced again. The steps slow but heavy. The fight wasn't done yet. The stone fighter stood firm, declaring this Nicola's beauty must not be marred, as it was the source of the influence. Nicola's gaze sharpened. Anger flickered beneath the silence. There was most to the then appearance, and she was ready to prove it. In a rare second of praise, the opponent acknowledged the strength, calling her calm. The tension between respect and rivalry hung in the air. Cheers erupted as the battle's results were announced. Remy and Nicholas stood victorious. Those teamwork had gained once the crowd's admiration, yet the second didn't linger. From above, a new danger descended with speed. Magic coiled around Nicola's arm, glistening amid tension. She stood high, posture steady, gaze unblinking as she prepared for the next move. Meanwhile, the defeated fighters exited the battlefield. One offered a quiet gesture of respect, acknowledging the strength of those opponents. Those conversations shifted to reflections. Nicola's performance drew curiosity, yet it was Remy's strength that left a lasting impression. Within the arena, the stone fighter braced himself again, cracks sealed as he reinforced the body, unwilling to surrender. Rather than rush in, Nicola formulated a plan.
Minor scale spells would wear him down, paving the way via something far greater. Nicola unveiled the culmination of the evolving battle style, balanced, adaptive, and forged through trial. Lacking hesitation, she dashed ahead. Her body acted with purpose, harsh and fast. As the ground blurred beneath her steps, past the commentator's box came a shout. Nicola was charging in, head first and fearless. The opponent watched silently, unsure of the intent. Later, beyond the scenes, Remy waited outside the chamber. As Nicola emerged, he greeted the amid a simple yet proud affirmation, "You did it." She didn't reply with words. Instead, she embraced him tightly, gaze shining with joy together. They had claimed a hard-gained triumph. Wrapped in the second, Remy smiled gently as he embraced Nicola. Their triumph was true, and he allowed himself to feel proud of it. Seconds later, Nicola pulled away in a panic, flustered by the abrupt action. Embarrassment rushed in as she apologized via losing control. Remy reassured the lacking hesitation. She, still nervously adjusting her thoughts, wondered aloud how the audience power have seen their interaction. He answered simply, ones were loved by the crowd. Relief washed done her, and hope sparked that even her brother power come to understand. Those common sense shifted forward. With one final goal remaining, both stood firm. Nicola's voice softened as she looked at Remy, admiration flickering in the gaze. She acknowledged the strength, calling him truly amazing. Curious, Remy tilted the head. Nicola stood before him, the tone sincere. With growing confidence, she praised his purpose. While others hesitated, he acted forward, lacking doubt. Even against fierce opponents like Furcus, he wouldn't waver, caught off guard. Remy responded awkwardly. Nicola hesitated, flustered yet honest, the words reflecting the trust she placed in him. Raising the head, she declared this when he stood by her side. She felt undefeatable. Not only hope, certainty. Nicola hesitated. Next turned the question back to Remy. The response was warm. Her words had meant most to him than she realized. Amid a minor grin, Remy explained this: he always fought alongside people he wanted to win with. His answer, part teasing, part truth, caught her off guard. She blinked, unsure how to take it, yet accepted it amid a quiet smile. Wones walked side by side down a age's corridor. Tomorrow was the final match, and both promised to give it everything one's had. Far past their quiet second, the next opponent stirred. A towering fighter stepped forward, casting a heavy shadow across the battlefield. Masked warriors gathered in silence. Among one stood a towering figure, ready to enter the arena amid heavy presence. Excitement filled the stadium as the announcer declared the final match. The crowd erupted in anticipation of the upcoming combat. Remy and Nicola stepped forward together. Those final opponents, Furcus and Arobas, an unexpected pairing, took the spotlight in the finals, pulling attention past the commentators. Normally seen clashing in dungeon raids, these participants now stood united. Cheers erupted past the stands as spectators celebrated the rare collaboration. The unusual team-up brought a surge of energy to the arena. Looking ahead, organizers discussed the idea of solo matches to fulfill fan hopes via legendary one-on-one duels. Among the audience, a determined demon girl expressed her wish to combat Phoenix someday. Her gaze burned with quiet purpose. Remy turned slightly, sensing the gaze of future challengers. One of ones, a powerful elemental contractor, had already taken interest. He stood before Executioner Furcus, vowing to meet him again in the Demon King's castle. Tension stirred in the air as the duel approached. Furcus responded amid a resonant cry, embracing the challenge with blazing anticipation. Those confrontation began amid mutual respect. Remy had gained praise for his swordsmanship, an unexpected trait for a black mage. Recalling those who had trained and supported him, Remy felt those presents amid pride on the line. Losing was not in choice. Furcus praised the purpose and offered a choice: face him alone or with his trusted partner. Remy chose to stand firm. A masked referee raised the blade high, signaling the start of the final match. The atmosphere turned electric as the crowd roared. In a flare, the centaur fighter vanished from view, his speed dazzling. Remy and Nicola narrowed their sense on the unfolding action. An explosive strike landed near ones, sending debris flying. Nicola responded instantly, raising a barrier to shield ones both past the blast. Before taking the field, Remy wished Nicola luck. Those fists met amid mutual trust, a brief gesture of unity before the clash. Charging ahead amid determination, Nicola dashed toward Furcus, the final combat now truly underway. A crushing effect sent stone and debris flying as Furcus absorbed a powerful blow. The arena trembled amid the force of the strike. He peered through the dust, realizing the fighter before him was not Remy. Nicola now stood in the place, unwavering. Despite the switch, Nicola faced Furcus amid confidence. Magic swirled around the hands as she vowed not to disappoint. Past the sidelines, Remy placed the trust in her, The combat was now in Nicola's hands. Meanwhile, Remy battled amid the centaur fighter, adapting to his swift movements and challenging speed. Remy rushed toward the masked opponent as a blast shot past him. Sparks scattered as he raised a silver-coated arm in support. Realization dawned. Nicola had transferred the magic onto the arm during their earlier fist bump. The silver gauntlet pulsed with energy. Furcus, now watching closely, called out the boldness of ignoring the presence. The crowd roared in anticipation, weapon in hand. Furcus launched a strike. Remy countered amid precision, the silver energy enhancing the movements. He found an opening with determination. Remy drove his blade into Furcus, signaling a fierce pivotal stage in the combat. Weapon shifted form effortlessly, catching Remy mid-sense. Targeting him while distracted by Arabas had been a calculated move. Remy, expecting such a tactic, had warned Nicola in advance not to block oncoming strikes. He evaded only enough to stay in the fight, leaping onto action. Nicola responded swiftly. The counterattack landed hard as she mocked Furcus for pivotal his back. While examining the dropped spear, Remy noticed something odd. The weapon pulsed strangely in the grip. Nicola revealed its secret so ages as it remained a spear. Furcus might reshape and discard parts freely in combat. Discarded fragments left their enchantment the second they left the weapon, pivotal into ordinary spear parts. Confusion grew, if not the head, which part acted as the core. This piece had already been shed multiple times. Confidence rushed through him amid the weapon in hand. He braced himself via the next move. "Bring it," he said calmly, charging forward. He gambled on a hunch. Uncertainty wasn't typical via him yet. That time it gave him an edge. Despite the efforts, distance remained. Speed alone wouldn't be enough to reach the opponent, not that time. Arabas lashed out amid fierce conviction, declaring the effort meaningless past the start. Her strike acted with lethal intent. Lacking hesitation, defiance sparked as he admitted he never expected to succeed yet tried anyway. A perfectly timed thrust pierced clean through the side. Speed wasn't enough to halt him now. Commentators stared. The wound was serious, worsened by the slowed legs, still affected by the debuff placed earlier. Passed across the field, Furcus advanced. The stolen spear returned to Remy's grip, yet the enemy wasn't ready to let it go so easily. Remy launched high onto the air, using the momentum to distract Furcus. All gaze followed his arc below. Nicola took advantage of the opening, sliding onto position. She landed hard with precise rhythm, catching Furcus off guard. Recognition dawned calmly. Furcus admitted forgetting the presence. Nicola responded amid calm sarcasm, fists already raised again. Amid relentless pace, she closed in. Each movement left shockwaves across the ground, hammering pressure past every angle. Furcus scoffed at the pattern. Still, Nicola revealed the mind was already operating on further level, planning something deeper mid-attack. Passed below, conjured arms surged past the ground, surrounding Furcus as Nicola readied her assault. Wounds landed in unison. Blows rained down, each one reinforced by summoned limbs and fierce speed. Gaze narrowed. Furcus growled. Remy's name yet. Nicola kept pressing one fist after further forced him on the defensive pressure, intensified. She landed a crushing punch. This rocked the core, leaving no hall to counter. When Furcus tried to retaliate, Nicola dodged and planted a destructive strike. Confusion flickered across the face as her technique disrupted his sense entirely. Kneeling in the dirt, Furcus acknowledged the mistake. Nicola had gained his respect, not only Remy's shadow but a force on her own. Abruptly, his movements sharpened. With a surge of energy, Furcus twisted free from the trap. Nicola's gaze narrowed. His feint hadn't gone unnoticed. One arm lunged toward the compliments left the lips even as he reached for a final attack. She met it lacking flinching and shattered his grip with raw strength. Pieces of armor scattered, yet Furcus chuckled, questioning the rhythm. Mocking the confidence, the answer came swift and merciless. A blow landed clean against his mask, cracking steel and silencing further words. Determination burned in her gaze. As Nicola stood firm, Remy darted and passed the side. The momentum gathered, sweeping up force amid a spinning strike aimed precisely at Furcus's core. Amid a shout, he commanded the weapon to extend. The blow connected hard, driving through weakened armor already cracked past their earlier strikes. He had studied the enemy's movements. Inside the shell of steel, he sensed where Furcus' essence truly remained deep beyond the armor. Before he might finish the thought, something shifted. Nicola was landed mid-air, cracks rippled through Furcus's armor. Yet something felt wrong. Then came an abrupt surge, energy scattered, fragments flying. Both fighters froze, neither expecting what had only occurred. Amid shattered stone, a new figure emerged. She gripped the wounded side, steadying herself as raw force began to rise. Remy looked as the girl rose past the ground. A deep wound, obvious, yet her posture unshaken. despite the damage to the chest. She remained conscious. The blow hadn't finished, something was wrong. To the eye, the body mirrored this of a normal human. There was no sign of anything unnatural. Yet the durability defied logic, powerful, tireless, and strangely resistant to injury. Abruptly, a masked figure stepped forward, his weapon cracking apart mid-grip. Remy braced himself, realizing the real danger had only begun. Orobas lunged past above. The broken weapon transformed onto a spear mid-air. A concealed magic tool revealed. The strike landed cleanly. Remy stumbled back, pain shooting through the shoulder as the spear tore onto him. Before he might react, the weapon disintegrated, vanishing onto particles and leaving only a seared wound beyond kneeling. Orobas began to vanish, the form dissolving as she spoke the final words to the team. Though defeated, she had left the mark. As silence returned, the girl beside Remy dashed forward, lacking hesitation. Remy acted back rapidly, shouting a command as the hand swept through the air to recall his weapon. The girl rushed forward, lacking hesitation, slicing through the air amid impressive speed and force. He watched in astonishment despite the critical injury. The pace hadn't slowed. The speed rivaled her previous form, lacking flinching. Remy extended the staff, attempting to intercept the mid-charge. He aimed to reclaim control before it was too late. The girl met the move head-on, shattering the weapon mid-strike. Sparks flew between ones as the broken staff clattered to the ground. Remy clenched the broken end of the staff, shocked to find the piece the girl carried had extended. The half was longer. Amid seamless control, she spun the weapon in a wide arc, building momentum before launching it forward. The projectile flew amid terrifying force, cutting clean through the air. In the distance, it landed Nicola in the chest, stunning everyone. Gasps echoed through the arena. Nicola collapsed. The announcer declared the retirement, saying how Furcus vanished before the eye might follow. Standing firm, the girl exuded calm. The wound remained, yet her presence dominated the battlefield most than ever. Remy at last understood. The opponent before him wasn't simply sturdy, she was an ogre in human form. She confirmed it amid a subtle grin. Ogres, he recalled, resembled fiends in form but missed the ability to use magic. Still, those natural vitality and raw life force made ones extremely difficult to kill, only as the old saying warned. The gaze locked onto the injury. It began to heal calmly, steam rising from the wound as her body repaired itself. Lacking pause, she readied the weapon again, calm yet relentless. She challenged Remy's skill, questioning what his training had truly taught him. Kneeling low, Remy gripped the staff tightly. Doubt and determination collided beyond the steady gaze. The mind raced. The hidden blade had served him before, but lacking allies or tricks, he wasn't sure he might last. Lacking warning, the girl charged. The form cut through the space between ones with speed and purpose. Remy raised the support, only to meet the full force of the strike. The clash rang out, steel against strength. She stepped back, weapon spinning as dust swirled around the fire. The air grew heavy again. The fight was far past done. Steadied himself, recalling the one skill the blade instructor had ever praised him via observation. He had spent years studying the companions in silence, learning to read movement, intention, and weakness. This insight had always helped the group prevail. Now, this same insight focused entirely on the opponent. She seemed flawless at a glance. Yet Remy knew no one was truly invincible. He began slowing the perception, watching via the smallest shift. While the face appeared unreadable to others, he recognized subtle changes. Every move told a story. The strikes were powerful, but beyond them, Remy saw strain. She hadn't recovered fully, and he wouldn't miss the signs. Remy narrowed the gaze. She hadn't fully healed, only patched the wound enough to halt leaking mana. She attacked again, striking amid precision. Steel met steel as Remy parried amid the blows. The voice echoed in the mind. His black magic made this possible. Shifted positions mid-swing, dropping low to strike past below. Remy barely kept up, evading the wide arc of the weapon. He countered past above, slashing downward. The blade scraped her shoulder, forcing her to retreat with narrowed gaze. Memories of advice returned to him. Adapt your gaze, sense on one enemy, and observe. This was the key to lasting longer in this fight. Remy tapped the blade and triggered a command. The weapon responded, shrinking only as he shifted stance. Amid momentum built, he launched forward, channeling the magic to weaken the resistance, a command to lower her defenses. The strike connected. The blade cut across her side, hitting a clean blow. A trace of blood followed the arc. She paused briefly, acknowledging the hit amid a calm nod. It had been harsh, yet still not enough to bring her down. Before he might adjust, she closed the gap and landed him across the chest, disarming him amid a fierce glare and a single motion. Pressure tightened around the neck as fingers dug onto the collarbone. A blade hovered close, too close. She reminded him, never lower your guard. Fingers slackened. The knife dropped swiftly. He seized the wrist, using the opening she hadn't expected. Surprise flickered in the gaze. Lacking hesitation, the blade sank into her abdomen, this time hitting deeper than before. Despite pain, the grip remained sturdy. If not via the weakening spell cast moments earlier, that force could have ended him. The voice softened. She addressed him directly now, not amid hostility but recognition. Gaze met, and silence fell between them. Shimmering light began to envelop the energy, faded past the body as she smiled softly. Reaching out, cheering erupted past the arena stands. Announcers declared the result. The victors were Remy and Nicola. Alone at middle stage, he stood quietly amid blade in hand, surrounded by vanishing particles of mana and dust. Only through constant observation had he survived. Every move, every pattern he had learned past watching as a student beneath the spear. Though still far past matching her strength, he felt no shame. Furcus had set aside her duty as the Black Knight to face him as a real instructor, and he had answered via only this second. The tournament belonged to him. Applause echoed, and voices called his name. He looked up at the air, breath steady, against Furcus and Arobas. He and Nicola had stood those ground and won. Stillness returned as the crowd faded beyond him. In the quiet, triumph felt heavy in the hands. Memories of the technique resurfaced. Every move she'd made had been a lesson. He'd survived only because he had once trained beneath the blade. Far away, someone watched the match unfold. A quiet chuckle escaped those lips, surprised, perhaps, to see a black mage rise not in shadows, yet as a champion. Reflecting on the brutal upbringing, the youth demon believed this surviving his father's training had hardened him for any challenge. Over entering the hall, he was met amid a cold stare and a question devoid of warmth. Despite the 10 years of silence between them, the son remained composed. A smirk forged as he acknowledged the rare hint of approval. It may hold been the first time the father ever praised him. Breaking the silence, he confronted his father with a question that had ages remained what compelled him to bring a horn to a human child. Amid a resigned expression, the father admitted the child was simply a bigger fool. Though pride kept the voice steady, the father begrudgingly acknowledged the human's harsh intellect, rare via one of that kind. Reflecting on the boy's past, he recalled a will forged early in life, one this never broke. Even when faced amid a cruel and rigid realm, persistence, not talent, had shaped him. The son at last voiced the intent to abolish dungeon raids and reshape how monsters were perceived. Unmoved, the former Demon King rejected the vision. What he longed via instead was the return of absolute strength. Still, a flicker of doubt surfaced. He hinted at the horn's purpose, prepared via a worthy foe, next dismissed the thought. Under the spotlight of a grand stage, Remy stood amid fellow contenders while cameras snapped, and the crowd looked on. Recognition had at last arrived. As cheers echoed through the arena, the gaze wandered to the audience. Among the silhouettes, familiar faces emerged, yet the calm demeanor remained unchanged. Backstage applause greeted him. One of the former opponents acknowledged the triumph amid a genuine smile. Even Nicola, flustered but smiling, offered her congratulations. Rather than gloat, Remy redirected the praise. He complimented Nicola's strength. The tone sincere and measured. Flushed and awkward, Nicola struggled to respond, overwhelmed by the words. Remy observed silently, a thought forming in the mind. Tension rose when one teammate questioned whether Nicola had placed too much strain on Remy during the match. Before the criticism might escalate, Remy stepped in and silenced him amid a firm gesture, asserting ownership done the plan. Nicola admitted the faults, acknowledging the over-reliance. The teammate clarified the concern. He believed her abilities deserved a better showcase. Amid a smile, he confessed the jealousy, impressed by the coordination between the and Remy. She apologized, surprised by the honest admission. Playful banter followed. While Remy warned against speaking too bluntly, Nicola quietly noted how deeply he cared beneath the surface. Nicola's eagerness drew attention, yet Remy rapidly intervened, urging her to rest before she might embarrass herself further. Despite Remy's resistance, the teammate persisted, offering to share beyond-the-scenes stories past Remy's past, much to Nicola's delight. Realizing the tale power interested others, he mused aloud about inviting Mira too, not wanting them to feel left out. Days later, under a polished ceiling and calm atmosphere, the topic of conversation shifted to something unusual, a concept called gap. Caught off guard, Nicola hesitated. Flustered, she confirmed it was indeed something she and Remy had wanted to explain. During a post-tournament interview, attention turned to Remy, whose unorthodox tactics had caught everyone off guard. Nicola smiled, knowing the message had reached him. One former skeptic admitted the mistake. He had underestimated Remy, believing he didn't belong among elite ranks. This doubt now felt foolish. Though praised as a powerful black mage, questions remained. Would the style ever gain popularity, The team couldn't answer. Still, ones acknowledged one truth. Remy had redefined himself, fighting in a way he never had amid his previous group. Nicola, too, had evolved. Both had shown growth, and those innovation had left a lasting impression. Lacking the usual vanguard, Nicola had to take on new roles during the tournament, showcasing unexpected versatility on the battlefield. Though some fans were unsettled by the unconventional tactics, others saw brilliance in the change. The final judgment, ones agreed, belonged to the audience. Nicola herself reflected on those triumphs. If Remy and the Silver Knight had remained unchanged, the outcome would hold been different. Their evolution had made the difference. Encouraged by the teammates' admiration, she embraced the idea of gap-balancing contrasting sides of herself. Rather than abandon the image, Nicola chose to evolve it, honoring old fans while embracing growth. Nicola, now confident, expressed the vision clearly. Beneath the poised Silver Prince exterior, she wanted to reveal the fire this burned inside her. The idea wasn't dismissed. Instead, it was met amid interest, testing it held potential, and the team agreed to explore the possibility. Before she might celebrate, caution returned. Ones weren't ready to commit only yet. Field testing in a dungeon was the first step. Only next would ones consider expanding the idea onto broader media. If the message resonated through the screen and the market responded, the plan would be embraced fully. The team reflected on Phil's impressive performance in the semifinals. The unpredictable style had surprised even the closest allies. Strategic discussions followed. Amid Nicola possibly taking the vanguard, adjustments to the formation would be necessary. It wasn't ideal yet, it was workable, ready to adapt. Ones gathered around the table to finalize ideas. Everyone's input mattered now. Those next destination was decided the same dungeon this once humbled ones. Determination returned. This time, they sought revenge. Elsewhere, Remy finalized a mysterious transaction. Payment received. He acted forward amid quiet purpose. The demon noble praised the creative decision, pivotal the dungeon, onto an all-level site instead of offering a simple reward. It was a bold move. He praised the balance landed, helping newcomers while still challenging veterans. Even Thor, the gruff orc, humbly agreed. Only as the noble declared the withdrawal past the project, Thor stepped forward with a proposal of his own. Thor revealed the interest in renting the dungeon's magic space via a competition, reigniting possibilities that had seemed left. Surprised yet intrigued, the noble's demeanor shifted. The game was far past done. Thor acknowledged the tension between ones yet emphasized that the dungeon's future mattered most than personal feelings. Amid a calm smile, the noble invited him to speak freely, while Thor quietly composed himself amid a drink. Explaining past limitations, the noble described the cost of mana usage and the absence of someone to inherit dungeon control. Interrupting the discussion, the maid issued a harsh warning: any future deceit toward the master would not go unpunished. Extending the hand, the noble proposed cooperation. That time, both sides stepped forward with common goals and mutual respect. Outside the hall, Remy faced the nobleman's questioning gaze. When asked if the plan was the doing, he responded, amid ambiguity, leaving the truth unspoken. The noble challenged Remy's dream of becoming a hero, questioning if such a goal might be realized while living as a monster. Rather than hesitate, Remy clarified heroism transcends species. Heroes inspire, uplift, and shake people's hearts, regardless of form. Encouraged, the noble proposed going further, abolishing dungeon raids and reshaping the world's perception of monsters entirely. Smiling, Remy declined, via him. Dungeon raids weren't evil ones, were passion, profession, and purpose. Remy challenged Pharaoh's rigid stance, proposing this dungeon raids might evolve onto meaningful entertainment, rather than be erased entirely. While Pharaoh admitted the disdain via raids, he argued this abolishing the system wouldn't change minds, only erasing it all would. Though Remy had saved one dungeon, Pharaoh viewed it as simply delaying the inevitable and incremental step toward total erasure. Those ideals battled. Remy stood firm, vowing to protect what remained, while Pharaoh left the outcome uncertain. Before parting, Remy recalled a memory. The elder never promised success, yet never denied him either, and this silent hope had always mattered. On the dungeon's final level, the orc village braced for combat. A powerful defender stood ready against Nicola's advancing group. Clashes erupted instantly. Blades and fists met amid explosive force, neither side giving ground. Among the defenders, a cloaked figure acted amid purpose. Over learning Nicola's team would enter, he had insisted on joining one final time. Those paths crossed at last. Beneath the forest canopy, he faced Nicola, the presence unwavering, her purpose absolute. Acknowledging the strength, the cloaked fighter apologized to his ally. This wasn't a foe he might afford to face half-heartedly. Remy issued a warning before unleashing the force, daring Nicola not to falter when faced amid the full extent of his strength. As energy rushed around him, the cloak flared and mana crackled in the air. Nicola sensed the pressure instantly. It was no bluff. The sheer force of the attack devastated the terrain, leaving only smoke and broken ground in its wake. Past the dust, Remy's silhouette emerged. Calmly, he declared those departure from the dungeon, leaving Nicola breathless in most ways than one. Before vanishing, he left a final challenge. If she wanted a rematch, she would hold to face him at the Demon King's castle. With determination in her gaze, Nicola promised to face Remy again at the Demon King's castle, declaring her purpose alongside her group. Remy and the companions received heartfelt farewells. Grateful villagers expressed thanks, and promises of future aid were exchanged. As the wagon rolled onto the distance, those left beyond waved quietly, watching their allies depart under a bright air. As sunlight poured through the window, Remy calmly awoke to the gentle voice of Milla standing beside the bed. Blinking the sleep past the gaze, Remy sat up groggily across from him. Milla calmly waited, her presence now a regular part of his morning stretching. Remy ran a hand through the messy hair. Milla chuckled softly, teasing him about the bedhead. Next, reminded him to clean up before breakfast. Since moving on to the Demon King's castle dorms, Remy had grown used to Milla's visits. Sitting at the table, Remy tasted the food she made. It was simple, yet satisfying. Across past him, Milla watched quietly. After returning past the assignment, Remy noticed the media was still abuzz amid footage from the first dungeon. His appearance, especially the horn, remained a major topic. While preparing food, he commented on how broken cameras during the earlier combat had kept things unclear. In a broadcast, analysts discussed the recently surfaced recording. It offered new insight onto the elusive figure who once fought alone against the famed flame hero. Skepticism remained. Some questioned whether such a horn transformation might truly happen, sparking broader headlines. A calm voice reminded ones similar events had only been seen during the Grand Human-Demon War, leaving doubt in those conclusions. In a quiet conference hall, a group reviewed historical accounts detailing horn-like formations on fiends' strange traits, echoing recent events. Though most post-war records had vanished, surviving fragments hinted such abilities belonged only to elite fiends or kings. Many still believed these tales were exaggerated. A question arose: did Sir Lebaton's actions at last give credibility to those ancient claims? One voice confirmed it amid certainty. Speculation deepened. Was Lebaton an exceptional demon, or were others like him deliberately hidden past view? The panel concluded encounters amid top-placed warriors had exposed ages-buried truths about demonkind, reshaping public perception. Remy reflected on the rising popularity, quietly crediting Nicola's involvement via the recent spotlight. Milla, standing beside him, wondered if the fame power ease his duties caught off guard. He left amid a casual remark. Alone, Milla pouted and begrudgingly admitted Nicola's charm, though not lacking irritation. Before he stepped out, she handed him an umbrella, predicting rain. He blinked in surprise, unaware of the changing weather. Amid a minor smile, Remy thanked and headed out. Milla responded warmly, promising they'd meet again at work. Later, Remy sat outside, enjoying a meal amid several children. The day had only begun. The morning continued amid a peaceful rhythm, done a fresh cup of coffee. One of the women offered a refill to Remy, who accepted amid quiet gratitude. Cashew's family had started a common breakfast tradition amid Remy. Though the castle wasn't far, he still came to escort them each day, unable to ignore a lingering sense of responsibility. Despite seeming guilty about receiving daily meals, those warm smiles and kind words reminded him how much he had supported ones too. Producing broad amounts of mana demanded a steady intake of food, and the nourishment helped him maintain the strength. Later, Remy walked hand in hand amid Cashew toward the Demon King's castle. The gaze sparkled with joy. At the start of the day, Remy checked in amid Cashew via his schedule. She reported the first task and upcoming meeting in the conference hall. As ones walked through the woods, she explained the topic hadn't been disclosed. However, the participants listed featured the Demon King and the Big Four, hinting at a major raid. Within the throne hall, tensions erupted. A youth royal slammed the table in frustration, shouting about a man she clearly held a grudge against. The outburst drew reprimands. Even so, she refused to accept oversight, especially during the precious break time. The atmosphere calmed. Amid composure restored, Remy asked the Demon King to clarify the pending matter. Concerns grew among the Demon King's subordinates. Amid multiple enemy parties approaching, the castle's limited defensive capacity was becoming a serious issue. Remy, aware of the situation's gravity, acknowledged ones couldn't retreat, yet the Demon King noted Lebaton's mana reserves were dangerously low, adding further strain. Frustration erupted. The youth monarch pounded the table, accusing the enemy of launching a siege at those most vulnerable. Remy recalled older tactics. Though rare, coordinated raids had historical precedent. Objective turned plain abolish dungeon raids entirely. To do so, he aimed to conquer the unconquerable, the Demon King's castle. Pharaoh sought to deliver a message: dungeon raids were no longer necessary. Adventurers had achieved enough, there was no need to keep challenging dungeons. At the Demon King's castle, the defenders recognized this. Even if the fortress fell, the industry surrounding raids wouldn't truly vanish. Remy reviewed the raid roster and was astonished. Only the most elite parties had been summoned via that massive siege. Guiding one group was Skaha, the Thunderclap hero. Her group placed 5th in the realm, a fearsome presence on any battlefield. Further was Herver, the hero of the Magic Blade. The team held the 3rd rank globally, promising a fierce challenge ahead. At the top of the raid roster stood Ariel, the Storm hero. His group, placed 1st in the realm, would be guiding the assault in unmistakable danger. Among the challengers was also a surprise guest, Lake Hero Wraith, a prodigy only 10 years old. He had recently bonded amid a water entity, a feat unseen in decades. As Remy reviewed the list, a minor smile escaped him. Milla immediately noticed and questioned the amusement. He admitted he was simply excited, not afraid. Facing such a powerful lineup made him eager to test the strength in return. A soft laugh broke the tension. The hall, once serious, momentarily lightened at the unexpected enthusiasm. The Demon King surged onto laughter, full of confidence. She dismissed enemy strategies, placing her trust in Remy and the others to crush any danger. Remy reviewed the enemy roster again. He knew ones were sturdy, no illusions clouded the judgment. His earlier excitement masked growing pressure. Alone on the 10th level, Remy grappled amid the mana problem. Though his summons helped, exhaustion loomed. Milla found him still working late. She gently asked if he planned to halt soon, noticing the toll the day had taken. He mentioned receiving a message past Ariel. The top-placed hero had already arrived. This siege was becoming true. While discussing the invitation past Ariel, Remy admitted it was via a meal. Milla seemed curious, prompting him to explain this. Ariel also wanted to introduce someone. Amid a hint of suspicion, Milla wondered if the meeting involved a woman. Remy denied it, assuming Ariel had noticed those time together and was only being thoughtful, playfully pressing closer. Milla teased him. Her voice was sweet, but her implication plain. She hoped their misunderstanding power eventually becomes something true. Later, Remy found himself surrounded by Herver and further women. Flustered, Remy greeted the awkwardly. It had been a while, and that was not the reunion he expected. Herver greeted Remy amid confidence, ignoring the awkwardness of those last encounter. Trying to ease the tension, Remy praised strength regardless of gender. Amelia, seeming a bit left out, boasted about the own skills to earn recognition. Herver gently reassured him amid a pat on the head, acknowledging the efforts and quiet potential. The group soon gathered at a bar designated via those involved in the siege. It served as neutral ground via warriors and strategists alike. Amelia laughed, explaining how he intended to greet Ariel yet got pulled onto Herver's orbit instead. Remy, amused, silently agreed. Herver certainly had a way amid people. As Remy listened, a calm voice spoke about the worth of strength. The words landed him with unexpected burden, pivotal to face the source. Remy was surprised to meet a composed youth boy who introduced himself politely. The boy revealed he was Wraith, the lake hero. He had arranged that meeting amid a purpose and approached Remy directly. Lacking hesitation, Wraith extended an bring. He wanted Remy to form a team amid him. Remy received unexpected praise past a young noble who had watched the recent tournament. He acknowledged his triumph done one of the Demon King's top commanders. Standing across past him, Remy downplayed the praise and treated the conversation amid ease. The boy, intrigued, leaned in amid growing interest. He praised Remy's self-reliance and noted his path apart from any group or honor. Lacking hesitation, the youth introduced himself as the lake hero and extended an invitation to join forces. Weighing the bring, he pointed out the lack of real understanding between ones, leaving the decision hanging in silence. The lake hero explained his visit was simply to express his intentions. Remy, observing his composed demeanor, noted the confidence beyond his words. As the conversation settled, footsteps echoed through the hall. A silent girl approached, pulling everyone's attention amid her quiet presence. Introductions followed swiftly. The lake hero presented the girl as Fran, identifying the duty with the honor that stood out. Destroyer. Remy acknowledged the formally. Internally, he recognized how uncommon such a class was, knowing most jobs stemmed past predictable traits. Yet destroyers defied this logic. Those immense strength remained unmatched. Those defining attributes still a mystery to scholars and warriors alike. Fran encouraged Remy to drop formalities. Following Wraith's lead, embracing the suggestion, he agreed to speak most casually moving forward. Curious about the calm reaction, Wraith asked if he'd seen extra destroyers. Remy explained that was his first, but he focused on roles, not labels. Wraith began boasting about future achievements, yet Fran cut him off. She emphasized the worth of ability done recognition, pointing out her own deficiencies. Abruptly, a high man approached amid authority. He warned Wraith not to monopolize Remy's attention right after his arrival. The newcomer, Air, revealed a personal connection amid Wraith. Those familiar bickering hinted at a deeper link beneath the rivalry. Air revealed this Wraith was the one he had intended to introduce to Remy all along. Wraith, however, objected to being portrayed as a spoiled child. A quiet tension grew as Wraith warned Air not to assume dominance forever. Air, undeterred, welcomed the rivalry and claimed it pushed him to grow mightier. The playful banter continued. Air jokingly called Wraith the disciple, a label this caught Remy off guard. Wraith rejected the honor, insisting those battles were fights, not lessons. Air casually claimed triumph in all of them anyway. Across the hall, portraits and titles introduced the elite heroes Skaha, Ariel, Wraith, and Herver, each bearing a unique strength and duty. Remy stood quietly, surrounded by individuals whose force and reputation reached far across the land. Ones gathered at a round table sharing a formal meal. Each hero held a distinct aura, those ranks gained through effort and recognition. Wraith teased one of the seated heroes via dropping in rank. The response came amid calm irritation, prompting a request via Air to silence the younger voice. The fifth-placed hero acknowledged the standing, lacking resentment. He declared his purpose to continue proving himself, then questioned Wraith's identity in return. Confidence met scrutiny. Rather the others, the achievements were still forming. The hierarchy around him remained unmoved by empty declarations. Criticism came swiftly. Wraith's tone and behavior were questioned, especially the attempt to assume a leadership duty lacking proving himself. It wasn't arrogance, he claimed. He acknowledged those concerned yet stood firm, unwilling to humble himself only for recognition's sake. Doubts continued. Skaha challenged whether the accomplishments were gained or simply the result of being chosen by an elemental entity. Before tension rose further, Remy stepped in to redirect the blame. The calm remark suggested it was the organizers who granted the opportunity. Wraith clarified the intent. Entity magic wouldn't be part of the path, his strength would stand on its own merit. Skepticism remained as doubts were voiced about Wraith's place on the team. Sarcasm surfaced, yet he remained unfazed and self-assured. Ariel stepped in to mediate. While acknowledging Skaha's concerns, he stood firm on the decision, advising Wraith to show most courtesy in the future. An apology followed. Wraith admitted the excitement had gotten the better of him, yet now he understood the importance of composure and mutual respect. Even Skaha reflected on the own attitude, recognizing he too had acted harshly towards someone meant to be an ally. In the end, tensions eased, hopes were common via future victories and regaining left ranks through effort rather than pride. Herver challenged Skaha, declaring the ambition to take first place. Those back and forth sparked laughter, punches, and bold claims about force and rank. Concern rose about Remy's presence during the confidential discussion. Skaha hesitated, realizing the siege plan hadn't yet been made public. A familiar name surfaced: Thule, a legendary bowman past rank 5. Remy reflected silently on only how famous and capable his new peers were. Amid a casual grin, Wraith insisted everything would be resolved if Remy simply joined the team. Ariel, meanwhile, asked Remy to keep things confidential. Humor returned. Wraith's persistence gained a sigh, while Remy remained composed, quietly observing the lively exchange around him. Laughter filled the hall as drinks were passed around. While hesitant at first, Remy managed to smile, quietly hoping the allies he reached out to would respond. In further location, a masked man received praise via his preparation. Standing high in a cape, he was addressed as Mr. Flame. Curiosity arose, done the decision to craft another avatar. Despite operating inside the rules, questions remained about a hero disguising himself as a demon. Hints about a televised tournament and an invitation to join a group called Incognito suggested deeper ideas beyond the scenes. Though burdened by expectations, Phoenix admitted the desire to fight outside the public honor. Phoenix, confident as ever, encouraged the ally to stay amid him until he reached the top. A longtime acquaintance reflected on how far he'd come. Elsewhere, a man surged through a door in a panic. He had received a message past Remy and urgently sought an audience. The entrance was met amid force. A powerful kick past a maid silenced him mid-sentence, while he pleaded the case. She questioned the necessity of such a cruel reaction. The topic shifted to their common contract with Remy. He agreed to help, lacking hesitation. Now, the decision fell to the whether to answer Remy's call or walk away. Two figures exchanged a brief look. Understanding passed between ones in silence. Agreement already settled, lacking words. A harsh response shut down the girl at the door before she might even speak. The brother's answer came quickly and firmly. Shocked by the rejection, she protested, confused by the decision made before the request was even voiced. The older sibling, seated and calm, explained the reasoning. He claimed to already know the intent and refused to bless any attempt to meet amid Remy. Yet the tone softened. A minor tease followed, revealing he had only been joking, though conditions would still need to be met. Though those parties' workload had increased, rest wasn't out of reach. Nicola offered thanks, grateful via the continued backing. New concerns took done. Participating under Lebedeton meant aligning amid the Demon King's castle, and this required taking on a monstrous identity. Hiding the true self seemed necessary. Mimicking demon traits like Remy's, she considered donning a fake horn and constructing a convincing disguise. The fighting style required a different approach. Instead of illusion or magic, she leaned toward brute force and earth-built techniques. Abruptly, realization landed. An idea surfaced for the perfect race, one fitting her combat instincts and goals. Nicola gave a simple smile and excused herself. She promised to return once the ideas were finalized, leaving her brother slightly confused but embracing. Night fell on the estate. Within, a girl stirred in the sleep, softly murmuring Remy's name, while someone quietly stood in the doorway. The expression shifted, via a second. He observed silently, then turned away with a calm, thoughtful look. In a quiet hall, fingers acted across a keyboard. A system booted up, icons hovered, and a message was selected. Determination settled in. Amid a quiet nod, he confirmed the purpose. Everything was in motion now. News of the upcoming siege filled every screen, pulling Remy's focused gaze. Whispers about the Demon King's castle spread rapidly among the public. The spotlight turned to the world's top-placed adventurer, now spearheading a formidable assault. Curiosity and tension buzzed in the air. Memories of the previous support surfaced. Remy had resisted Phoenix's forces by summoning powerful allies. Aided by a ring, this traded mana via command. However, not all might be summoned again. Some required formal assignments, and others were simply beyond reach. Worse yet, each summon demanded precious mana to rebuild those forms, draining what little strength he had left. Abrupt tap echoed through the hall as Cashew surged in, declaring it was time to move. Remy, still weighed down by his thoughts, knew greater mana alone wouldn't be enough. Passed down the hallway, he spotted the waiting and responded amid a soft smile, acknowledging her arrival with clipboard in hand and spark in her gaze. She reminded him of the upcoming interviews. Lacking pause, he followed her lead. Earlier this week, the Demon King had announced a broad-scale recruitment effort to strengthen those defenses, surrounded by allies. Remy addressed the gathered-level bosses, inviting those requests amid measured confidence. Past the first level, Naberius proposed organizing his forces most effectively, inspired by the tactics of elite war dogs. On the next level, Simes emphasized the need via specialists, those adept in setting traps and applying pressure, lacking finishing the fight. Carmilla, ruling the third level, had only one requirement: the applicant must be a vampire. Amid regenerative abilities, she'd handle the rest. Meanwhile, Marchosius voiced the preference via a bold masculine werewolf, regardless of gender, focusing solely on entity. Amid an eager hand raised, Citri excitedly claimed the fifth level was a haven via charming succubi, and none else would do. Vefbar, ever composed, opened the level by requesting water magic users, no restrictions beyond this. Came, the seventh floor's eloquent bird declined politely, stating no reinforcements were needed on the level. Past the eighth level, Furcus spoke firmly, placing worth on candidates with strong will and physical resilience. Agers, ever formal, turned the discussion to the staff officer, curious about the perspective. Caught off guard, Lemegaton responded modestly. He asked via someone motivated, no special powers, only determination would suffice. Marchosius chimed in amid exaggerated insight, gaining a slap past Lemegaton, who tried to stay composed. Simes and Naberius rapidly defended those commanders' intent, clarifying that race or force never dictated his judgment. However, the Demon King voiced concern such open-ended recruitment might invite a flood of applicants and chaos. Embracing the stage, Lemegaton adjusted the request, now seeking individuals with the courage to stand against heroes. Amid a knowing smirk, the Demon King approved, acknowledging that such a call would draw truly determined candidates to the side. As the meeting concluded, Lemegaton walked the hall amid quiet purpose. The heart was set. He wanted to fight alongside the very people he once watched from afar. Facing the Demon King, he voiced the desire to welcome all who showed effort, regardless of background. Amused by the audacity, she teased him via exposing the lack of mana. Unsure if he was bold or simply foolish, but clearly entertained. He abruptly remembered the real purpose and hinted at a way to restore mana faster. Her curiosity immediately piqued. Despite the warning, the method was a trial. Only 3 had survived, including her grandfather. He responded, lacking hesitation. Lemegaton stood firm, unshaken by the challenge ahead. The past training under a demanding master had prepared him via trials like that. Amid quiet confidence, he bowed respectfully and accepted the task lacking hesitation. Alone once most, Lemegeton pondered what kind of ordeal awaited him. If he succeeded, the mana gain would surpass even that gained in his greatest combat. The thoughts drifted until a colleague called out, snapping back to sense. He reminded himself to prioritize the 10th floor's interviews. Past nearby, USA GU of Human Resources offered a harsh observation: some applicants did meet those standards. The interview panel sat in silence, those presents alone intimidating. Lemegeton, alongside the trusted aides and officers, prepared via yet another applicant. Usagu raised a stage many candidates claimed they might defeat heroes, but words were empty, lacking substance. Lemegeton agreed raw skill alone meant little, lacking heart. Guzmaze, the armored knight, dismissed the weak entirely, saying those flawed mana composition. Beside him, Lilith observed that most might be judged at a glance. Still, USAGU offered a warning. Amid every rejection, the strain of meeting the 10th floor's needs shifted further onto Lemegeton himself. Next profile appeared. A human applicant seeking group placement and a time-limited contract unusual. Amid a loud entrance, the flamboyant adventurer Ellie demanded attention. Declaring she had waited ages enough via her turn, the interview panel remained visibly unsettled, taken aback by the abrupt theatrics and assertiveness. Lacking hesitation, the attendants rolled her chair across the hall, bringing her directly before the stunned committee. She descended slowly, every step exaggerated. Usagu read out the details. Ellie and her team placed 95th. Their composition, though odd, featured 2 black mages, 2 white mages, and a hero higher placed than expected. Seated proudly, Ellie introduced herself amid flair, proclaiming the greatness and offering the Demon King's army the service of the adorable entourage. Hesitated yet began the interview formally, requesting Ellie's reason via applying. Lacking a hint of patience, Ellie scoffed at the question. She stated plainly this: any call to defeat a hero was reason enough, and she had the guts to answer it. Rising amid dramatic flair, she announced the goal amid full conviction to challenge and face heroes head-on. Applause followed from her loyal followers. While the panel remained tense, Ellie dismissed concerns about the low rank. She argued this rank shouldn't dictate fate, acted by the purpose. Lemegeton delivered his verdict. Against protocol and surprise from his peers, he declared her hired. Compared to the others, Ellie stood apart. She wasn't only boasting about defeating a hero. As one herself, she understood exactly what this meant. Despite the steep challenge ahead, she declared the intent lacking hesitation. The confidence left even Gozmaze quietly impressed. Ellie flashed a bright smile, assuring Lemegeton the decision wouldn't be in vain. He returned the gesture, acknowledging the with quiet approval. Handing Dunn the contact details, she announced the departure with flair. Her entourage followed promptly, ending the interview on her terms. As ones watched the leave, Lemegeton couldn't help but chuckle. Ellie, it seemed, was even most entertaining in person than in her public broadcasts. Lilith teasingly questioned Lemegeton's preferences, while Usagu reminded him this final hiring decisions weren't the to make. Embarrassed, he scrambled to explain. Despite the protests, the misunderstanding remained. Lemegeton quickly shifted sense, assuring everyone he would consult human resources and leave the formal process intact. Back at the table, he acknowledged the misstep. Though he felt strongly about Ellie's potential, he agreed to proceed amid proper review. He knew this delaying judgment would hold cause to Ellie to walk away. Taking initiative had been a calculated move. Amid the next applicant waiting, Lemegeton privately reflected Ellie was rare talent. Following protocol might have meant losing the altogether. A new applicant reached hesitantly, the serpent tail trailing beyond. She introduced herself softly, visibly nervous but trying to remain composed.